bang, bada bing, bada boom. We are going. Marvellous, brilliant, fantastic. He's still up there. Hello, folks. Welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings. So you may have noticed the title of today's episode. And no, that is not a misnomer. Waiting in the wings, hopefully, he's figured it out, is Dr. Clarke. If he comes down from secret, bless him. Oh, that's right. He's expecting me to. Yeah, hang on, that's on me. There we go. Bring him down. Then bring him up. There we go. Got it. Figured it out. I got it. I got there in the end. There we go. Hey. So.
It all works eventually.
So, hello, folks.
It all works eventually.
I'm pleased to welcome, as my very special guest, Dr. Alexander Clarke. Welcome to your first Ramblings appearance. It's a pleasure to have you.
Hello, thank you for having me. How is everyone doing today?
Well, I'm doing all right, thank you very much.
Life is fun.
It is. Right, so, for those who may or may not be aware, I've been sat on a very, very interesting alternate history question for quite a while now. And I felt unable to confront that question by myself. And I was unfortunately unable to get hold of our esteemed High Admiral Drakinifel, for reasons best left unsaid. But I remembered that I could perhaps...
He currently has a lot of commitments, and unlike me at the moment, and unlike me, where my commitments are mostly lawyer and banker based because I'm trying to move house, and they're trying to work on my blood pressure, he has something nice taking up his time. So whereas I welcome the distraction to normal world and to talk interesting things with all of you, he's got something actually he needs to be focusing on. Whereas for me, this is a blessing from heaven because I have literally spent 4.5 hours today on the phone to lawyers and bankers to be told that the move is being moved back 3 weeks.
Oh.
I feel sorry.
Because one of them forgot to do something. Oh, and guess what? While they're doing that, and while they're saying they forgot something, guess what also they tell me? I need to pay them more money.
Oh god, you poor sod. You absolutely...
That smile says it all.
And I'm just going, it's not legal for me to kill you, is it? It's just not.
No, it is not legal for you to kill them, sadly. If it was legal for people...
I wouldn't do that, but it's just the case of... I think they're trying to kill me with my blood pressure.
Right, I've got my Conway's important book acquired. Right, okay, put that down by my desk so I can get it when I need it. Right, okay, so, I'm just gonna very quick... Before we get started... where was I? Oh yes, see what I mean? Ramblings, random. This happens a lot. My brain just goes off the rails.
This is why he needs other people to help him. Otherwise, he goes quiet for periods of time.
Well, that's fine.
So where was I? Yes. Oh yes.
I just gotta.
I'd agree. It's fine.
Yeah. I just gotta send. I just got sent the wonderful message that YouTube sends. We go, we have decided that you hadn't added in enough ads on your video, so we have auto-updated it, and they've gone from 4 ads to 64 ads in a video. And I'm just going, no.
Really?
That's
And then I always have, and I don't say this is not a critique of anyone listening, because I'm sure no one does it here, but there's always the one person who goes, there were so many ads in this video, and you go, I didn't put them there! That's YouTube's own system!
We can't... I've got all that to look forward to if the channel keeps growing at the rate it is.
Yeah. It's fun.
Right.
It does give you a good reason to start drinking lots of Iron Brew.
Iron Brew is not strong enough for me. Like, I have cider if when shit hits the fan tonight. Like, I've got that on standby. I'm on orange juice right now, but I have my standby reserve of insanity juice if I need it.
Oh, just start the cider now. Enjoy yourself, man.
Oh no, it's gonna last all night, you see, and I've only got 5 cans, so...
I've got 4 litres of iron brew left, in nicest way, and then that'll last me about tonight.
Yeah. I'm not an alcoholic, I swear. This is what...
I don't believe you for a moment, Fleet. What do you mean, Scoot, about iron brew, you poor soul? Iron brew's very good.
I probably... You know, I probably should... Actually, I'm just gonna poke... because since we have, Henlo... oh yeah, while I'm writing this, I'm just gonna... So, I was asked, like, 5 or 6 weeks ago now, a question about what if the, High Seas Fleet... I think it was circa November 1918, as in literally just before the armistice, was teleported to... And the thing that makes it interesting is it's January 1st, 1939. It's not the outbreak.
Oh, that does make it fun.
Yeah, it's not the outbreak of war, because then there's not much the Germans can do with it. But give them 7 months to play around and put plans in place, figure out what they're going to do with it. That opens up way more options.
I'm going to keep my powder dry, but it's going to be fun. But there will definitely be lots of plans. Yeah. Lots of plans, but there is a key thing in the question, which I'm going to have fun with.
Alright, so...
It's caused a bit of commotion for a few weeks now, this debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the part where someone like me turning up. This is the fun where me and Drac have these sort of conversations, and we sit there. We start to scare people when we're having them because there's some listeners going, "You're going into too much detail." No, this is the level of detail you need to go to.
Yep.
We're more than welcome it here.
If you want to clear out an airplane section, you have us having this conversation. It's brilliant. According to Dan and Gareth, it's great. They got them comfortable seats every time. We were always moved to the section where we were able to talk quite happily, and everyone else was away from us. And, you know, the plan for if we do get to the Scandinavia trip all sorted and organised in time and everything going there, there's an 18-hour train journey. Both ways to Narvik from Stockholm and back, and Narvik to Stockholm and back. Because we're going by train. Because we looked at the luggage allowance of the aircraft and we just went, I don't think we can fit on that aircraft, let alone our luggage.
And besides, travelling by train to Narvik means you get to look at all those stupidly big Norwegian iron ore locomotives that are the most powerful electric locomotives on the planet.
We have lots of fun. Look, we're going straight up the Swedish line. It's going to be beautiful and gorgeous, and we're looking forward to it. But also,
beautiful.
The amount of the random conversations we can have. I think Gareth is pretty much planning on setting his phone on auto broadcast and just switching it on, and just the 4 of us just sitting there chatting away for about 4.5 hours. We may or may not take any notice of the chat. Because we might be so absorbed with our own conversation, which we will apologise for in advance. But it literally in the case of this is us already 4 hours in. We have burgers, we have sausages, we have lots of other meat because apparently Sweden is the European capital of barbecue, which we have just found out. They are obsessed with barbecue. They do They have more barbecue per head of population, more barbecue restaurants than anywhere else outside of Texas. So, we will be happy. We will be eating a lot of barbecue food. And there's a lot of Viking-inspired barbecues which also serve mead. Which means my colleagues will be very happily drinking, and I will be the sober one making sure they get back to the hotel. Which is the entire reason they take me with them. At all. I think that's the entire reason. I'm the one who's always sober to drive and always sober. Yes, I'm the one who's always fine to drive. We'll walk them back to hotel. And is awake at random AM in the morning when something's going wrong.
Right. Okay, Right, so where was it? So, I think the first thing to do before we can launch into any sort of what will happen is we need to figure out exactly what's arriving.
I seem to remember it included at least 1 buyer, not necessarily 2.
No, there's two.
Wasn't it?
No,
Was
Bayern
it-
and
was it
Baden.
actually
both
two? I
That's
just
two.
wanted to remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just was trying to remember the initial question.
Yeah.
It's been
Oh,
a while.
You've got to have the two things which are the better Bismarcks before Bismarck comes along.
Well... yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But for the love of God... Like, I know Bismarck's terribly designed, but I cannot in good faith sit there and let you call the Bayerns better Bismarcks. I'm sorry. Yes, they have better armor
for year
protection.
basis.
Yeah, yes, they have better armor protection. And yes, they have... But I'm sorry, but you can't sit there and tell me that a ship that does 21 knots is better than a ship that has roughly equivalent capabilities that can blitz around at 30 knots.
I can, because 1, they're prettier, 2, they're a more efficient design, and 3, they're actually a better example of German battleship production, and when Germans didn't have an overly messy political organization trying to muck up their construction. Because Bismarck, it's the beautiful concept ruined by not a committee, but multiple committees. And that's the thing. The Bismarck has so much potential, so much promise, so much opportunity there. This is what people don't understand. When I'm criticizing things like the Graf Zeppelin, the Bismarck, etc., it's not because I don't like them. I feel ashamed for those ships. They come from a wonderful design heritage. They come from a country which has a great engineering capability, and they get ruined.
They could have been so much more than they were.
Yeah, they could have actually been very good ships. But they have so many committees arguing about who has the bigger dick. And let's be honest, that's what they're basically arguing. Max used the French there, but I've been doing the French Navy all day, so I'm still speaking French. And the thing is, that's all they're doing. They're literally showing off, oh, we have more power, we have a closer connection of Fura, so we can get our bitch shoehorned into this ship.
Christ,
And it ruins them.
Christ, I struck a nerve.
So yeah, I will say the Baden's better. The Baden's better because let's be honest. If you'd taken the Baden and you'd evoluted it forward and actually gone with the same principles that made the Baden, they would have made a far better Bismarck.
This is glorious.
Okay, alright, hang on. Where's me? No, I want... Yes, thank you. Conways, work with me here.
Stop losing your marbles, fleet. You need those.
I have 2 of
But,
them
you know,
left. They're
there is a specific question here, and before we get into too much, I'd like to go through the question, because I'm going to point out a massive issue of it.
Go on.
Have you finished the question? Basically, it's the fleet turning up, isn't it? The High Seas Fleet of November 1918 arrives in January 1939.
Yes, that's correct.
Just the fleet?
Yep, it is. I believe the question was just the fleet, yes. Not necessarily people or anything.
So where's the infrastructure?
That's a question I raised.
They're maxed out their infrastructure out completely, and they're with what they're doing. So they've got no infrastructure. They will have a lot of plans for those ships. But they'll have no infrastructure to do frigging anything with them, apart from look at them.
Because this is something that we
use
have discussed this a bit previously.
Can they not use some of the smaller slips that they couldn't use otherwise? You know, because they're looking at building things like Bismarck and Graf Zeppelin, and like surely they have some smaller slips for things of 30,000 tons or less.
You have to remember, the British basically aided and abetted and encouraged the French to be as vicious as possible with German maritime infrastructure and naval industry. So even the slips which remain in terms of their concrete form don't have the facilities on them. You have to build all that. This is the main problem for the Germans when it comes to trying to build the infrastructure to build the fleet for Plan Z. The fact is they have infrastructure on paper, but it hasn't been rebuilt to the standard it could actually be used. It's like, there is a lovely concrete slab underneath this shed. Is it stressed to put a ship on it? No, it's not. And if I had a concrete slab, which I stressed to put a ship on it, let's say I built it in 1910, it'll be a lovely concrete slab in 1910. If it's then left from 1918 onwards with no work, no investment done into it at all, and all the industry and cranes around it are disappeared, all the rails are ripped up, all those things are gone. In 1939, what state's that slab going to be in?
Oh no.
The concrete's probably actually theoretically increased in durability, but everything beyond that is going to be in a terrible state.
Yes, and remember, what kind of rebar did the Germans like to use in 1910?
Yeah, that's not going to go well.
Concrete cancer! There's going to be... It's all over the place. And that was actually a big issue. There's a reason why the Germans become one of the world's leading authorities in the late 1930s. About 1938 onwards, they published tons of papers on how to fix concrete cancer. Because they're suffering from so much of it.
Christ.
And this is one of the joys when you start looking into this and start... This is the fun of why you have me and Drac have these conversations and scare people off. Because we start talking about this and going, well, the concrete cancer, that's affecting this yard. And if we consider the papers were coming out of these universities, which are so doing this yard, so that's why they couldn't reactivate that yard, and that's why they couldn't reactivate that yard, and that's why that slip was never used the whole way through World War II.
Yeah. So...
But that doesn't mean they can't do anything with these ships. They can do a lot with them. It's just the thing is, they have to use the fitting out yards.
Yeah, we have to set the expectations for what scale the Germans can work at here, which I think Dr. Clarke has done magnificently there before we go in. And this does actually tie into a lot of the thoughts I've been having. But I think first thing to do is I've got my Conways in front of me on the German from 1910 to 1921. Sorry, 1905 to 1921.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go through, and let's first lay the groundwork. What's arriving in Wilhelmshaven, Kiel, etc. in January 1st, 1939? So, the 4 Nassaus are still extant by the end of the war. So are the 4 Helgolands. All of the Kaisers and the Königs are still around as well. So, all of the High Seas Fleet's battleships that entered service during and before the Great War have arrived intact. That's not a problem. Including the really valuable items, Bayern and Baden. And the Königs as well, but that's I'll get back to them. Blucher has gone the way of the ghost, sadly, so there's not going to be confusion over Hipper having to be renamed again. So that's good. Von der Tann is arriving. Goben is not there, but Moltke is. So Moltke and Seydlitz are sort of a pair of half-sisters. I think. Yeah, roughly, give or take. You've not got Lutzow, but Derflinger and Hindenburg are also functioning as a pair of quasi-half-sisters. So you've got 5 battle cruisers showing up.
Yeah.
You've got 2 Königsberg-class light cruisers, none of the Dresdens. You've got 2 Nautilus-class mine layers.
Why haven't you got Dresden?
Oh no, one was scuttled. Dresden was scuttled on the 14th of March 1915, apparently, and Emden. No, the old Dresdens, the Dresdens from World War One, the originals.
Yeah.
So Dresden and Emden.
No, there's the Con class light cruiser Dresden.
Oh yes, the second. Sorry,
yep.
I'm going by class name. My apologies. Go.
Okay, it's just when you said that we've not got Dresden, I was going, I'm sure Dresden's there.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a Dresden there.
Now there'll be 2 of them, because there's 2 of them. Oh no, so there's 2 Emdens. So, Nautilus-class mine layers. 2 of the Kolbergs, because 2 of them got sunk quite early in the First World War. Mainz and Cologne. One... hang on. Yeah, 1... Sorry, no, 2 Magdeburg class. I'm having to really closely examine these fake dates to make sure I get it right before I claim shit. So 2 Magdeburg class light cruisers, 2 Karlsruhe class light cruisers, 2 Groudens light cruisers. Oh no, sorry, the Karlsruhe class are gone. Sorry, my mistake. They're sunk. 1 Pillau class light cruiser.
The Colnes.
Oh, hang on. No.
Did you say we're both sunk?
No, sorry, the Karlsruhe. I meant to say, my mistake.
Karlsruhe. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, they're both sunk. Brummer class, they're both around. The Wiesbaden class, they're both around. Sorry, no, one of them's gone. One of them's around. The Königsberg 2s, they're all around.
Yeah, both Karlsruhe and Nuremberg are around. They're Königsberg, aren't they?
Oh no, all of them around. Yeah, Königsberg, Karlsruhe, Emden, and Nuremberg. Yeah, they're all around.
Yeah.
And for the Kölns, there's only 2 of them because only 2 were ever completed. That's Köln the second and the second Dresden.
I think in total, what?
And there's
14 light cruisers.
There's about 3.5 dozen. Please, can we not call them destroyers? Can we just call them torpedo button? Because they're not destroyers.
Thank you.
Not in the nicest way. The Germans, the trouble is, and I put this in a video which I did ages ago on the fleets of the Battle of Jutland. In order to build the dreadnoughts and trying to build as many dreadnoughts as they couldn't build cruisers and they couldn't build destroyers. So they built torpedo boat, which were basically small destroyers. And that's the difference between the German infrastructure and the British infrastructure. The British infrastructure was building more dreadnoughts, whether they're battleships or battle cruisers, but also still churning out a humongous amount of cruisers, to an extent that the Germans themselves were actually estimating the town class had about 50% more members than they actually had in their intelligence reports, because they couldn't otherwise figure out how the Royal Navy had so many cruisers around the world. And then there's the destroyers, which let's put it this way, the average German destroyer in the North Sea, there is a reason why the British were quite easily able to protect the weather when there would be a full fleet operation. Because their destroyers were not the greatest at operating in the heavy seas.
I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing... You're basically looking at... Basically, the only destroyers the Germans are keeping are the... There's 2 classes of about 2,000 tons that they built during the war. That they classed as full-size destroyers at the time, and they are realistically the only ones that they've got that have any scope for service.
It's a really interesting time that the Gross torpedo boats, the large torpedo boats, which are about 1,000 tons. The amount of people who want to retroactively class them as destroyers when the Germans themselves didn't call them destroyers.
Yeah. Just
to try and make things look more fair and even. And you go, no, actually, the fact is that they didn't have that, and that makes the Battle of Jutland more interesting. The fact that they achieved what they did despite having that. And I still do not say it was a German victory, because, in the nicest way, it's very rare that the winner flees the field of battle. But the fact is that the Germans managed to avoid that third engagement. And if it hadn't been for intelligence failures on the British side and communications failures on the British side and all those things, they would have had the third engagement. And that would have been tremendously damaging for them, and that probably would have lost them ships. Let's be honest, Seydlitz. Even in her November 1918 form, honestly, if that ship turns up, you're not doing more than scrapping that ship. There is no way you want to try and work with that ship. She took a huge amount of damage. The fact she stayed afloat is a testimony to the quality of her crew. It's a feat almost miraculous that they get that ship back. And I know they put it back in service and they make a big thing of, yeah, we've repaired it, yes, it's floating again. No one wants to take it anywhere near combat again. Not even the Germans. No one wants to. The crew are very brave, they believe in their ship, but no one wants to take that thing anywhere near combat again. It was smashed up. I mean, it was literally used by several Queen Elizabeth-class battleships as target practice. There is no... The fact it's like is amazing, but no one wants to take that thing back into combat again.
Oh, no.
Maybe Hitler, but he's about the only one who'd be moronic enough to do so. And when I say moronic, there are people who always like to say Hitler was stupid at these things. He's not. That's the bad thing about him. That's why he's good at getting people on his side, by pretending to be what they want him to be. And projecting that image. But the thing is, he is very stupid when it comes to naval power. Because he continues on the idea of Napoleon, that naval power is something that is basically an extension of land power, and it operates on the same principles.
It does not.
And the very different reality about sea power versus land power is that the sea is a global commons which you cannot claim. You cannot put a fort there. You cannot do sort of things to go, this is my water and no one else can move around it. You can't do that. And also the other problem with the sea is that, unlike on land, where you can go, well, there's a nice valley, there's a mountain range. I wonder which way the enemy are going to come. They might come across the mountains, or they might just walk through the valley. This is a tough one. You can do that. If I used to teach a course at King's, which is all about studying the geography of war, and the fact that actually geography limits a lot of conflicts, and a lot of the stuff which people get into and think is a massive, unfathomable decision. We don't know why this power is doing this or this country is doing this, and you sit there and go, it's geography. It's literally, if they are feeling insecure, they want to secure a border so they can. Mountain ranges are secure borders because they're very difficult to get a lot of people through very quickly. And it's, whereas with the sea, don't really have the equivalent. You do have mountain ranges at sea, but they don't tend to affect the things which are passing over their top.
No.
They do affect submarines. And that's the other good thing. I'm just clarifying. None of the German submarines came forward in time with them, because
no,
I don't.
They said
that would not.
They said nothing about the U-boat arm, so I'm not including it.
Oh, thank God for the cruise. Oh, that was good. I have to admit, that bit have got me worried, because let's be honest, and I know people like to have all these streams about submarines in World War One and World War Two. They are submersible torpedo boats. For the vast majority of World War II. That's what you're dealing with submarines. They are submersible torpedo boats. They are made to cruise around on the surface, and then they hide underwater. That gets slowly less and less the case as you go forward in time, but the ones in World War I are incredibly the case.
The only German
World War II, yeah.
Would you say they're basically floating coffins by this point?
The only German submarine...
Yeah, the World War I ones would be.
The only exception to that would be the final generation of German U-cruisers, the large ones with the 2 6-inch guns, but even then, their utility is limited to the early war at best, when Allied aircraft are still minimal.
No, I'd say the only ones which would have been useful would have been the SMs, the large mine layers they had at the end of the war. Not the guns ones. The ones which are the mine layers, they would have been really useful. Let's be honest, there's a reason why the Royal Navy is preparing for a mine war. They've done their stats, they've done their analysis, they know the most dangerous thing the Germans can do is start laying mines around their coast, and when the Germans don't do it, or rather, they don't do it anywhere to the level the British were expecting, that's when you see the Royal Navy falter and go, hang on, what are these people doing? And it takes them a while to realise that the submarines are going for the torpedo kills. And they go sort of looking at them going, but why? This is the riskiest of the weapons you can do. If you're using your guns, that's fine, you can get in on the surface, but as long as we've got escorts going around, that stops you. And when they eventually realised, thanks to wargaming and all the work of the wonderful teams that are up in Liverpool, and there was a lot of teams involved in that there are submarines are going through the centre of the convoy on the surface, shooting things with their guns, that's very quickly solved. That's literally there's now a flag class sitting in the centre of the convoy, because in a surface duel, believe it or not, between a submarine and a flag class corvette, one of those vessels is designed to sink, and one of those vessels is designed to float. So if they get damaged, what happens? That's your basic problem with being a submarine of any period fighting on the surface. You're in a vessel which is instinctively designed to sink. You get any damage, you start to sink. That's your problem. And, that's not a bad thing to have, but that means in a gunfight on the surface, you're at a disadvantage.
Yep.
So even a flag-class corvette is going, hello! Your dinner!
This is literally what we were built for.
And if they're Canadian ones, of course, they try to land, start naked on you, and take the vessel.
Sierra, no staff are coming back with the...
I believe it's literally just the ships, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the ships. It's the ships.
It's just the ship.
It's the ships. Full loads of fuel and ammunition as well, though, are coming back with them. So that's also something to bear in mind.
Well, that's good, because honestly, they're going to have a lot of coal and a lot of oil on them, which is going to be quite fun to try and pump off. Again, with the infrastructure they've got available to do it, they probably use some tank barges. Because the fuel's almost more useful than the ships, let's be honest. The German, the Kriegsmarine doesn't have actually that good of fuel stores. It's one of the things that's often forgotten is about 1914, they're begging for fuel off the Italians.
Yeah.
And then later in the war, when the Italians are begging for fuel back off them, they go, no, you can't have any. And it's sort of a case of, that's a bit rude.
Since we're on that topic, and another discussion that came up with part of that was, do they actually have the industry to build the shells for these ships that have returned?
Oh, no.
Do they actually be able to keep the shell production up?
No.
So they're going to need either rearming or incredibly sparing use.
Again, you have to remember, the Treaty of Versailles, let's put it this way, there are always people make about the French going, we're going to squeeze the German orange till the pipsqueak and all those sort of things. And people go, well, the British don't make those comments, so the British must have been going nicer. No, the British going with one motive entirely for the Treaty of Versailles. Germany will never have the infrastructure and industry ever again to build another high seas fleet. That is it. And they very successfully accomplished that. At no point is there any chance of Germany managing to build up a second high sea fleet in anything but a period of decades. Because they're going to have to build infrastructure from the ground up. It's not so much a case of salting the fields, as so much as salting, irradiating, and then building a great big concrete parking lot over the fields.
Yeah, that's not easily recoverable.
That's the British methodology going in. And this is the thing, the British covered that up quite nicely by letting the French be all aggressive and nasty. And the Americans go, but we should be nice. And Wilson going, I've got these 14 points, it's all beautiful. And the British just let them keep having the arguing and just get this bit in. And people don't realise until you look at it and go, hang on, the naval section of the Treaty of Versailles is nastier than almost anything else. And there's a reason the Germans are actually able to get aircraft manufacture back before they're able to get a ship agreement. In fact, the only chance they can get of a ship agreement is after they have a separate agreement with the British on the Anglo-German Naval Treaty. Because they know if they don't have that, there are so many codicils in there. Let's put it this way, if they'd started doing the stuff without that, at that point, let's be honest, their army and air force and all those things were definitely not up to anything. In 1935-36, they couldn't have resisted a flea. And the French would have walked in at the British behest, and the British would have been there supporting them from the sea.
It's important.
And maybe landed the expeditionary force.
It's important.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's important to bear in mind, this is why the Deutschland's appearing was such an alarm bell for the British. It wasn't the fact that the ships were threatening, it's more that the Germans have built this after all the impediments we put on them.
I think the Clarke might disagree with you here, Fleet.
Let me rephrase that for you, because you were quite right. For the press, it's an alarm bell. For the government, it's a shock. For the Navy, they're not surprised, because basically the Deutschland class are an updated version of the pre-Dreadnought battleships which they were allowed to maintain. That's all they are. The Royal Navy knows this, but then the Royal Navy turns around and goes, hang on, this is kind of useful for us. And a guy called Admiral Henderson and another one called Admiral Chatfield actually helps out with a good idea. They go, hang on, we need funding for the Navy to rearm at the moment. We've been having trouble getting funding out of the 10-year rule.
Squeeze them!
The Deutschland class are scary!
Pocket battle.
The Royal Navy, in a nice way, the Germans have maximum they build 3 of these things. Think about how many county class cruisers the Royal Navy have. About Renown, Repulse, Hood. At the same period as these things are coming into service, they actually get rid of Tiger. If they'd been that terrified of them, Tiger would have found a way to magically survive. Remember, they have to make a choice of which is going to be their gunnery training ship. And they choose not to go with Tiger. They choose to go with Jellicoe's flagship, HMS Iron Duke.
Yeah.
If they'd been really worried about the Deutschland class as surface raiders, which would you have picked as your gunnery training ship?
Tiger. Fox was asking if you can hop up Fleet. Is that okay with you?
I suppose so. It's acceptable.
She wanted me to ask you first if she had permission.
Sure, of course. Besides, I was going to jump into my I was actually
hearing Renown, Repulse, Tiger, etc. mentioned, she knows a fair chunk about battle cruisers. So
yeah, I was going to jump
Probably
into the
does.
meat.
That's
of
good.
I was going to jump into the meat of my question anyway. As in, well, the meat.
Hello!
The meat of my Fuck! I can't English today. Okay, let me try that again. Let me just rewind. Roll the footage. So, the ships have arrived in Germany. Now, now I'm gonna say a few things, and now I may or may not be wrong, and I'm sure Dr. Clarke will have comments. But just let me get through my spiel first, and then we can come back around and tear it apart.
Well, it's very nice. I waited till you finished to bring up the infrastructure.
That's true. That's true. So, for me as a given, Nassau's Helgolands scrapped. Shells taken off, ammunition removed, guns removed, scrapped. There is no use case for them, and if we're going to keep any of the other ships in service, we need the ammunition and the high quality, the coal, to be blunt. And also, it's high quality steel that Germany could kind of use right about now for other things. You know, right now. Von der Tann, personally, I'm unsure. I think that of all these ships to keep, the battle cruisers are the ones that have the most reuse potential, especially Hindenburg and Der Flinger. If there were any of the ships that would get anything above a fire control refit and perhaps a basic secondary battery reworking, it would be Der Flinger and Hindenburg, in my opinion. The Koenigs, I think, are definitely going to get a basic fire control refit. The Bayerns are probably going to get the biggest reworking outside of Hindenburg and Der Flinger, because again, 2 additional 15-inch armed vessels. The Kaisers, I can see going one of 2 ways. Either they're scrapped to make room to free up, e.g. spare barrels, spare ammunition for the Koenigs, or they, in some weird Frankenstein abomination, they could somehow find... Again, this is all... I've not got into the whole logistics of how they're going to do this yet. This is my thought process. Remove the wing turrets, take them down to 6 12-inch gun-armed vessels, and use that space to add some form of heavy AA battery, which the Koenigs can put on in between their forward and amidships turrets. And it's not even a complicated, we're going to use that space for other things. No, we are plating over that hole in the hull, and that's what we're doing. We're not fanning about. In regards to... Now, Seydlitz is probably a write-off, basically because of what Dr. Clarke has said. She is in no state to go to sea in any form of combat action again, so she's probably a write-off. This leaves Von der Tann and... Oh, the name of... Conway's come here! Von der Tann and...
Moltke?
Moltke, thank you! Von der Tann and Moltke for either service as second line combatants of relatively acceptable speed, or alternatively, if they stick around, one of the reasons that the World War II Seydlitz, the cruiser, was converted, and I remember Drac telling me this distinctly, was that the Kriegsmarine wanted another carrier. They needed a large hull to make a carrier. Seydlitz was the only large hull that they had going spare, quote-unquote, even though she was nearly finished. And so she was torn down to the waterline and rebuilt as a carrier because that's what was available. However, if you have 2 other large hulls lying around that you could tear down to the waterline and convert, even if they are older vessels, that's... Oh yeah, Seydlitz is absolutely large enough to make a decent carrier conversion, even though she'll not be as capable, in my opinion. But that's... Bear in mind, that's a very, very niche option, dependent entirely on these 2 ships surviving until the point where that comes up in Kriegsmarine thinking.
The other problem with that is Seydlitz the cruiser is a 32-knot ship. Seydlitz the battle cruiser is 26.5 knots. Moltke is 25.5 knots on a good day with the good coal.
And Von der Tann is even smaller.
Even the Hindenburg... and this is the trouble for the Germans, realistically, on all these ships, is that they're all good. Von der Tann is 24.8 knots, and that's again with the best coal. There's a figure that likes to go around about Von der Tann that she achieved 27.75 knots. She did, but she was under trial conditions, and she had premium coal. And there's a whole dispute of whether it was coal imported from Britain, from America, or from Italy?
Possibly.
But it was premium coal. And then when they did it realistically, she's 24.8 knots. And also, you've got all the scenarios of, with coal, etc., we talk about coal. Good example today is Baltimore. Baltimore currently is being collapsed because of the bridge collapse. So I hope no one listening was affected by it, and I hope everyone's okay. But it's a case of that's happened. Now, one of the big problems for America is that Baltimore is a critical place for coal import and export. It's one of the few places set up to handle that level of infrastructure and that level of industry. There is a huge amount of industry which goes into moving, because coal is an incredibly annoying thing to move in bulk. It is incredibly annoying. Basically, the entire reason for creating most of the railways and canals in the UK was because coal was that annoying to move.
Yes.
That was literally the impetus.
That is correct.
A lot of the infrastructure industry which supports coal-powered ships in Germany has disappeared, if not been eradicated completely, by the treaty system. And so, again, on top of the infrastructure, and this is a problem with all the ships, is any ship which you're going to use, you're going to either have to convert to diesel engines, or to your new high-pressure steam oil-powered steam turbines, because you've got the infrastructure to move that stuff. You could try and rebuild the infrastructure to move coal, but if you do that, that's going to take focus and energies and resources away from elsewhere. So what else are you not going to do it? Becomes the question.
So if the options are dieselization or conversion to high-pressure oil, since the Kriegsmarine is going to want to make some use out of these ships, now, they can run them... They could probably transfer coal from one ship to another, as in within the high seas fleet, at a very basic level.
Yes.
Using a barge and a lighter. But once those reserves...
With the coal supplies they have, yeah.
Yeah, but once those reserves run out, they need a long-term sustainable solution. Oh.
It's the same with shells.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in theory, for the 12-inch guns, there is especially if you're keeping enough of the ships, there is an acceptable case, perhaps, for a production line being set up to build those 12-inch shells, especially if you've got enough of them in the ships to reverse engineer the shells themselves, or come up with a new design for a shell that fits those guns.
Or there's an easier option.
Oh?
Do they not still have the old blueprints, potentially, or were they also destroyed?
They don't have the machinery to do them. You have to build up the machinery to be able to do it and do that methodology. But you do have a gun in production which could fit into the 12-inch hole.
Oh?
The 11-inch guns you fitted on Scharnhorst and Eisenhower. You've got a production line running.
Could that work?
Yeah, you can fit them into the 12-inch.
Ammo handling? Will that not be a problem?
Again, if you think about it, it's far easier to adjust a hoist which is designed to lift a 12-inch shell to live an 11-inch shell. It's going to be heavier in slightly different ways, but you're going to be working with enough space to probably do it.
And if necessary, push comes to shove, just shove padding in there to keep the shell cozy while you're moving it around. Yeah,
in a nice way, it's easier to put padding in than it is to try and scrape it out and try and make it bigger. It's a lot easier. Just look at the trouble they were having when they were doing late war and they were going, we're going to upgrade Eisenhower to 15-inch. And they're basically going, right, we're going to have to take the entire turret out and all the turret systems, everything else out, and replace it. And they went, we can get this done in 6 months. Of course, she's not actually finished. But I don't know which person drew up the timeline for 6 months and what magical genie they thought was going to be there to do it. But if you were taking out 3 complete turret sets, all the systems which sustain and support them, replacing all the shell and handling systems of the magazines, and you think it's honestly going to be done in 6 months, then you are either believing you have the power of a god, or you are a god, because that's the only way that's happening in 6 months in wartime.
Or you're in Nazi Germany.
Especially with...
Or you're in Nazi Germany and the Führer says he wants it done in 6 months. You say, yes, mein Führer, and don't go to the Eastern Front, because you say you can get this done.
And plan to take a very long holiday in 5 months and 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, basically. But...
How hard would it be to swap these guns out, potentially, then?
I mean...
How would it require refit time in dockyards, or...
I mean,
because you were saying earlier about the infrastructure problems.
Yeah, the problem is the ability to actually refit these ships.
Well, that's the fitting out, where the fitting out dockyards come in, because the thing is, it's far easier to have a fitting out yard and to manufacture and put in and sustain a fitting out yard. And the Germans have fitting out yards. They are never being used to maximum during the war, because the real short position on them is the actual yards which can actually build the hulls and launch it. That's the thing that's causing the bottleneck in their construction. It's kind of like for the Japanese, it's their production abilities to produce steel, etc., which means that while they're building Yamato, Musashi, Shinano, they cannot build anything else, pretty much. And that's why, as much as I love those ships and think they're very gorgeous ideas, I also think they're actually a terrible decision for the Japanese, because you can basically build them, or you could build everything else. And I always think it would be more sensible for the Japanese to have built everything else.
Fair enough.
There's a reason for the gap in the construction, in the Japanese construction.
So,
And it's the same with the Germans here. They could actually have fitted them out.
so basically they can actually use these ships, in theory.
In theory, they can probably fit out... I don't think they could get all of them fitted out or do anything like that, but I think they could probably have taken at least 4 or 8 of the capital ships and fitted them out. They might be able to take some of the light cruisers, but then it comes to crewing them. And again, that's your big problem, your massive shortage if you're the German Navy, is they've become very officer-heavy to try and retain the culture that they were losing when the Kaiserliche Marine was being transformed, was being cut and gutted at the end of World War I, again by the Treaty of Versailles. They turned themselves into a very officer-heavy organisation, which has in turn undermined their NCO generation. Their Chief Petty Officer equivalents are nowhere near the level of proficiency in the Kriegsmarine in 1939 than the equivalent Kaiserliche Marine ones were in 1914. They are just nowhere near that. They are good. They're working hard. Please don't get me wrong on that one. I will not be that rude about them. But compared to the proficiency and experience they had of their equivalent numbers in 1914, the Kaiserliche Marine were far.
It's not lack of effort, you're saying.
It's lack of opportunity.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
It's lack of... They don't have the ships to train them, and if you think about it, if you want to suddenly mobilize these sorts of ships, you're going to need a lot of crew, and you're going to need a lot of officers who are all going to have to learn new things very quickly to make them put them use. If you don't have a good crop of senior NCOs to advise junior officers and to keep an eye on the crew, then who's going to have to take on all that duty? It's going to have to be the senior officers, and the Germans don't have enough of them either.
A question. Won't
Yes?
they have them in retirement? Because a lot of the old blokes that would have been officers back in the Kaiserliche Marine would still be around, just in retirement.
Well, you see, a large chunk of them weren't, because some of them were the wrong side of the border in Poland, and came from those territories. Some of them came from other territories. Some of them went off to the Merchant Marine. A lot of them went to America. A lot of the German Navy officers were recruited by things like South America, etc., and places like that to go and strengthen their navies. And then on top of that, you have a large chunk of them who were of the wrong religion as far as the government was concerned. And it's kind of like, how do I put this? There have been few decisions worse for militaries than King Louis's decision that he's going to strip the Huguenots out of his armed forces. It basically gives the Royal Navy almost the creme de la creme of the French Navy officers come over to Britain and immediately join the Royal Navy because it's the only career they can do. And he loses about 2/3 of his senior high command and about 1/3 of every officer below that. He strips his forces just because he doesn't want Protestants in his navy anymore. For the Germans, the Jewish officers in the fleet in the Kaiserlich Marine were overwhelmingly present in 2 areas of the fleet: communications and engineering.
Oh dear.
And they'd been overwhelmingly retained in those 2 areas. Which are the areas which are noted for the weakness of the German Navy in World War II?
Communications and engineering. Oh dear, we've got a problem. Well, we have multiple problems with this question. Right.
Now, that's not saying there aren't some. Foxer, you're quite right. There are some they can go and get back, but those are people who haven't been in the service for 20 years.
And also
So you not only have to go find them, get them back, you're not going to be picking out necessarily the best ones from the list, the most capable engineer. You're going for the one who fits your criteria. And yeah, you need a lot of those back, and you're not going to get enough of them. And again, it's going to be someone who's 20 years out of service, so it's 20 years since they last dealt with that steam plant. And we talk about the German World War II steam plants being finicky. The big problems when you get, and the Royal Navy says this when they're assessing the German fleet, and remember, they get quite a good look at the German fleet when they're in the harbour and when they're recovering them after they scuttled, after they've been learnt the news that they might be handed over. No one's sure how they learnt that news, it's just terrible. And they scuttled themselves, which stopped the British having a massive political problem of the Americans and the Italians and the French and others potentially getting a massive fleet boost. It's just terrible. They got that information. It's just atrocious. Anyway, leaving it to one side, when the British were looking at them, one of the big comments that kept coming back was they are really complicated, and they were really interested because they were comparing, because the Germans were using a lot of Parson turbines and a lot of Parson boilers and a lot of turbines and British boilers, etc., or British-inspired boilers. And the British were looking at the boiler and going, yes, you're getting an extra 5-10% more power out of this, but you've added about 3 dozen extra controls to have to manage. Is it worth it? Now, 5 to 10% more power can sound really useful, and it is. But 3 dozen more controls, and you get one of those wrong, you have a major issue, and you've got to manage all of those. You've made it like 20 times more complicated to run. If it's more likely to go wrong and you're going to get no power or you're going to get issues, which is better, having that extra 5-10% more power or not having that? It's kind of like when we're fitting a turbo or other booster system to our car engines. It's great to have them there, lovely more power, but if the base engine doesn't have enough ability to support that turbo, then you add that turbo, you're going to completely destroy your engine. So that's some of the problems for the Germans in this scenario. And the thing is, they can make use of the ships. I think, honestly, there are about 8 or so the major ships they could make use of, and they might well look at the light cruisers. Let's be honest, anything's better than the light cruisers they've been building themselves. They're just... No. Why? Why would you do that to your crews? Again... there were wonderful committees involved, I'm sure, who met for hours, days to discuss them, and had many votes and many discussions over biscuits and all sorts of other drinks while deciding that. And they were okay. I'm not necessarily a massive fan of the whole what's it called? Big man doctrine of history. There is a great man doctrine of history. There is often a lot of context and nuance left out of those scenarios when people get into them. But there is one thing I am fairly constant on. If you want to run a project, whether it's a major recovery operation, whether it's a major shipbuilding operation, whether it's a major tech rollout, you need to have one person who's in charge of everything who has the ability to say no. And they are responsible. And the reason you have to have that is because you need to have someone who at some point will make a value call over, this matters more than this, so we will do it this way. not try to reach a compromise, because often you cannot reach a compromise in a scenario where there's a finite limitations. I.e., if you're trying to do, I don't know, and build a dam or something like that. You need to have someone at the end, and you do, usually when you're constructing a dam, you'll have a senior civil engineer who'll do the stress calculations and will go, yes, we can do that, no, we can't do that. And if they go, well, no, that design would look more prettier, yes, but it'll crumble under the water, so I don't care if it looks more prettier. And they can go, well, but this politician supports me, I don't care, I'm the one signing off on it, we have to do it this way, we have to do it this way. And the good example is the big hydroelectric dam in the United States near Niagara, near Vegas.
Hoover Dam?
Hoover Dam, yes, that's it. There was a huge debate over that because people wanted to make it Corinthian arches and all sorts of things over it, and try and make it very, very pretty. And basically, the civil engineer went, no, it needs to be this shape. But if you make it this shape, it'll be. I think at one point they were talking about making it bow in the opposite direction it does. Because that would give a better view. And basically, no, because that would have actually made it crumble.
Over form. We would like things to actually work, please.
But this is the trouble for the Germans, because they are taken over by a fundamentally dysfunctional political organisation, which pushes its disorganisation throughout the rest of the government. And the Germans have become great at making plans, terrible at executing them, because everyone has a plan, but there's trouble. It's about 6 different plans, which require about 5 times the amount of forces they have to execute any one of them. Because no one's telling anyone exactly what they have, for fear of looking bad in front of the Führer. It's a mountain of disinformation built on a mountain of rumours.
So...
essentially a culture of saving face over being effective.
Yep.
Yes, and the same thing then affects communist regimes. It's basically the joy of all dictatorships. It becomes more about the image, and what matters more is the image of what you're doing and what you're presenting, what you're doing, than the reality. Because the reality is messy. Reality is real life, and as we all know, that's never a straight line. But people who want to present nice things on graphs and show off to their superiors don't like wiggles on graphs. They like them to be nice and straight, going up and showing how glorious they are. So they get the next promotion.
So, after that, again, they don't call this Fleet's Random Ramblings for nothing. That was a huge tangent, but I loved listening to it. Back to the key point that you made when we were... So, you said you roughly calculated 8 capital ships that can be made operational to a standard that the Kriegsmarine can actually use.
Yeah,
and that's within a relatively short-ish. I'm doing short in terms of naval construction timelines here, not short.
Well, that's within time to sort of get into the war. So that's about 1940.
Yeah. So okay, 4 obvious ones for me: Bayern, Baden, Hindenburg, Deflinger. Obviously, Hindenburg and Deflinger because they're the fastest and most well-armed of the battle cruisers, and Bayern and Baden for the obvious reasons that they're a pair of additional 15-inch capital ships.
Yeah. There you go.
So, before I go on to my other 4 definites that will definitely be used, I'm just going to quickly round on these ships in particular. So, Bayern and if Deflinger and first off, do the Germans have dry docks? This is important for what I'm going to filter into next. Bayern and Baden don't need dry docks for what's being done to them. They can just be, done in the fitting out position. But for what I want to happen to Deflinger, for what I think is, if they're going to be rebuilt, you may as well go ham on them. If you can get an additional pair of 28, 29 knot ships in the form of Deflinger and Hindenburg, that would be infinitely more useful to the Kriegsmarine, because then they can perhaps operate with Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
They have docks which could theoretically take them, but those are going to need work to be able to take them.
Are they the same when they're doing Bismarck and Tirpitz, though?
Well, pretty much yes, but there is actually, if I remember correctly, there's actually, next to the one which is doing Tirpitz, there's another dry dock, which they don't actually fix up during the war. So, if they fixed it up, and that's probably another 6 months project. So basically, it's going to take 6 to 8 months, and that's if they actually do it efficiently. So let's say about 9 to 12 months, probably knowing the German system, because it's taking a few months for them to decide it, to actually fix up the yards to do it, and then it's going to take them about another 12 months to actually produce it. So those ships will be available, but they'd be available 1941-ish.
That's honestly, I think that's okay, because if you think about it, if it's taking them that long to refit the dockyards, they can actually go in and do a detailed design study on a proper rebuild of the Deathlinkers, because they've got the time to do the study, if they're committing to it.
Yeah. And if they're really lucky, they will get some very nice Czechoslovakian architects to help them out.
Haha.
Because basically they need to try and get naval architects from all over the former German and Austrian territories, Austro-Hungarian, German territories, and they're going to be short of them. And to do this project, naval architects and marine engineers are going to be at a premium.
Very true. And I think it's gonna be one of those cases where I know Nazi Germany is this, incredibly inefficient, brutal, etc. But we have cases where if they need something done, they will.
They can be subtle and they can be efficient.
Yeah, and they can also smooth over. They can, certain red lines that the Reich would never ever cross. We'd never trust these guys. Will be crossed, and people will be trusted because we need to get this thing done.
Yes. It'd be quite interesting to see how they approach that with some of their former marine engineering officers.
Yeah. So for me personally, so every 12-inch ship that we name is being refitted with the 11-inch guns. That's basically that's basically a given.
That's the easiest, quickest solution.
Yeah.
They've got that in the production, and if you consider,
if we are replacing the guns in the turrets, we can add increased elevation while we're at it to the main guns.
Yeah. So
that's another win-win. So
you can do that within a limited effect. You can.
Yeah. So I think the Deflingers might be the only ones to actually. Brackman, we're getting to that. We're still dealing with the German building program right now. We will get to that. We will get to the rest of the world, but for now. So I think.
Oh, the rest of the world will be fun. Don't worry, you're going to enjoy that. But also, there's a small advantage in going between that, because if you consider the 12-inch gun displaced nearly 52 tons, 51.85 tons.
Yeah.
And the 11-inch gun that's fitted onto the Scharnhorst class is 53.25 tons. So honestly, it's close enough. You can get things working. It's within a 2-ton tolerance, so you can do things to make it work.
The reason that I'm going to say that only, at least at first, given what we're talking about, only Der Flinger and Hindenburg will get a modern, quote-unquote, modern German secondary fit, because they're being fully rebuilt, so they'll get their casemates ripped out, turrets put in, and 105s put in.
Yeah. And also, I would say, if you go with the Koenigs, you'd be using them as basically your Baltic fleet.
Yeah, that's
They'd free up the rest of your ships to the rest of the world, so you don't need them to be fully refitted. They just need to be good enough to take on the Ganguts, and let's be honest.
Okay, so
that doesn't require much.
And besides, okay, I need to check. Do Schleswig and Schleswig-Holstein still burn coal by the time that war breaks out? The two pre-dreadnoughts, were they never refitted to oil burning? Because if not, the Germans must have been coaling them from somewhere, and they must have some port that can coal ships. And if that's the case, and we're using the Koenigs in the Baltic, that means we can shave even more time off getting the Koenigs turned out and their spaces in the queue freed up for other ships by just keeping them as coal burners.
Yeah,
but bear in mind, this is only if.
I think they were. I think they were still coal burners. I don't think they did. I don't think they got the full upgrade. I'm just checking.
Yeah, because if
no, they didn't get the upgrade. Yeah, but it's literally one port where they have the facility to support them.
But that's fine. If we're only using the Koenigs in the Baltic, we can just rotate the Koenigs through being coaled up, send them out to do limited operations. Then when they come back, rotate them through coaling them. That's fine. We can do that. Then that removes them. We'll have the Koenigs as we'll just plop some 88s in open mounts on the deck. In that little superstructure space between the forward and midships turret for anti-aircraft work, slap some 20 mils on top of the turrets and in the superstructure, and fine, just fit directed fire. Actually, fuck, don't even refit the fire control. Just send them. Fine, just deal with it. Like they have the Russians have 2 Gangers, we have 4 Koenigs. We're gonna win. Just go.
Okay, quick question. If the Germans only have 1 port that can recall the battleships, how were they refueling their cruise liners? Sort of like Hamburg America line?
Oh, well, they have a merchant yard that can do it, but the trouble is, it's set for coaling at vessels of cruise liner height.
Yeah,
They're trying to refuel something far lower.
it doesn't
Would be
quite.
that's a lot of a drop.
Couldn't you just modify the place that called cruise liners to get a second place to
The trouble is,
Oh.
the modern system's been set up with conveyor belt coaling. The shells have been designed for it, so they could get the coal on efficiently without having people. The German ships were still designed for manual coaling.
Yeah, this is the thing.
The World War One. So,
this is the thing.
one is where you move stuff by shovel. The other one is when you have conveyor belt. You'd have to redesign the ship.
Yeah,
You'd have to actually modify the ship to get it to work with it.
Yeah, this is why.
And then, it's not saying they couldn't do it, but that it would take time.
Yeah, whereas with that in mind, then, so we've got the Koenigs.
But it is it's a good idea to think about. But it's one of those things of they could, in theory, do it, but that's going to take time and infrastructure to do it.
Okay.
So it's a case of, yes, they can do that, but then they're going to have to take time away from... Well, you see, let's be honest, if I was them, I'd rip out the middle turret on the Koenigs. And that would be the easiest way for me to actually include that system, and also to use a top weight of 88mm.
Actually, AC Naval History, I've got a better idea. I'd
Okay.
go with your idea of a Baltic squadron, but if we've got 8 slots available for full, for major refit/rebuilds of ships, and we only have to do incredibly minor things to ships to get a Baltic squadron. Don't send the Koenigs, send the Kaisers. Just literally, like.
But then you've got one of the reasons why I limited to 8 is because also that's the crew numbers, and it's the 8 best you can actually crew.
Well,
and also you've got to get the Kaisers. You could rip stuff out of the Kaisers, which would be useful. Let's be honest, there is stuff you could rip out of them which would be useful. If I was being really naughty, I'd look at the Kaisers and go, well, they have all these boilers, and they have Schultz-Thornycroft water tube boilers, etc., which are coal-powered ones, and the Koenigs have 3 oil water tube boilers and 12 coal-fired ones, etc. And I'd go, well, if I take out that middle turret, and I restock it, and maybe I take out the oil-fired water tube boilers, and I just make them entirely coal ships, and use a combined boilers, that might well provide me with a slight speed bump, so they can do more than 21 knots, which would be lovely for the Baltic, and would be a necessary surprise if I needed it for, let's say, protecting Norway. Because the other thing I'd be tempted to use them for would be as basically Norway protection ships.
Fair enough. The thing that was basically going around in my mind is that you use the Königs and the Bayerns as basically like if any German heavy units that are modern, so like the Scharnhorst and the Bismarcks, are going out on a raid, to go out and do funny things in the North Atlantic, the Königs and the Bayerns, all like a 6-ship squadron, sort it out in the North Sea, go, oh, look at me, Royal Navy, look at me, I'm going to do funky shit. Who are you going to respond to? Are you going to come after, if you send a large force after Bismarck and Scharnhorst and Tirpitz, we're right here, we might bombard some shit on the East Coast, what are we going to do? Basically, a very big, you can't ignore this, you physically cannot ignore this. Like, I know there is an actual threat up there, but you cannot ignore this, otherwise we will do something that will embarrass you, and possibly cause damage to your infrastructure. Thing is,
although I'm also fairly sure there are certain S&T class submarines which would be so happy to see that lot coming out towards them.
That's very true. That is very true, and German ASW is not the finest in the world.
It's terrible. It's one of the reasons why they're not so great at dealing with the British ASW. Because they don't have any teams to be able to train against.
Okay, that's a fair point, but it was just a hypothetical. But if
so
the way I see this is if if we only get 8 and the rest of the capital ships get scrapped, for me, if that means that we only get 8 period and we don't get any other capital ships to go into the Baltic at all, then my view is very simply the Koenigs also get major work done. You rip out the middle turret, you re-engine them. They also get instead of the 88s I was talking about, you get proper double 105 deck mountings, you know, those twin mount 105s, perhaps even just a pair of them astride the superstructure forward. You actually do some work to them. If we're only going to get 8, we may as well have...
What you could do is you could do that long term. So what you would do is you'd start off, you could do roughly 2 at a time. 2 to 4 at a time. Okay?
So what order would you do then?
So you'd start off with Baden and Bayern, because they're the most useful ships out of the lot. They're the ones closest to being useful.
Yep.
They are the ones which I can use, and if I want to do an escorting group, or if I want to do, I'd be doing that, and then I'd probably be building up the infrastructure so I could do the 2 battle cruisers.
Yeah.
And then I'd have the Koenigs sort of wandering along, and then I'd pull them in as the spots freed up.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Fair enough. I'll tell you what. I've been talking a lot about my rebuilds. Do you have any specific sort of? I know we can't do detailed designs, but do you have any sort of themes that pop into your head for these ships? As we're just talking about this?
Well, if I was doing a rebuild of the Koenigs, and if I was going to really wait to do a rebuild of the Koenigs, I'd make them a 12, 11-inch gunner ship. Because you could do that.
Could you?
They've got quite nice wide barbettes. They could take the triple turrets on the Sharnos.
Oh, okay. Basically,
I might not be able to get all 12. I might end up with 9. But I reckon I could probably push it to 12 if I don't want to be fast. I'm happy to keep them to roughly 24 knots.
How much could we squeeze out of the Deflingers in terms of speed if we're dragging them in for a pretty decent rebuild?
Now, if I want to go for full turbines, full power, everything I've got to chuck in them, and really build the boilers I could build. And possibly rip the boilers out of the Graf Zeppelin for this, because let's be honest, in 1939, if I'm the Germans, I'm that short-sighted. And she's got some pretty nice boilers associated with her build. You could probably be looking at 36-knot ships.
I'm sorry, what? 36?
Well, think about how powerful the boilers are that are in them. Think about how heavy those boilers are, and then think about the equivalent boilers you can buy at this point. They are roughly twice the pressure.
And that's not including any reworks to the hull form that we can do while they're in.
I was about to say, would the hull forms be able to handle 36 knots?
Well, it would be a close run thing. You'd have to reinforce the bow, certainly sections, and a few other things, but you could push for it.
Oh, Spitfire.
It's going to be an interesting thing, but it's not. It's one of those scenarios where it's not an impossible thing to aim for, and if I'm the Germans, let's be honest, they do like to shoot for the moon. So I think aiming for 36 knots is certainly what they'd be doing, and let's be honest, again...
They could easily operate with the Scharnhorst, easily. Because even if you aim for 36 and you only get 32, you're still capable of outrunning anything that isn't Renown and Repulse. Or Hood.
Yeah, or Hood. Although those are then the kind of nasty things sitting in the scenario going, "Oh, we were designed to kill you! You're coming out to play?"
But here's the thing, like my imagination is action off Lofferton, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are there, and then suddenly, and Renown's like, you know what, I'm gonna take this fight in rough weather, and then Scharnhorst and Gneisenau fall back, and then suddenly then Renown follows, and then they're falling back onto a rebuilt Derflinger in Hindenburg, or possibly a non-rebuilt Derflinger.
Trouble is, the thing is, they're going to take, if you put them in, you've got a few months to get it ready, to get the infrastructure built, so roughly about 9 to 12 months to get the infrastructure. They're not going to be ready till 1941.
Okay, so let's...
So, Baden and Bayern, maybe, you have available to lock on.
Yeah, okay, so...
that's, and let's be honest, that's scary enough, because they are, if you have done a little bit of work with them, they start out as 21-knot ships, yes. But they've already got 14 fairly decent boilers. But those decent boilers provide them with 35,000 shaft horsepower. If we go to, I don't know, Scharnhorst, whose boilers weigh not a lot different. Not a lot different to the Baden-Baden. Their 12 boilers provide them with roughly 150,000 shaft horsepower once they go through their turbines. Now, yes, you have to replace the turbines and the boiler sets to get that. But whilst you might not be able to get the full load, if you can up those vessels to 70,000 shaft horsepower.
That's 24.5 knots, 25?
Probably. If you go if you manage to push it even a little bit higher, because it's got three shafts to push it through, you could be talking a 26-knot ship.
Especially if they're especially if they get some minor hull reworks.
I think that's about I think that's the maximum out where Baden and Bayern would sort of end at is about 26 knots. I think that's the maximum if you can put power into them. That's you're going to get is 26 knots.
So...
And that's the thing is though they're still going to be a very solid ship. So they're going to be keeping most of their 26 knots in that kind of stormy weather, and that would be not a nice surprise for. Although that's the kind of surprise which ends with Warspite turning up, going kind of like the Kool-Aid man churning up, going, "Here's Warspite."
Like, so this is okay. So before we go off on tangents, because we've got to get to the responses and everything. So let me just
And didn't Foxo have a point? I think I thought Foxo was going to say something.
Yeah, I'll let her make.
I'm still talking.
It's just two of that pirates. When it comes to converting between oil fired, like. Given that the Germans know they have a critical oil shortage and they know they can support 8 months of war with the Luftwaffe, would the Kriegsmarine actually try and convert them, given that they're already being cut for resources, fuel-wise, by the Luftwaffe? And they can get coal, they can't get oil, particularly.
The thing about it is, if they do decide to go with coal, and that is a very good and sensible point, that won't give them as much give them the power boost, so it won't give them a speed boost. Coal does have an advantage in that it's extra armor for the ship, which oil really isn't, let's be honest. Coal is far better as armor than oil. But the other problem, it does make them in competition with that organization which is most often forgotten about the German Armed Forces Model 2, the railways. And railways always have first dibs on coal in Germany. It goes railways, power stations, and then it would go to it goes to Navy. So whilst the Navy might get more coal, or might be able to with coal have fun, there's a whole problem of that they're dependent on the railways to transport the coal to them, and the railways will take first dibs on it. And if you want to fight a politically powerful organisation in Nazi Germany, Luftwaffe is scary because of Goering and his ability to be bombastically stupid. And especially depending, and inversely proportional to how many chemicals he's on. He actually gets quite erudite when he's off the chemicals. The trouble is he's rarely off the chemicals. But the thing is, if you're fighting the railways for coal, I think you're never going to win that fight. Because the railways literally control the coals coming to you. You might win the argument of people going, yes, you should give them the coal, but whether or not the coal arrives is a completely different matter. Oh, sorry, that train got delayed. Sorry, there was an issue with that train.
Yeah, this is the thing. In Nazi Germany, it was said there were 3 gods. The Führer, the SS, and the head of Deutsche Reichsbahn. Because if you wanted anything in Germany, it had to basically go through Deutsche Reichsbahn.
So it's the catch-22, essentially. You've got a resource you can't get hold of in Germany, has no domestic production of. The few limited synthetic oil is all the Luftwaffe, or the N. You could try and get coal, you're dealing with the railways and the civilian infrastructure.
Yeah. This is... The thing is...
And the really big funny thing is that neither the Japanese nor the Germans thought to get together over synthetic oil production. Because the Japanese have some really good research and needed synthetic oil production. Because they had coal and they could have done it. The Germans had research was quite good in it, But they didn't have the same knowledge the Japanese did, and actually if you put the two knowledges together, most of the synthetic fuel production we do today is thanks to a post-war fusing of the two research strands done in America and the Soviet Russia, where they got the research and they fused it together, and a lot of the stuff we do, which we still produce today from coal when producing synthetic fuels from coal, etc., comes from fusion research, because they were both right, but about their half of the pie. And it's only when you combine the pie together that you get a wonderful thing you want to eat.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
It does. But it's easier to solve the problem of getting oil than it is actually getting coal. Like, yes, you're making yourself.
It's
more...
politically easier to fight Goering than is the head of the Deutsche of the Reichsbahn.
Yeah.
It's easier to fight Goering.
So
which sounds completely insane to say.
Yeah.
But basically, one of those even Hitler had to be nice to.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Goering.
Yes, indeed. If I may, I'd like to because I would like to move on to another part of the point. So can I, if it's not too much trouble, lock in a few points? So, I'm locking in. Bayern and Baden are being refitted first. They will come out around early to mid 1940. They will be ships of about 25 to 26 knots. And we'll have their secondary batteries reworked as well while this has happened. So they'll have a Scharnhorst-style secondary battery. Hindenburg and Der Flinger will go in next. They'll be coming out around mid to late 41.
Actually, what I would say is they would be going in as well, because the thing is, you need to build the infrastructure for those two ships to go into. You've got infrastructure you can put Bayern and Baden in. You can't put those... So you're building more infrastructure, then... Those two can go into the bit of freshly developed infrastructure, as long as you've got the railway on side and got the materials delivered and got everything set up to build those. And then you can bring in two of the Koenigs into there.
Yeah.
And that's basically how you can get through, because they're going to take a year, the Koenigs will take about... And basically by about the end of 1941, beginning of 1942, you will have all 8 done.
Okay, so we'll have all 8 by... So the Koenigs will be filtering in across 1941. By then, across end of 40, most of 41. Der Flinger and Hindenburg will be done by about... So Hindenburg and Der Flinger will be ships of... Aimed for 36, got 30 to 32, in that range, roughly, is a good guesstimate. Again, they'll also have
because they'll push for it, but the reality will be shorter, but they will push for it because, and you never know, they might even try. They might even actually achieve the 36 knots because again, they've got good architects when they're allowed to do the architecture thing. But I have a sincere fear that it would be death by committee.
Possibly.
Of committees.
I almost feel sorry for the screws of those ships as well as the shafts.
Oh,
I guess they will have. The amount of strain put on them.
Yeah.
But it's doable.
But they were again. This was the thing, and this was the beautiful assessment done by Denoncourt after the war, after looking at the German ships which were being recovered. In things, their whole screws and system, their whole shafts were terribly over-engineered in his view.
Well, fantastic.
He felt they were far too heavy.
Well, fantastic.
And that's useful for that, but it also explains some of the issues they had with their own engines. And, you know, it's one of the interesting things is once you start getting into the idea of hollow shafts, etc., things become very interesting.
So, where was I? Oh yeah, so...
What do we do about lighter elements then, or Gunfleet?
I'm getting to that. Like, this is I'm trying to lock all this in. I'm trying to lock what's happening with the German Navy.
Okay. That's not where I've got that, but keep going then.
Move on. No, like, we've discussed it. I'm locking it in now, so we can call back to it as we move on with this scenario. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, Hindenburg and Der Flinger coming out mid to late 41. 32 at a push, 30 maximum normally ships. With, again, they'll also have a Scharnhorst-style secondary fit with twin 15cm and twin 10cm secondaries. Where this changes is with the Koenigs. The Koenigs will come out with a mix of casemates because we want to get them done relatively quickly, and they're the least important of the ships we're refitting. They'll get the fire control refits, they'll get the engine fits. Are we switching to triples, or are we sticking with twins? This is the big thing.
Twins will be quickest, but I wouldn't be surprised if they at least try one with the triples.
Okay, so we'll have
and work out that the one will try for triples, and the others will probably end up being twins because it'll just take so much time.
Yeah. So the one with triples will probably be first in, last out, and the three with twins will come out. I'd say with the new boilers, you're looking at 23 knots, 24 at a push.
20. Go for 24 because I think that's fairer to them, because they had quite a fast hull design. It was an interesting conversation at the British when looking at them, because they were looking at them and they were looking at the Queen Elizabeth class, and they went, these are more a response to the R class than ours, than the Queen Elizabeth class, but they should be faster.
Okay, so they're all out. Their secondary battery will probably be, you'll have the 105s, you'll have 20mm AA and 37mm AA, but you probably won't have any twin 15s, basically because all the deck space for them is needed for your heavy AA battery. Because you, even if, and I'm being generous in saying that if they realise that the triples aren't going to work, they're probably going to stick with 5 twins for the rest of the ships to get 10, 11-inch broadsides.
No, they probably go with 8. They probably still get rid of that middle turret. Let's be honest, getting rid of that middle turret gives you more space for a lot of boiler work, gives you a lot of space for a lot of things, and it gives you easy access to boilers, so you could almost do it in the fitting out dock rather than needing to dry dock them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because you think about it, if you remove that turret section, if you move the middle turret, you're straight down between the boiler rooms. You're straight down into that cavity. And you can cut through the ship rather than having to cut into the ship.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So yeah, you're looking at that. So yeah, so you're looking at So sorry.
Boxer?
Go on.
Wouldn't that give the ship structural issues though? Because
but you
very circular solid barbette into essentially a void space.
You'd have to fill it and you'd have to reinforce it, but
that would probably
that'd be part of the design work, and it would also, it's going to sound strange, you can relocate things into there and also use that as part of maybe not putting in as much bulging if you want to. If you're removing the engines and you're putting some torpedo defense around the engines, etc., you can use that space and you can put in some. So it's a lot of there's a lot of advantages. There's a lot of complications made by it. Rightly, there are a lot of complications, but there's also enough of a advantage to doing it that I wouldn't be surprised if they did it.
Yeah. So
it's those classic trade-offs.
Yeah. So where are we? Yeah. So with that, so we've got the 4 Koenig. We've got the 4 Koenigs, one of which is a one-off with. Oh, you know what? I'll be generous. 4 triples. We'll say they got one with 4 triples. I'll be generous.
They literally went for the maximum, then realised this is a nightmare. No, we're not doing this again.
Yeah. Now then, so that's the.
So probably it's Koenig herself, which gets the 4 triples.
Yeah. So that's the capitals locked in. Now, the interesting thing here is what happens with the German cruisers. For me, personally, I see the best of them being not used as cruisers, but as basically anywhere the Germans want to send destroyers, but do not want to risk their limited stock of modern destroyers, they send what I'm essentially going to describe as warmed over World War I light armored cruisers.
Let me put another idea in your head. If you consider not so much this is prior to the loss of Narvik and all those things, so when they're thinking about that, and hopefully they don't lose a whole load of these cruisers in Norway, but if the Royal Navy gets a chance, they will take them out as happily as anything. Because the Royal Navy basically goes, basically when combat begins in Norway, the Royal Navy's basically going after German destroyers because they know that they're the key enablers. Think about the Germans and how capable they would have been of getting fleets out to sea in the later war and getting task forces out from late 1940 onwards, if they'd been able to escort those ships properly. Oh. One of the most silly decisions made during the Battle of Denmark Straits is, of course, telling the British County class to hang back and not engage because they want to clear a field of fire for their capital ships. And I will always consider that a silly choice because it's completely against British doctrine at the time, which was always to engage with more superior force. If the enemy has a capital ship, bring 2. If the enemy has a cruiser, bring 2. If the enemy has a capital ship and a cruiser, bring 2 of each and smack them. But if the enemy turns up and they haven't got destroyers, and you have destroyers, then you chuck your destroyers in. And yes, the tribal class were off doing other things, which was why Hood and Prince of Wales didn't actually have the destroyers managing to keep up with them, because the destroyers which were with them couldn't keep as well up in the storm as the tribal class could, because the tribal class were big enough that they could muscle through the waves just that bit better. Not a huge amount better, but enough they could keep up with them. There is a difference. Sometimes when I say that, people go, "Oh, you're saying they're so much better, they're superior in every way." No, they're not. It's a very marginal improvement, but it's enough of improvement. It's one of those scenarios where you're sitting there going, you're either one side of this point, or you're the other side of this point. It's kind of like a coin. If you've got enough improvement, you're over that line, you can keep up. If you're not over that line, you're not going to be able to. And that's the scenario for the tribal class. But the thing is, imagine Denmark Straits, if they've not just got that, they've got some of those cruisers with them as extra escorts.
So this is, like, I get what you're saying, but this is the thing. We have the similar problem here with coal and oil firing. For these cruisers to be effective, they've got to be rebuilt, and we've got to find the crews for them. Which means we've got to pick the best of them, and we've also got to figure out what to replace their, to be blunt, somewhat archaic armament layout that they're carrying.
Why?
Well,
I'm asking a question for a reason, and I'm gonna enjoy the answer. But I'm gonna ask why.
Assuming that we do not keep, basically my principle for keeping a German cruiser in this timeline is this: it must be armed with 15cm guns, at least, to be kept, which is one of my priorities, and it must be capable of a speed greater than 27.5 knots. So that rules out anything before the Pillau, Pillau. Is that how you pronounce that in German?
Well, that pretty much. Yeah, the Con class can do 27.5 knots exactly.
Yeah.
The Bromner class can do 28 knots, so they're okay. But
yeah, again, it's those two factors to me. The reason I'm not picking the 15cm guns because, they're big. It's more the fact that gives us more. If we want to change armament, we've got more room to work with in terms of stepping down if we want to, or adding the new German 150s.
Pretty much the only ones you've got are going to be the Brumners, which are also, I would say, actually are probably the most useful of them as well that survive, because those ones are also the mine layers, and they could carry 400 mines. But I wouldn't want them for filling in for the destroyer rolls, etc. I'd want them for mine laying.
Okay.
I'd want them for doing all sorts of naughty operations with mines, because if you can lay 400 mines, think about if one of those managed to get quietly into position, and especially if you managed to up its speed a bit, so it could. And it's got 33,000 shaft horsepower from 6 boilers and 2 turbines and 2 screws. It's getting 28 knots, but the thing could get so much more. It doesn't take much to get it to a 32 knot ship. If it's getting 28 knots from 33,000 shaft horsepower, if you put in some decent boilers that are going to give you double the pressure and all sorts of things to help build up steam capabilities, you can get it going faster. You might be able to even break the 30 knot barrier, and that's going to be fun. But that's carrying only 4 of the 4.5, only 4 of the 50mm guns. It's got 2 88s for AA guns, and it's got 2 of the 500mm torpedo tubes. But it also, as I said, carries 400 mines. And the Brumners, they're scary. Because, let's put it this way, they're the closest the Germans would have at that point to something approaching an Abdeel kind of capability.
True. So they're definitely capped just for that capability alone. Capability alone.
Let's be honest, that's almost what the Germans are trying to rebuild with their light cruisers prior to World War II, and failing miserably.
Yeah, so that's that's basically a massive win for the Kriegsmarine right there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
So then we've got so then out of the requirements I've stated, that leaves us with, hang on, just do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 additional light cruisers outside of the Brummer class that are available for refit. Most of them have equivalent speeds, most of them have very similar secondary arrangements, and most of them, in fact all of them actually, carry 8 5.9-inch guns.
Yeah.
In single mounts. Are we literally just fitting new fire control, converting them to oil firing, and just saying, there we go? Basically.
I would say that's all I do. I would literally make it as cheap and
very
as quick
quick
as
and easy
possible.
refit.
Fair enough then. So that gives.
I might upgrade their 88mm mounts because they've already got most of them 88mm AA mounts. They need those mounts slightly upgraded, but that's not going to be a heavy job for me.
Yeah, and obviously scatter them with 20mm all over the place.
Yeah.
But okay. So
Or that lovely 37mm, which if I'm the Germans, I'm obsessed with.
So,
It's not good, but I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah.
If I'm the Germans.
So we've got.
Yeah.
So assuming all firing conversions with no alterations to turbines, 30 knots. Would you say, given the additional amount of steam they can feed to the turbines from that, would be reasonable? Would you
Well,
say?
yeah, we'll go for 30 knots.
Okay, so that's 7 additional cruisers.
In none of them would I like to come across a town class cruiser.
Oh
We'll
no,
leave that to one
absolutely
side.
not. But it's more. But also, here's the best thing: they are cruisers that can head out to sea and not capsize or be shattered by the waves.
Yes, that's a never-ending advantage. That is a never-ending advantage,
Unlike
and that is really the dream.
Yeah,
just a cruiser which won't capsize in heavy seas. That's just the dream. I think we can all agree. Everyone listening as well. I'm not reading the chat at the same time as listening, so I hope you all agree with this. But we all agree the dream is a cruiser which doesn't capsize in heavy weather.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all agree that's the dream. That's the bar. It's not a high bar, but it's what we want.
Yeah, but this is the important thing to realise. These cruisers, apart from the Brummer class mine layers that will probably be doing sneaky things and running around at, because they're getting a heavier rebuild to make them run around at like stupid speeds to lay mines, these cruisers will most likely be operating very closely with Germany's revived high seas fleet, as I'm going to call it, because they're the only things that can accompany it to sea, and if they get found alone, they are going to get savaged by a town or a county or a tribal.
Well, I was going to say.
Let's put it this way: HMS Sheffield will literally be farming them for XP.
Yeah, like,
that is it. Shiny Chef will be farming them for XP.
Yeah. So these would essentially be the German equivalent to the C-class cruisers.
Basically, yeah.
Or the C and D
Yeah.
rebuilds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who
D class, probably D class closer in rebuilds.
Yeah,
because the C class will basically rebuild as AA cruisers.
Yeah, the D class are probably the D class and D and E's.
Also,
They're
the
D
E-
and
the
E's
E's,
equivalent.
Emeralds.
Yeah, they're D and E equivalent.
Oh no, sorry, do not mention the E's because there's going to be HMS Enterprise turning up to farm them for XP as well.
Okay,
Enterprise
well,
wants a word.
We are talking about the ship which literally dived into a pack of German destroyers and they realised that its guns were all individually aimed and they were hitting all of them simultaneously.
Okay. Destroyers.
That's not a nice ship.
Okay, high
Even something like an Arethusa would probably be able to deal
high
some
seas
damage.
fleet,
Yeah.
destroyers and torpedo boats. Is there anything salvageable, or do we just say sod it, scrap them all, use the steel?
All the torpedo boats. Because the thing I can see them for is being used alongside the Schnell boats. It's just more.
Honestly,
Yeah,
like the thing is,
they're just going to be used as torpedo boat patrol boats. So let's be honest, they don't have that many of them. And look at, in a nice way, they press a French-built Flower-class corvette into service as an escort later in the war.
I would also.
In a nice way, they're always short of coastal escorts for their coastal convoys, and don't get me started on the harbour traffic. So yeah, they're going to have them wandering around. They can use them. They can use them for escorting the vessels in the Baltic.
Oh, and also, the lack of the lack of coaling facilities isn't a problem because there's a really easy way to coal a small vessel like a destroyer. You park it next to a jetty, you bring one solitary coal wagon nearby, open the flaps on this wooden coal wagon, get some blokes with shovels and say, right, fucking fill it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it works.
Fill it or be sent to the
riverine
eastern front.
duties. Yeah, so send them up the rivers in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Or stuff like the Vistula.
True.
And then the ones. Oh, the one that Riga's on. What's it called?
I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, they can get around. They can go and have all sorts of weird fun, doing all sorts of weird things.
Okay.
No, I have the idea of German World War One destroyers fighting in the Battle of Stalingrad as floating artillery batteries.
That would. I don't think they should get that close, but yeah, that would be funny. But
let's be honest. The you could probably through the waterways maybe get them to the Black Sea. I'm trying to remember if the canals are built and the things are connected up at that time.
No, the Type.
I think you could.
No, the Type 2s had to be disassembled to get there. They couldn't sail all the way.
Okay.
Power, sadly.
Yeah, remember the canal goes along the Volga, which is behind Moscow. So.
And the problem is, there's no connection to the Black Sea unless you actually capture Leningrad and everything behind it in order to gain access to that network of canals.
Yeah, because you have to go up the Volga.
Well, this would allow quite a significant firepower increase for the assault on Leningrad.
True. Oh yeah, actually, because like the four conies can show up and be like, "Hi, how are you?" Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang.
Actually, no, that might give the Soviets fixed anti-capital ship guns something to actually shoot at.
Yeah,
that's not firing AP at infantry divisions.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the Germans will shoot right back at them.
Yeah, one's a concrete bunker that's designed to withstand battleship AP.
I would point out, Fox, that the Germans had lots of concrete bunkers designed to withstand capital ship AP. It didn't help when insert Allied capital ship of badass reputation here took exception to their existence and obliterated them.
That's again.
A 16-inch shell is different from an 11-inch. If it comes to hitting hard targets.
Yes, but USS Texas was not using 16-inch shells, and she was having all sorts of fun.
She did pretty well.
We're talking about a ship which had literally learnt that in World War One, the British pre-dreadnoughts, as they are most commonly called, had been deciding to fill one side to get better angle and elevation of their guns. And when her captain learnt this, he said, "That's a good idea." Not "That's a crazy idea." He went, "That's a good idea."
Like probably took his Stetson off and went.
And you get some of the best stories about it. And there's some people. I do love the stories which come about it, because then people go, "Oh yes, this was the first time they did this." Da 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 da. And there's actually an interview with the American captain, which was done after D-Day of Texas, and he went, "Yeah, I'd read about, I read the stories of bombardments, because part of the prep had been, these are histories of bombardments the British have done, of the fact that your ships did that in the First World War, and I thought that was a cool idea."
Nice.
And literally, it's a case of, he had done his homework. He was actually a sensible captain. He'd gone, right then, as well as all this mission briefing, all this stuff coming through, there's all this information about bombardments done in World War One, which is part of our learning, so we can learn from it. Okay, well, I'm going to do the reading. And read through and went, "Oh, that's a cool idea. Let's flood half the ship."
Let's see if this works. Well, it did. Brilliant.
There is one final topic to discuss about hypothetical German uses for their capital ships before we move on. And the reason I've left it to the last is because it is the most... possibly...
Is it Hitler getting the phone up Mussolini and going, "I have more than you now! Ha 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 ha! Finally!"
While that is funny, no. It's partially the silliest, but it's also Nazi Germany, so I can see them doing it. We've already discussed that we can increase the speeds of these ships by converting them to oil firing. With that in mind, are Moltke and von der Tann taken in hand for conversion? Conversion.
What benefit do they get?
In the nicest way, I think they will. They might well do it and take them in hand to try and get. Don't think they'll ever actually complete them as a carrier.
Yeah, so we'll say taken in hand.
There's a difference. I will say they'll take them in hand with the intention and idea of it. I don't think they'll achieve it.
Fair enough.
And the reason I say they'll take it in hand and try it is because of the likely British response to the Germans suddenly getting these ships.
That's something I'm very curious to hear about what the response will be.
Gentlemen, we have now locked in the German Navy, as it will be about 1940, beginning of 42. Which is all of these ships, 8 ships.
You've locked in their ships. They're going to be having an absolute insane time trying to recruit and crew them.
I was about to say also another one. What do they do with the ones that aren't being kept?
Scrapped. The steel is
but that's yes, but scrapping a ship takes time.
It
That's a
does.
lot of ships to
It
scrap.
does, but it's just adding another
Yeah.
source of steel.
Scrap 'em still.
Yeah, it's
In the nicest way, I have a feeling that one of the largest slave camps that they will be operating during the war will be a scrapping yard.
Yeah, most
Just
likely.
because there will be so many ships.
Yeah. Admittedly, that will provide them enough material to do a lot of bombs and a lot of bullets.
Yeah, this is the other thing that's going to change the war. They will have a lot more high quality steel to make more things with, because these ships have magically appeared. This is steel that has been magicked into existence. And also for the ships, and for the ammunition they're not keeping, it is technically possible to disassemble ammunition and reuse the gunpowder to make other things.
This sounds like a terrible idea, Fleet.
It is, I know.
Lee, quick thing, I will remind you, the chemical compounds used for ammunition have changed significantly in that time period.
True.
Yeah.
Correctly.
True. Shush,
Like-
RBG, I will get to that.
So, you attempt to sort of fire a Panther's cannon with World War I era powder, you get your gun not recoiling properly because it doesn't burn fast enough.
I'd hope they wouldn't be given to Panthers, but it's Germany. They
You
might.
get my point.
Yeah.
Look,
Chemicals.
I think what you mostly find is if they do get any materials out of the shells and do manage to reuse them, it'll be made into artillery shells and lobbed at places like Stalingrad, where frankly they never cared much if they hit the target or hit anywhere near the target.
Okay.
The other thing being
one of the
useful
things
is
that
stuff like tungsten
Yeah.
that they get from the ships.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be
Well,
useful.
Actually, there is an ideal use case. Actually, I had forgotten about. One of the things that everyone forgets is that the Germans, like, when people think German railway artillery, they think of the large guns. And while I don't doubt that a lot of the 12-inch guns, because basically they have no ammunition for them, spares, so they will be turned into railway guns and just used until the ammo runs out. Same thing with the 11-inch guns from the Nassau's as well.
And the Atlantic Wall.
Yeah,
And the Atlantic Wall and
He's
That's
also
what
thinking
I'm
K-12 style railway
yeah,
guns.
Yeah, but the most... Yeah, everyone thinks of K5s and everything else, but it's important to bear in mind that the majority of German railway gun production during the war was pedestal-mounted rotatable 105 and 150mm guns, of which a lot have just become available due to the scrapping of the older German cruisers.
Mm-hmm.
Which will mean that there'll be a lot more movable large guns attached to railway lines available for sieges like Leningrad and Sevastopol, which may shorten those sieges. Just like I will get to the consequences of that later, but we need to move on to.
I was gonna say, you could have a more mad solution and give it to the Wehrmacht of, here you go, where's your Vespers? Here, let me just stick a big gun in it.
Yeah, that could be. You know, the Germans were fond of Franken projects. That wouldn't be the worst idea they've ever had. So, Britain or France first?
The FW is a go.
In terms of people, it is now January 2nd. The newspapers across the world are recording this miracle fleet that's appeared in Wilhelmshaven. What are we going to Britain or France first for the reaction? I'll let Dr. Clarke decide.
Well, France is easy enough. It is the easiest. Absolute panic and then realization they can't do anything about it. Because the naval treaty's already gone through, and it doesn't technically break the naval treaty. The British, therefore, won't back them up because the British aren't ready for war at this point. And France's infrastructure and industry has been so fricking frigated around during the interwar years by their various governments that there is absolutely nothing they can do other than pray, cross fingers,
and keep building what they're building.
Yes, that's basically it. So the French can't really do much. The British, on the other hand... Huh?
Just a quick
They
moment, they
might-
try and perhaps reposition some of their forces a bit.
What's the point?
Yeah, but like...
What forces do they have to reposition?
Like,
What
I thought
are
they
their
had some
forces
stuff
that they have
was
available?
dispersed, but...
What forces do they have that they would like to reposition to actually fight that?
Honestly,
That's the question.
The Marines?
Yeah.
Sort of bring in the submarines that are in the Far East, sort of, to say, oh hey...
But then
protect
if they
North
bring
Sea.
those out of the Far East, then what do they? They've just abandoned their positions in the Far East to the Japanese.
Yeah, because
And
the
remember, there's all the issues going on with Japan and China China at the time.
French submarines in the Far East are their only counter to Japanese capital ships in the Far East. They're
Garbage
only
bringing
They're only
it
counter
down
to,
might
they're,
have a
they're
problem.
only counter to anything in the Far East.
Yeah.
They have nothing else out there, so this is the trouble. They have basically the French, and I've explained this on my channel a fair number of times. They are caught in a catch-22 the moment the Washington Naval Treaty goes through. They either defend their home against the Italians, because they're limited to being the same size as the Italians, or they defend their empire. They can't do both. Because they're limited to the same size as the Italians, and the Italians do not have in any way, shape or form the same sized empire or the same connection with their empire to have to defend versus compared to the French. And so this is why the French basically, whilst all they try and make all these strategic protestations in the 20s and 30s, as long as they're part of the treaty system, they are basically Britain's plaything. Because their only way of being able to defend both their empire and themselves is as long as the British Navy are there to support them. They are an empire which entirely exists at the pleasure of the Royal Navy. At that point, because of the treaty system. Not because they're a bad navy or anything like that. It's because of what the French politicians have signed their navy up to. The Washington Naval Treaty is the worst deal the French ever got. And yes, they were going bankrupt. Yes, they couldn't really afford much more than they were already building. But the reality is, the moment they signed away the strategic ability to adapt themselves and build better when they did have more money, they signed away their strategic freedom. They'd become shackled.
Oh, no,
And they were functionally immobile.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Spitfire, by the way, the fun will begin much earlier than that. The fun will begin basically when the fun begins historically, during the Norwegian campaign. But again, we'll get to that.
Arguably earlier.
Yeah, we've got to get to, it's, okay, let's say, I'll give it to
Let's
you.
see what the British...
The British response will be more interesting, because the British can actually respond. The British response will be to accelerate construction. Basically, all those yards that are currently building ships, and are building them on peacetime schedules, i.e. there are 2 shifts a day building the ships, will suddenly get told, you're upping it to 3 shifts, and here's the money. That's the quickest option. Also, instead of Churchill coming to power when he does when war begins as the senior Lord of the Admiralty, he will, instead of doing the pause of capital ship construction, he will be carry on building. And so the carriers and the capital ships won't get paused. Now, the other really interesting thing the British have, of course, is the Vanguard program. Now, they settle for starting just... They have Vanguard designed, the idea of the 15-inch gun ships. They start it sort of later, but they have the design earlier. They could start that a lot earlier. They really could. And suddenly, Vanguard as a quick program becomes a lot more attractive. You can't do anything about the King George V design, so there's no going, oh, we now want that to have 15-inch or 16-inch guns. It's locked in, it's being built. The 5 of them are done.
And also, more to the point, don't alter them. You need hulls. Go, 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 go,
yes.
go, go, go.
The British were already building up to a maths of, we need at least 25 capital ships for our operations by 1942. This maths comes in, that's going to change that figure up dramatically. Because it suddenly makes Plan Z, instead of something which Germany might achieve in about 1948-49, if they're lucky.
Suddenly the Germans have...
they have a fleet, and they're training up with a fleet, and they've got infrastructure, and all these things are starting to come into place. So suddenly that changes the scenario. So the British will at that point be going, okay, we can't start sacrificing our class. And suddenly also the criteria for what ships are getting upgrades and how soon they're getting upgrades changes.
Return of the Iron Duke, question mark.
Yes, well the Iron Duke is not getting much of an upgrade. There's not much you can do with the Iron Duke. But Repulse and Hood are the first 2 I would be looking at. And going, can we do something about them?
As in drag them in immediately.
Drag them in as quickly as possible. Yeah. You've got the space. There's yard space just about to do it. You've got 2 capital yard space to do it with 2 capital ships. You can pick any 2 of the fleets. Now, do you pick Malaya and Barham? Tempting, but honestly, the German battleships are going to take longer, and you want the fast ships because you need the fast ships available for doing your presence mission. Because if you're going to have to concentrate your battle fleet, especially in European waters, to manage the German and Italians, you're going to need those those battle cruisers even more to manage your Far Eastern presence missions.
And slash or go
So
after German capital ships that manage to break out.
So yeah, I would say Hood and Repulse would be the first two I would call in. I'm not sure if you have a. I think there's someone called Knight 6831 somewhere on this this server, and who's often on mine. And probably that if they were here and listening to that line, they'd probably be having a party about now because they love Hood.
Question: what battleship escorts for convoys are those no longer viable with the increased German battleship threat in home waters?
I'd still say the R-Class are, but I would say the R-Class upgrades are going to concentrate on things like improving their gunnery and fire control quickly. Because they're still going to be a viable escort. Because let's be honest, again, for the surface raiders, think about it. Attacking a convoy which has a battleship escort, yes, you could win. You might well win the fight. Let's be honest. Bismarck versus an R-Class is you're going to win the fight. She's going to get damaged, and that's going to be a problem.
I didn't mean in terms of their viability to defend the convoys. I meant strategically in terms of actual numbers of available vessels. Can the ships be spared to provide enough of a deterrent to not let the 6 ships, e.g. the 4 Bayerns and the 2 Bayerns and the 4 Königs, having the ability to just sortie into the North Sea whenever they feel like it with a comfortable margin of superiority? That's going to be You've got to watch the Italians.
That's going to be the next.
Sorry, go on.
Yes, you've got to watch the Italians as well. But that's going to be... There's these 2 ships sitting around, which are, you could say, are absolutely purpose-built Koenig killing machines. And Baden killing machines. They're called Nelson and Rodney.
Oh, bugger, I'd forgotten about them.
Yes, they are the 16-inch armed capital ships fleet.
Oh yeah, Nelson and Rodney.
Yeah,
They're gonna have a bit
basically, don't take this the wrong way, but they could probably find themselves facing the whole pack and they'd be going...
Challenge accepted. Or cowbunger it is.
This is gonna be hurt you more than me. Because, let's be honest, their guns, the whole problem of their guns and their things, the issues we sometimes point to with their guns, the armor they're going to be facing, unless you've completely rebuilt all the armor on those battleships, and if you've done that, then you're going to have to add another 6 to 8 months on those build times for each of them.
The only ships that I think that will be acceptable for is Baden and Bayern, since those are valuable.
Yeah, but then you're going to delay them coming into service by at least half a year.
Which means they're going to miss Norway, which could be a problem.
And that means also it's going to delay other things using their facilities as well.
Yeah, so let's not do that then.
That's going to have a cumulative effect, yeah. So, in which case, yeah, Rodney and Nelson are going to be sitting there. They're not going to spend as much time at Gibraltar as they did historically during World War II.
They're going to be at Scapa a lot of the time because they're basically the big stick deterrent to
the other thing you're probably going to see is if Scapa's going to be a major fleet base, and they're going to work that one out very quickly in January. I think the first thing the Royal Navy's going to do is act on the survey of Scapa Flow's defences, which they did in 1938. So that whole scenario where they managed to sneak in and Royal Oak was sunk,
not going to happen.
I don't think takes place. Because suddenly the importance of Scapa suddenly changes. There's one thing about Scapa's importance when the Germans have, literally in January 1939, they literally just have Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Yeah. That's it. And Scharnhorst has just entered service. And also the British know that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, don't take this the wrong way, the Germans have a policy. They commission their ships and then they put them through their full testing. So whilst they're commissioned and theoretically can therefore be used, they really can't. And that's the reason why Tirpitz doesn't go out with Bismarck. She might have been commissioned, but she was in no way ready for actual combat.
That's the one thing.
There's a difference between being
That's the one thing I will
commissioned and commissioned.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will say for the Kriegsmarine. I don't think at any point during the Second World War they ever rushed a ship into service. They actually took the time to work the crews up, get them ready, and not half-bake it.
They didn't really have the option. They had no basic. They didn't have enough, how to put it, depth of personnel. And that's what the British to an extent rely on, and the Americans to an extent rely on when they're doing it, is they've got this huge breadth of personnel, depth of personnel numbers. And senior NCOs and officers they can draw from, and reserve personnel they can add in as well to add extra experience into those crews, to be able to push that out and make it viable. It doesn't necessarily make it good, but makes it viable.
The Germans cannot.
And the Germans don't have that. The Germans just don't. And again, that's nothing against the Germans. It's the way the British had structured and everyone had structured the Treaty of Versailles to ensure that was the case.
So I
That's
suppose,
the way it was set up.
So I'd like to quickly go through minor responses in nations this will affect minorly. So I'd like to rotate. So first things first, let's...
But I would also add there's something else on the British.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I assumed you were done. My apologies. Go on if you've got more to say. I'm so
No, don't worry, no, don't worry. Well, as well as the carriers not getting paused, I also highly doubt you get the delays on things like the Fulmar, the Barracuda, because suddenly that's going to be more important. The torpedo bomber. Because that's going to shift up in priority, because suddenly the carriers having a good torpedo bomber to take out the German capital ships becomes important. Really, really important, because it's a capital ship threat. And they know torpedo bombers won't work. Yes, Foxo?
It would require Fairy to actually be pretty competent, because outside of a few times, Fairy were a lot like Blackburn, as far as I know. And
okay, so that's a whole different conversation of whether or not Fairy or Blackburn were incompetent. There are all sorts of issues to do with that, and that's a whole section of my PhD thesis. So that's a fun one, which if you want to get into, but that's an entire separate conversation.
I would want to listen to that, but
I know this is
half the
but I'd like to get
half the problems with the Barracuda and with Fairy, etc., is because they keep being told by Air Ministry you can't have that engine. They keep designing for the engine and then being told they can't have it and have to redesign the aircraft, and then engine and design the aircraft. And there's the whole scenario with Fulmar, where the Fulmar, they were told, we're only using short term, okay, we're going to leave a design team on. No, you can't leave a design team on it. It's only emergency aircraft, no need to leave the design team off it, take the design team off. And you sit there and go, and then you sort of go to the Air Ministry and go, who's ordering this? And why are these orders going out? And you find they keep rotating different people in charge of coordinating. And it's an absolute nightmare. And it's one of the reasons because World War II starts in the transition period of the Fleet Air Arm moving from all RAF administration to Royal Navy administration. And it means there's a constant rotating pool of people in charge. And as you've moved to a directed economy when it comes to aircraft manufacture, it causes endless trouble. And it's very easy for Fairy to get blamed and for Blackburn to look bad. But you look at the scenarios of what they're actually running, and you realise that they keep trying to do and keep redeveloping the same thing. And one of the things you almost need to do is you need to go, right, so the engine's completely changed, you need to try and change the airframe and start again. Well, they're not allowed to do that. They go, no, you have to keep this project, you have to deliver this project. But we've changed the engine on you. If you think about the importance of engine to aircraft performance in this period, if you change the engine, you have changed the single biggest, most important component in the entire aircraft. And you should really be able to redesign the aircraft around that engine, which is pretty much what the Americans were doing with their design lines. But they don't get the chance to do that. And that causes compound issues upon issues upon issues. So I think Barracuda gets investment, as said. But also, getting back to the other point, I think the U-class submarines, I think they get blown up in number.
What I will say is Narwhal...
And there's a reason for that.
Go on.
They're cute, and they go and they do the nasty things in short. And I think Narwhal has a question. I think that's what you're about to say.
Yeah, he basically asked the same question 3 times, which was about the line program. Basically, they're all variations. Do the lines remain a thing, and does the program get accelerated / not cancelled?
They get accelerated and get built. And the reason the line class, the reason you have the problems they have is because Churchill pauses everything, And then they keep trying to update design, so when they restart it, they're going to have a design which reflects all the latest information. And it's kind of like the story of the saga of the last 3 members of the Admiral class. There's only so many times you can rework a design before you might as well start again and have a whole new design and ruin it. Whereas if you just keep building it, they'll be churned out and in service.
That reminds me. Do you think we'll see a battlecruiser-like equivalent to the Lions if the Germans have fast capital ships of their own?
No, the British will kill.
So the Lions are 30+ knot ships anyway.
Oh no, because they can
Lions...
go to 28 to 32, depending on time period.
Yeah, not really. The Royal Navy's got Vanguard, which is its fully armoured battlecruiser, its fast battleship. It's just the Royal Navy coming from the Royal Navy side. And the Lions and the King George V's are both fast battleships. And the Royal Navy's got aircraft carriers. And the thing is, the Royal Navy's going to think, okay, yes, you've got a 30-something knot ship. That's great. You've got a 30. Let's say you've got a 36 knot ship. Lovely. Can it outrun my aircraft? No. So I can hit it with a torpedo, and if either that sinks or it slows it down, in which case my 30-knot ship can come and fight you, beat you up. And if I'm designing a 30-knot ship instead of a 36-knot ship, that gives me a lot more freedom for armor and subdivision and all those things, which makes it far more survivable. So in the eventual fight which is going to happen, my ship's far more likely to survive. And that's the really, if you look at the British doctrine, in about the mid-1930s, after Henderson has moved from Rear Admiral aircraft carriers to Third Sea Lord, they really do start to go, right, that's why they start to move from having battlecruiser designs, they start to having fully armoured battlecruisers and basically fast battleship designs, because they're going, the whole idea of the battlecruiser being fast enough to get away and to only be catching a battlecruiser is, we need a battlecruiser to catch another battlecruiser, is not correct anymore. We have an aircraft carrier. And if you've got a battlecruiser which can go 36 knots, that's lovely, but the aircraft will catch you doing 100 and something knots, and you're not going to survive. You are going to get slowed down, and then our 30-knot fast battleship is going to come and smatter you.
One last quick point I was just going to mention. So, I have heard that after the Great Depression, a lot of British yards sort of got shuttered and designs cancelled. There was a number of leftover components, and a lot of yards still that were of a reasonable quality, according to some studies.
Yeah.
I think Boxer knows more. Would they basically include guns? Would they basically be a case of, let's see, what do we have lying around? How quickly can we assemble a ship out of it, sort of thing?
That's not how.
Potentially.
Well, they still. Well, the
But it would be
and they would still.
they have the
It's
designs
an
and all
emergency
things, but
build sort of thing.
they don't really need the emergency builds to try and shove that together. They've got enough under construction, they can accelerate what they have, and that's enough. Let's be honest, if you consider the Royal Navy have the 5 King George V's, they have pretty much 6 Lions are on under order or under construction. They have the Illustrious class, they have Implacable, Indefatigable, all ordered, they have Unicorn. I think you would see Unicorn's sister getting ordered, as that's a quick way to accelerate things as well, and that's the quickest design they have. So I think you would probably have... What's her name going to be? She was going to actually be Ocean, so HMS Ocean be ordered.
Hello! Sorry, I couldn't resist that joke.
I know you couldn't resist that one, Fleet of Ocean. But yeah, you'd have the sister of the ship, which is famous for being the only aircraft carrier which decided it was going to engage in shore bombardment when a battery was being annoying to her. I love it. The Americans make a thing of USS Wisconsin getting fired at and returning fire with her main battery. We had an aircraft carrier which decided that was a good idea. Or rather, if to be honest, it's a forward aviation support ship, it's not an aircraft carrier. You have to remember, and that was actually said by Admiral Henderson in a committee meeting. Upon my honour, she's not a Navy aircraft carrier, sirs. She is a forward aviation support ship.
Yes.
And they accepted that.
I know, it's great. That was fantastic.
In the House of Commons, it's just
They
beautiful.
don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's just, yep, it's so easy to pull the wool over the eyes of the House of Commons. It's not even funny.
HMS Unicorn is not an aircraft carrier. If anyone tells you that she is, they are lying. She's a forward aviation support ship. They're just wrong.
RBG has been making a point about U-boat construction and manning being lower in the period from 39 to 41. I think he's right. and also just the Navy having to fight for manpower with the Army. I did make a point about basically handling...
Let's be honest, U-boat construction in 1939, 1940 is atrocious.
Oh, yeah,
it's all part of the 5-year plan with Goring. They've got nothing. He's completely right, but he's almost being too nice. They've got... There is a... This is one of the interesting conversations people sometimes make with me, and they sort of talking about British preparations for war. The British ordered the Hunt class and the Flower class in 1939 before war begins. They have the design settled in 1938. And they're ordering them before war begins, not because of the current threat of German submarines, but because they're basically thinking that they've got about at least till 1942 for wartime. So they think that gives them enough time before the Germans start reaching a peak level of production, which they think will be about 1943-44, on their civilian progress, their current peacetime progress development. The British are factoring in that the ships will be delivered within about 18 months, so back end of 1940, beginning of 1941, and that will give them a year to 2 years to train up the crews and to make them all capable for war before war begins. That's what the British are literally going, right, war looks like it's coming, okay, we're now not going to need to mass produce the small ships.
Yeah, basically. Okay, so is there anything else on Britain you want to touch on before I move on, before I quick whip round the other major naval powers for their possible reactions, some of which probably have no reactions at all?
Oh, it's going to be fun. Italians, no reaction. Americans are going to be fun. Japan's going to be really cool. But yeah, I think that's sort of it for the Royal Navy. I wouldn't also be surprised if you saw things like the Tribal Class Destroyer program get expanded.
Yeah,
they'd already were ordering them for the Commonwealth navies.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they bump in a few more orders themselves. Mainly because, let's be honest, the Tribal Class Destroyer's role is they've got already sort of maxed out their cruiser hulls under construction, so they can't increase cruiser numbers that way. But the Tribals are pretty much the next best thing to a cruiser, and they are probably more than capable of taking on some of those World War I era light cruisers. Let's be honest, they do like to beat up Italian light cruisers, so yeah, the World War I German light cruisers should be in there, by the way.
Yeah, RBG, this is the thing. The problem with the CC cruisers or large cruisers is that the RN doesn't need... The RN needs more full-scale capital ships. It doesn't need more cruisers and destroyers, because it's got enough of those. The Germans have received reinforcements of full-scale capital ships, so what the RN needs to fight that is more full-scale capital ships. They don't need large cruisers.
They need the carriers, they need the capital ships, they need the submarines. The extra tribal class destroyers are useful. They might even dust off, let's be honest, Henderson's L-70 design, which is basically a proto-Daring class destroyer. And build some of those, and that's a scary beast. If you imagine basically a tribal scaled up with scaled up enough that they can take the contemporary 4.5-inch dual-purpose gun, 4 of those mounts plus 2 quintuple torpedo launchers.
Very nice.
And it comes in about 2,500 tons, top speed of roughly 36 knots.
I'm sorry, but one of those against one of the old German light cruisers, even with a fire control refit, that's gonna win.
I'm just hearing Pride 2.0 almost here.
Yeah, that's basically the L-70 design prior to that gets eventually evolved into what becomes the Daring class design post World War, sort of at the end of World War II. Yeah. And yeah, that design is fully worked up and ready to go. It's sitting on Stanley Goodall's desk. If someone wanted that, they could order it straight away.
So just very quickly,
why wasn't it ordered?
I just do have one.
Because they thought it would upset the world too much.
Yeah.
They thought it would. Basically, it was so much bigger than the existing destroyers, it would break the treaty system.
Yeah, you're basically looking at a destroyer paradigm with that.
Yeah, that's
that thing is basically the Royal Navy producing a destroyer, which is the equivalent of Yamato in destroyer terms. Basically, Yamato is to battleships what that is to destroyers at the time.
Yeah, it's just...
There would literally be in today's current discussions, we would all be talking about that class as something different, a watershed moment.
It almost sounds like a British version of Mogador, just slightly better designed. Which are, 4x2 of the 5.46 guns and build the double torpedoes.
Is that everything, everybody, on the British? Because I do have one quick point.
Yeah, go.
Okay, so very quickly, I am going to throw the Germans 2 bones for fleet operations in the form of I am going to allow them to retain 2 additional older light cruisers that I'm going to turn into seaplane tenders, so they've got some form of just. I'm throwing them a bone here. Just like if they're not getting Von der Tann as a carrier conversion, I'm going to give them something that just.
Oh god.
Oh, you can do that. Let's be honest. I did an entire video recently, which was basically why did the Germans not use to develop proper seaplane carriers? They had all the tech. They could actually develop a seaplane carrier far better from their tech than they could an aircraft carrier, and they could have been really useful. Let's be honest. If you could have parked the seaplane carrier in some parts of the world, let's say part one in one of the quieter places around Greenland in 1939, before war began, and just have it quietly sitting out there. Those seaplanes could have been very useful for about 5 minutes until a British cruiser turned up and sank it. But you know,
yeah,
the Germans would think they could actually work it.
Yeah, this is the that's the only bone. Thank you, RBG, for the bone throwing image. Very funny. But yeah, so Italy basically has no reaction apart from our allies now have more ships. Whoopee, the British are slightly more distracted. Basically.
Well. The trouble is the Italians can't do much more. What do they think is the interesting thing might happen is the Italians might try and buy some ships off them. That's a possibility.
Because war hasn't broken out yet, so those ships can still move freely for 7
And
months.
the Italians might say they're buying them for scrapping reasons.
Okay, bearing in mind we know what they're keeping, what might the Italians buy out of the capital ships?
Well, what's the next best thing for them to buy?
The Kaisers are available. The Königs are available. Sorry, the Kaisers are available. We're keeping the 11-inch battle cruisers for possible carrier conversion, and then there's also the Nassau's and Helgolands. But God knows why the Italians have.
Well, let's be honest, it's the Kaisers.
Then there's 5 of them.
Yeah, the Italians need something. That's going to cause the British more of a nightmare than anything the Germans actually are doing with this ship. The British can respond to the Germans with construction. The Italians having those ships in and just using them as extra fit assets to have.
And honestly, the Italians do build 12-inch, roughly, shells. So they can work around, like, you know...
They can possibly bore out the guns as well, like they did on their own.
Yeah, they can bore out the guns! Or replace the guns with their 12.5s.
Yeah, they could do sort of... Let's be honest, they could quite possibly do that. It's going to be a night. I was having this discussion the other day, actually, with someone who was talking about the German Navy and going, they could do this. They could bore out all sorts of guns. And I went, it's not actually a finite process. It does actually ruin quite a lot. The reason that the Italians could do it is they had quite a lot of barrels in storage. And they went through about a third of the ones they tried to rebore, they broke. And by broke, I mean made unusable. But they could have done it, and these would come in more barrels, and in a nice way, they could work through them. And if the Italians are prepared to do a small modifications, they get some excellent ships, and they suddenly go up to about 11 battleships. And suddenly the Royal Navy's going, oh, frigate.
That's quite a big concern. We now have the German fleet, and the Italians are much bigger.
Well, at that point, then you change the strategy again for the British anymore, and suddenly you go, well, is it now Repulse and Hood we want to modernise rapidly, or do we need to go to those 2 Queen Elizabeths so we can have 5 modernised Queen Elizabeths sitting in the Mediterranean fleet, able to fight them? And that's the trouble. You want to give the British a dilemma. You give the response to the Germans is quite easy. The response to the Italians getting those ships becomes a lot more difficult.
And I would also like to point something out that I've just realised while I was away doing ablutions. The Italians have a unique advantage into keeping the Kaisers coal-fired that the Germans don't have. And this is that they're not having to fight with their railway network for coal, because the Italian fascist government has gone on a massive electrification spree, with 80% of the Italian mainline network under wires fed by hydroelectric power stations.
Also, where are the Italian coal fields?
I don't know, where are they? Oh, that's right. Whoops.
Whoops.
Oh yeah, they have no coal. And it's shit coal. Back to square one.
But, saying that, they do have access to some good coal fields.
It's called Sardinia, isn't it? Isn't there a whole bunch of good ones near the Alps in Sardinia?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what allowed Sardinia Piedmont to become so dominant during Spanish unification, if I remember correctly. Because it allowed the North to industrialize.
Oh yeah, they do have good. Oh, so this could. Oh, okay. So we've just increased okay. So it'll have to be a really minor refit. Increased elevation. Bore out the guns. Probably do this in bulk because the Italians do have the. They don't even have to dry dock them for this. They can just do it by the quayside, and the Italians do have built-up naval infrastructure to do this, and they have experience.
They do, and they have the engineers. They have everything. They can do a better job. They can actually do more in less time than the Germans do.
And more importantly, they have experience rebuilding World War I era dreadnoughts, as they're just finishing off the rebuilds of their dreadnought battleships. And while they won't want to do as heavy rebuilds on these with war approaching, just the okay, I'm just gonna
also they don't realize war is approaching. They all think war's going to be in the 1940s.
True. So what are we? Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to you because you probably know more about Italian infrastructure than I do. What would the Italians do with the Kaisers? What are we looking at, realistically?
If I was looking at the Kaiser class and I was thinking, what would I want to do with them? Well, if I'm the Italians, I would say I'm going to get rid of those middle guns. I'm possibly going to want to sort out the engines, and I'm going to want to put a super firing gun forward. And I'm probably going to play around turrets, but if I can do that fairly quickly, because I don't have to do anything to the external hull, the weight distribution to support the wing turrets means that hull space is going to be fairly firm, so I can move the engines around there quite easily. And then once I've moved the engines around, then I relocate the tunnels and the superstructure, and I put some guns forward. Now that's going to be interesting, but they're going to be centerline, and I can build that up without too much difficulty. This is not going to be easy work, but it's also not going to be difficult work. It's going to be complicated but straightforward.
Length of time.
And I've got the facilities to do it.
Length of time.
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing, because I've probably got about 2 yards I can do that in at any one time.
And will it delay the Littorios?
Well, the thing is, if I don't want to delay the Littorios, I've got about 2 yards I can do it in at a time. 2. So I can do 2 at a time. And it's probably going to be about a year for each one.
So, assuming the Germans know what they're doing with the fleet by about May, so these ships are sold in late May, arrive in Italy under their own steam July 39.
Mm-hmm.
Italian plans for rebuilds done by September, October 39, just as war breaks. The problem is
they'd be working on their plans. They'd be going ready to go with their plans, because their plans are basically an adaptation of what they'd already did. They'd have the plans ready to go when they arrived. So they'd probably have 2 go straight in, and the other 3 they'd do surface fixes on.
Because war would have broken out by that point, and then they'd be like, okay, well, let's finish the 2 that we're properly...
Well, they get them in July. War doesn't break out till September, so they probably started, but they're going to do some surface fix on them, because they know it's going to take 12 months before they're going to get around to those things. So they want to make them useful for training assets, so fire control upgrade.
Yeah, no, what I mean is, 2 of them are definitely going to go in for this full work. The other 3 are probably not going to go in, because war were declared.
Yeah, but then those are going to be excellent convoy escorts for the Italians.
Oh my... That means if the RN wants to interdict convoys to Italian North Africa with surface assets, they've got to commit. And then the Italians have a fast wing that they can keep their fast battleships as Oh god, we've just made the... On top of the Germans having... Oh, fuck me, we've made the RNs
there is one really difficult thing I have had a thought there, though. This could make it... It depends on how the Ronnie responds, but we could have a pretty bad Toronto happening again. Except if they can manage to get a bigger force together. Yes, they'll still... But...
This is the interesting thing, though, about Toronto. If you haven't paused carrier construction, as historically, The Royal Navy could be turning up with a couple of ships, but also the thing, at least a couple of carriers. But the thing is, under all this scenario, the carriers become even more important because they're the Royal Navy's answer to those capital ships, and especially those fast capital ships. So, if you think about when we have Courageous sunk, she's out with Ark Royal hunting submarines. Now, yes, that is part of the Royal Navy doctrine, using a submarine, using carrier to hunt submarines. But in a nice way, under this scenario, when you're facing that kind of capital ship threat, do you risk your carriers for that operation?
Probably not.
So, what happens is if Taranto suddenly becomes the true British plan of the multi-carrier operation.
Are we talking?
So we're
like
talking
a similar thing to the raid on the planned raid on Wilhelmshaven, just much later, or
what we're talking about is probably illustrious, formidable, glorious, or courageous. It could well be one or the other. Probably glorious if she's still alive, and Eagle, because if you consider Eagle would not be. How to put it? The problem with Eagle was she was kept going when she was damaged because they only had 2 carriers available, so they had to keep her going. If you have 4 carriers down there for that to support that fleet, you are more likely to take one offline and repair it earlier. So when you launch your strike, you could have 4 carriers involved,
and of course,
and that would be straight out of British doctrine for the night strikes and the plans.
And of course,
so those 4 carriers going in, that's a very different scenario when you've got, let's see, 48 plus another 36. Plus another 18, so that's 54 onto 48, 90, 102 swordfish going in. Plus probably some dive bombers.
That could be quite a nasty raid.
Although it is worth pointing out that because of the way Taranto is arranged as a port, were there any capital ships in Taranto that were permanent write-offs? I don't believe there were.
There were functional write-offs that they just didn't have the ability to repair. And also the thing is, those 2 yards which you're now building those ships in are your repair yards.
So if they're now refitting, you've got no repair yards, and every loss you take is now much more worrying.
When does Taranto take place? Exactly what time?
November 1940.
Oh, then they're free. No, then they're free. Because remember, we said that...
No, because you might have sent 2... You might, yeah, but if you're the Italians, have you sent 2 more in?
Okay.
Or are you going to leave all of them?
I will defer to your better judgment, Dr. Clarke. Which do you think is more likely? 2 more going in, or the Italians accepting they're just going to get 2 for now?
Well, let's put it this way. Who's the Navy Minister of Italy at this point?
I don't know.
Mussolini himself.
So he's not going
Il Duce wants a fleet.
Il Duce wants a fleet which reflects his status in the world.
So those 2 more are going to go in. Right.
Yeah, they are.
Although, hopefully, if I mean, one of the best things that can happen out of Taranto is that the one non-upgraded Kaiser accidentally takes some torpedoes and bombs. Because if she absorbs some hits, that might keep some of the hits off the other rebuilt and modern.
Oh, I'm absolutely certain Giulio Cesare will survive, but you have to remember what happens when the Italians are packing Taranto, because the way it is, they put the bigger battleships further out because of the space to maneuver in the harbour.
Oh.
So what you're also going to do is, in the nicest way, the Littorios are going to be more exposed.
Right. Bugger. I mean, on the one hand, the Italians will have more ships, possibly after Taranto, but on the other hand, the Littorios are going to be more exposed. Oh, that's going to sting.
And there's going to be more aircraft involved.
That's going to sting. That's going to sting. Right, so we'll...
At least maybe the Americans will take the threat to Pearl Harbor seriously this time.
Possibly.
If they see 5 or 6 battleships.
No, because now they get to write off and go, well, no, that was World War One. That was German World War One ships which were sunk.
Yeah.
And 2, they go, it's the Italians.
Yeah.
Could they at least not maybe hopefully have some common sense of those World War One ships were sunk very easily.
Dragon.
What about all our nice World War One ships that are currently
The Americans got the Americans got a report actually written by two different American officers. One of them, the embassy officer. One of them, the guy with the Royal Navy. They sent the report. The reports went in. The reports were taken and read by the senior admirals, and they wrote, "This does not have an impact on Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor is secure," and didn't pass it on to the admiral in charge of Pearl Harbor.
I guess that's the problem for trying to want some level of competency or common
then
sense.
To add insult to injury, this is piled on top of the fleet problems that exposed Pearl Harbor's vulnerability in the 30s. Anyway, so we've got the Italians and what they're doing. So we will get. So we've touched on what Taranto might or might not be. We might come back to that later. So we now have to go over to actually Dr. Clarke, America or Japan first?
Oh, let's do America, because Japan was going to be fun, but there's other fun with them. America's going to be the most confused.
So, what reaction, if any, does the USN have to this?
Well, the trouble is they're going to know the British are going to start massively building. The British will not afford not to. They are going to look at a scenario of, okay, this is going to raise that threat scenario of the of an Anglo-German war, but also there's the Italians if they're buying these ships. There's that threat as a presence. There's also going to be the reality that they're going to look at the relationships that are burgeoning around the world, that Japan and Germany, and you're just getting all sorts of intelligence estimates coming through and all sorts of intelligence discussions. So honestly, what do I think the Americans do? Spend a lot of time looking at data and absolutely end up doing nothing, and then blame everyone for not doing anything when war begins.
So
because they're going to be pretty much as historical. The only thing they might do, and this is the intriguing thing, the only thing they might do is they might order another battleship in 1939.
A third.
They might order another one. Yeah.
Would Congress release the funding for that, do you think, or...?
Thing is,
there's a massive the British are going to... The British are rapidly building. The British might be ordering Vanguard early. The British are doing all sorts of things, are modernising all sorts of things, and all these new ships have appeared in the world. You don't know what happens if the next fleet that appears is the Japanese get this wonderful gift from God appearing.
Yeah, it's important to bear in mind that that even at this, despite the whole Congress thriftiness thing that we do talk about quite a lot, Congress by the late 30s, basically because of Roosevelt's influence, was on board with the idea that it is an American ideal to build a fleet to protect America, and also it gives jobs to our constituents, etc., etc. Plus, we can line.
Oh, thank God! I was worried you were going with idealism. The latter one, yes, the latter one is quite true. They have been all turned into well, that gentleman who liked his Tillman. They've basically all been turned into... Enough of Congress have been turned into variations on Tillman, where they realise, hang on, constituents like good jobs. Shipbuilding is good jobs. We will build ships. That they are, quite happy to pay for these things. So I think honestly, an extra Carolina is a cool ship to have. The other option is they literally do blow the budget and they go for 4 of them. They do 2 more. They literally go for 4.
Which would give
that's gonna have an effect on all sorts of World War II.
Yeah, but again, so I'm gonna, you know what? Let's be nice to the Americans for a change. Let's give them 4 NOCALs, and that way they've got 2 classes of 4. 4 NOCALs and 4 Sodaks. So that's 4 fast battleships before the Iowas are even thought of.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to US war construction when we get to that. But I think that's the only change we're doing for the US. Is that right? We're not touching carriers or anything?
Well, they might want to add in an extra Yorktown, but to be honest, the only thing I can see the British doing in terms of carrier orders is a Unicorn class, because they really maxed out the yards they want to build carriers. They were indefatigable, implacable. They might add on a sister to that, because remember, the 1937 treaty has no cumulative limit, so they could do. But that's about the limit. So the British might add on an extra carrier, they might add on extra forward aviation support ship, but that's going to be it, because the Germans don't have carriers. And so the British response is going to be, they have capital ships, we'll have capital ships, and carriers. but we don't just need to keep the build going. We need to accelerate the builds we're doing rather than add on new builds because they don't have anything.
Just quickly adding on to that, Moe is asking, is the South Dakota not ready to be ordered by 39? So why necessarily order more North Carolinas if you could perhaps just order another pair of South Dakotas, perhaps?
I don't know if the South Dakotas are ready to be ordered.
They were laid down mid 39, so the design's probably.
Oh, in that case, then yeah, it would
at
be
least
expanded. It
all
would
of that.
be...
It's on.
It's
might be on the way.
It could well be South Dakotas, but it's also there's another reason to go with with the Carolinas, in that it gives you the 4-4, but it gives you the 4-4 in a way which doesn't sound aggressive, if that makes sense. It allows you to get the 4-4 and you're adding them in. It's also
homogeneous squadrons.
It's a mature design.
Yeah.
It's a mature design. So if you want to rapidly build something, which is easier to rapidly build, something which you've just started a construction of, or something you've pretty much you're through all the difficult bits of construction for.
Yeah.
Do you think the US would also try and accelerate their shipbuilding as well to sort of compensate, or keep with their current pace, just add a few more ships to the list?
That much credit. They'll build more, but they won't accelerate.
Right.
But the thing is, again, with the Carolinas, you know they're going to work, so you build them.
Yeah.
So I think I can see the attraction of going with 6 South Dakotas, but I think they go with. I do think they end up with the Carolinas because of literally the fact that it's a proven concept, and it's also not exactly. If we consider the Americans had the designs and ideas for what would eventually lead to the Nimitz class ready to go, and they still ordered a Yorktown in Hornet. So yeah.
Do you mean Nimitz or do you mean Essex?
Essex, sorry.
I was about to
Nimitz
say,
is the nuclear powered ones. Yeah, that would have been impressive. That would have been gorgeous.
Like, we've already had one case of
sorry,
I've
spent the day talking about French naval aviation, and Charles de Gaulle was billed as the French equivalent to the Nimitz class, and don't get me started. That's still in my brain.
Relax.
Combined that with lawyers, and it was fun.
Relax. We're in the World War II safe space. You're fine. We're in the World War II safe space. Okay.
So I believe that leads us to the Japanese.
Yes, that leads us to the Japanese. The IJN.
Well, as they've been hoisted by their own petard with their thanks of going for these massive battleships, and the fact that Germany's their sort of ally, there's not much they can really do. But
I get what you mean with the Japanese.
There are some ships which are actually interesting for the Japanese in this stuff that arrive, which might actually be things they'd want to purchase.
Oh.
Have a think through the list of the things we discussed. And think, what are the Japanese not building because they don't have the spare infrastructure to build? And what would be attracted to them in a coal-powered form?
They want the destroyers. For escort work. The torpedo boats.
What level of destroyers are we talking about here?
They're the torpedo boats.
Yeah, I'm using the proper term. Germany will be keeping the destroyers as capable coastal escorts from the high seas.
But let's be honest, what's a capable escort in the Pacific is very different to what's can be a capable escort in the North Sea.
Okay, so how are we splitting this? Are Germany keeping the torpedo boats and selling the destroyers, or are Germany keeping the destroyers and selling the torpedo boats?
Which do you think Germany's happier to sell?
The torpedo boats.
Which do you think suits the Japanese need?
I would have said the destroyers, because
the
torpedo boats are not going to help that much in open ocean, surely, at least at long distance.
Do they free up their other ships for coastal escort duties?
Well,
Or, alternatively, Japan buys the torpedo boats to free up ships that they know have longer range for escort work at longer ranges, so the torpedo boats take over that role.
Coastal convoys. Because you have to remember, Japan is just as dependent as Britain is of moving goods around Japan. One of the often forgotten things about the American submarine campaign is it really shut down the movement of goods internally in Japan because they couldn't move them around the coast.
Yeah,
It's got a huge mountain range down the center of Japan.
The Japanese 3-foot 6-inch railway network is one of the largest in the world, almost equivalent to South Africa. But I love the Cape gauge, but even in the UK with our 4-foot 8.5-inch railway network, we still have to run things up and down the coast.
Yeah. We're still doing coastal convoys. And so are the Japanese. A huge amount of coastal convoys. Especially when it comes to moving things which are important to their industry and infrastructure.
The problem I have is that this may not meaningfully affect the US submarine campaign because of terrible Japanese ASW.
Okay, so Japanese ASW is an intriguing thing. Because it's terrible in its impact, but one of the reasons it's terrible in its impact is lack of ability to put infrastructure in early enough to actually make use of the skills they do have and the experience they do have from World War One. And one of the interesting things is if you suddenly have an increase in the number of vessel hulls available, then that's going to get slightly more of a priority. Now, they do have programs which are producing things like Aztec, etc. The thing is, they don't want to take their larger ships out of service, especially their destroyers, out of service long enough to install them. Because they need them for their torpedo jobs and other jobs. But these ships, they wouldn't be worried about that, would they, for them?
True. And it would give them experience into... Because Japan does build some fairly capable sort of... I'm going to say flower and river equivalents late in the war, but by that point it's too late. But if
so these would be a kind of... like the V&W class, they would give them a bit of a stopgap. And give them a bit of time. And the thing is, again, for the American... Yes, and the thing is about this for the American submarines. The American submarines are at the absolute end of their logistics trail when they're doing those operations. If you lose any submarines, remember how much they bleed anyway. But if you have these sort of escorts escorting convoys, you change the arithmetic, because which convoy do I attack as a submariner? The one which has some escorts wandering around if I'm on my own, because I'm not in a wolf pack.
American submarines didn't do that.
Or do I wait for one which comes along which isn't a merchant vessel to come along which isn't in a convoy because it's running by the army?
Oh yeah, that happened. Haha.
So the Navy would be Navy could be in convoys escort, and that's going to change things. That could even change some of the command structures, because let's be honest, if the Army keeps losing their ships and the Navy isn't, and the Army goes the Navy can just go, well, then you have to follow them into our convoy command, and that's going to change things dramatically in World War II. Not necessarily, it's not going to make the Japanese win the war. Please, no one get that idea. That's not happening.
Oh no, we can't change the outcome of the conflict, but we can set up some very spicy naval engagements.
But the thing is, that will change. What it will change is the flow of goods and supplies throughout the conquered territories.
So what you're saying is Japan's military industry may not crash quite so hard and quite so quickly.
No. It'll probably plateau more than crash.
Oh. You're not suggesting that we see some of the spicier things that we didn't see because of resource shortages, are you?
Probably, because let's be honest, if you, let's say, by simply convoying and escorting those convoys, you cut losses by 30%. Not a massive amount. You're not cutting them out totally, but 30%. Imagine how big an impact that has on industry.
Oh no, we're gonna see Renzens and bloody Shindens, and goddamn, we're gonna see some of the late war Japanese cruisers as well.
Well, are we gonna see stuff like Shindens? That might be a bit of a leap.
Well, no, it's important. It's important
some of the reasons why they didn't get those things was because they couldn't shift turbines and armor plate to the yards because they kept trying to send them by sea.
Aircraft.
I would have thought that we might see some of, the more sensible
were very
ones.
badly affected by the problems with.
Yeah, I don't disagree that you would definitely see aircraft production. It's just I would surely see the improved Zeros and some of the improved fights instead of stuff like Shinden.
Well, no,
I think you're more likely to see their destroyer production actually work out.
Well, fair enough.
It's just, but that's not going to stop the 14th Air Force just at a leveling industrial centers.
Yeah, but
it's not. But it's going to change the scenario from it being stuck there and leveled to it being because
It'll be defended.
The thing is, what you have to remember is the 14th Air Force get there and level it, but that's after quite a lot of stuff has already been stuck there, sitting in warehouses, unable to be moved to where it needed to be. That the submarine campaign, and especially against the coastal convoy, coastal movement of merchant goods, etc., and some of the merchant movement of goods across the South China Sea and up the East China Sea and those sort of areas, had already stripped them of a lot of their ability to actually build up their forces. And one of the things that interesting you could potentially get is the actual fighters which could potentially have intercepted some of those 14th Air Force raids might actually be produced.
And his thing,
and that could be interesting.
And his thing,
that could be really interesting because that could lead to the extremely long-range version of the P-38 being built.
Yeah, this, like, Dr. Clarke is quite correct. The US already had problems with the Japanese dealing with B-29s with the limited resources they have. And that's things like J2M5, commonly known as the Raiden, with the 430mm cannons and the ability to operate at high altitudes. Things that the Japanese built in very limited numbers because they couldn't move logistics around their home islands. What might the US have to do if instead of a paltry 4 to 5 Shin Raidens coming up to intercept the B-29s, you're looking at 2 squadrons of aircraft totaling 40 fighters coming up to intercept a raid?
And furthermore, there's the scenario of if you've got those convoys being escorted, then one of the things which stops the Japanese being able to implement a proper convoy escort production program is, again, the resources actually coming in to build the convoy escorts. So you've got the resources, if you can actually successfully convoy, as said, you drop losses by 30%. Just by escorting merchants in the movement areas around Japan and between Japan and Korea, you have suddenly changed things dramatically.
But I think the Pacific, I feel like I do want to get to the Pacific, but I'm going to try and limit the butterflies as much as I can. But I would like to... We are going to stray a little bit into the realm of not... Go on.
Because I've got a really weird butterfly idea. That's post-war.
Yeah, but look, we have to get to the post-war bit first.
It's just the idea that if Japanese have been successfully able to semi-regularly intercept B-29s, that massively changes the American nuclear doctrine. Because the bomber doesn't always get through.
No.
True.
But there again, the reality of the history was the bomber didn't always get through, even historically. That was when there was actually decent fighters in to intercept them. They did hit them and did take them out. One of the things that's often forgotten about, one of the reasons why Hiroshima and Nagasaki are selected, is because of the level of defenses around them. And people go, why didn't they hit Tokyo, etc., and they come up with all sorts of lovely reasons for why they didn't hit those areas. But let's be honest, that's where the limited amount of defenses which could actually intercept the B-29 were mostly concentrated, in the Tokyo-Kyoto area.
Indeed.
So,
lots of American bombers
the idea that you can fly high enough, you can fly fast enough to not be intercepted.
Yeah, but
just have to keep going up.
Yeah, Foxo.
And faster.
Foxo, it's important that when the US said the bomber will always get through, they weren't saying every bomber will always get through. It's that if you throw enough bombers on enough vectors and enough targets, enough will get through to make your operation a success. That's the
A lot of that was predicated off the use of modern bombers against Japan. But if raids do get brutally mauled, you change the calculus for how many of the super bombers the Americans actually need.
I suppose, but the USAF had experience of that in, Germany. Like they knew what an opposed raid would mean. But anyway, we're getting.
Hence the modern bomber.
Yeah, we're getting sidetracked. I need to keep this rolling, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. So, now that we've gone around the world, we now have to return to Germany. Now, not much changes historically. until we get to the middle of 1940, and we're looking at the Norwegian campaign. Now, the key differences here, in terms of fleet disposition, for the Germans at least, I don't know what the RM will have at this point in terms of different ships, but I suppose we assume...
Might I make a quick interjection there, Fleet?
Go on.
I do think we might see changes, because all of a sudden RAF Bomber Command has a lot of very important targets to take out.
Yeah, but RAF Bomber Command's ability to hit those targets in 3940
is not limited.
It's
You're underestimating the range on Wellingtons.
That's not what I mean
No,
in terms of
Dragon.
limited.
Dragon. Bomber Command's not limited by airframes or range of airframes. They're limited by their ability to coordinate airframes.
It's a lot.
No, I would say they're limited by the Air Ministry more than that.
Right.
Dragon 2, you're quite right, Dragon 2000. They do have, on paper, certainly have the capability. But if you consider when the Royal Navy and the RAF's own reconnaissance provided an up-to-date detail of where the German heavy ships were, and they didn't hit the harbour till 3 days after those ships had dispersed because of war.
I'm just thinking,
So,
even if it's damage to harbour infrastructure. Do enough damage to enough of the ports and refitting yards, it will at least slow the German down in their capabilities.
That's certainly a scenario. It's how do I put this politely? It's I think honestly, for the you can do a lot of damage to those facilities, but I think you have to remember you are dealing with the beginning war of the war of Royal Air Force and their version interpretation of their doctrine and their version interpretation of what the world is going to be and how they can best win the war. You always have to approach these forces, and I always do them. It's not that they don't like each other; they each have their own version of how to win a war. And the trouble is, joint doctrine or joined-up thinking doesn't occur to quite a lot of the large part of the British Armed Forces. It tends to occur to navies before it occurs to other sides, the land forces and the air forces. The only reason it occurs to navies before it occurs to the other forces, not because they're uniquely wonderful or brilliant or anything like that. I know people have accused me of saying that in the past, and it's not the case, and I never said that. It's because navies already have to think in terms of joined-up thinking, because they're coordinating submarines, destroyers, capital ships, carriers, their cruisers, they're coordinating all those. So they're already thinking about coordinating multiple different assets, and usually marines as well. And so they're already thinking in terms of what are we bringing into what is all the components we can bring into this. Whereas if you think about it, the equivalent Air Force officers thinking about how can air power deliver this effect, not what are all of the various tools in my arsenal which can deliver this effect. They're thinking about their aircraft, how they can deliver this effect. And if you're talking to the army general, he's thinking about, well, how can my soldiers deliver this effect? What can I do with the artillery, the tanks, these things. And, it tends to be actually in terms of joined up thinking and joint operations. It tends to go Navy gets there a bit first, then the Army, because again, their range of things. And then the last of the party are usually the Air Force going, oh, this actually might be a good idea. But we thought air power could do it all alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you've been singing for the last 20 years to get yourself a service funding. Now, welcome to the real world. Let's have a conversation like adults.
Yeah. And also, like I said, Dragon, I want to recognise...
And it's not helped by Trenchard sitting around in the corners making loud noises about the fact that the RAF can win the war alone and the other services are a waste of funding.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
And he's even saying that in 1940.
Yeah.
God damn it, Trenchard.
Brackman, it's important to bear in mind that the Luftwaffe in 39...
Be back in a second.
Yeah. The Luftwaffe in 3940 is...
Stay.
The most lethal it'll ever be.
He has a shed! He has a shed-like fleet! He has a shed-like fleet! Oh, that's lovely! Anyway, the Luftwaffe doesn't have RBG. RBG aircraft need aluminium and engines driven by gasoline. They don't need steel.
No, they don't.
And I'm not being exact, Fox, so you don't have to rip my head off for it.
They do need some. I think the problem is, as RBG, as you just said that, the problem is manpower and everything else. Like, the problem is, this is a significant investment into the German Navy. So
It is,
I can't get rid of it, but it's not enough to make a difference, I would have said.
Yeah, like,
It
you're
is.
talking about finding men for, like, capital ships require...
Well, you're having to get the people to work on the ships, for one.
Yeah,
Crew the ship is 2.
yeah, this is the thing. Germany doesn't start conscripting
follow me.
skilled dockyard labor until you're looking at the... Germany doesn't... Also, you have a shed! You have a shed like I have a shed! Well, when I'm at home.
Yes, I do at the moment. I have a shed. This is the shed which me and Drac built.
Hey!
It's the office for both me and my sister.
It looks
And of
like...
course, now it's packed up because I'm moving.
Oh,
We're moving soon.
I know.
And
Funny-
hence soon.
funny thing is, so am I.
And-
I'll have to leave my shed behind as well.
I am going to miss it because literally it was a lot of fun to build. Me and Drac, we had a lot of fun building this one. It was, if you can imagine, two of us having a conversation about HMS Agincourt, i.e. the 6th Queen Elizabeth, while sitting up on that roof, making sure the roof was actually put together properly because the builders who originally built it did such a bad job. We had to rebuild everything. And people just walking past below us going, what the frickin' are they talking about? Because they're talking about Agincourt, but also debating 15-inch versus 18-inch guns.
RBG is saying...
It was a fun few hours.
Yeah, RBG is saying the Luftwaffe will be meaningfully smaller in this timeline. I don't think so, because the amount of manpower you need for this new German Navy is not really going to dent the Luftwaffe or their Mark
No,
III.
it will. Because
No,
to
it
do the
doesn't-
refits and maintain a ship, yes, Germany has a lot of people, but the people with the specific high engineering skills
Would not be conscripted in the first
are
place.
always in short supply.
Would not be conscripted in
for
the
an
first
industry.
place.
Yeah, you put them in the navy, they're suddenly not making air and
Did
maintaining
you want to let
aircraft.
Clark say something?
I would say you have one advantage. Okay? One small advantage. Anschluss.
Basically, your best hope.
Okay? Basically, with Anschluss, you've got access to all the Austrian Navy personnel.
Yeah.
They're extremely well trained and extremely skilled. If you can get enough of those, and I know there's a very famous movie about one of them escaping to Switzerland.
Yeah.
Probably one of their better submarine officers.
Look, can I Shanghai him to go and crew one of them? Get back here, Von
But the
Trapp.
thing is, the thing is, there's enough of them around that they can help short term with this many ships. But as I said, again, one of the things is this is one of the reasons why you're phasing their introduction, because you're realistically going to need to provide the crew for 2 of them at all anytime soon. Because the rest you're not really going to want to put into service much until you've done some of their modifications. So they might have a skeleton crew keeping them going and keeping their boilers lit and keeping them moved around and moving them progressively further and further east to keep away from the Royal Air Force. But, yeah, they're not going to be doing much. The main thing you're going to do is that by the time of, let's say, Norway, you're going to have Baden and Bayern.
And
Those 2 will probably be available.
This is the thing.
So that's going to mean that you're then going to have to deal with the fact that some bright spark is going to suggest that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau take them with them, and they operate as a 4.
Oh, that's...
That's the type of bright spark you've got at the top of the German High Command, because of the image of it being the 4 of them.
Yeah, because Raeder was directly leading the German fleet from the Bridge of Scharnhorst, wasn't he, in the Norwegian campaign? I think, or was it Lutyens? I can't remember.
No, Lutyens. No, it's not Lutyens or Raeder. That's the other one.
Oh, I don't know.
It's Lutyens' predecessor.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go get a book. Excuse me 1 second.
I'm gonna just, let him go hunting. It's fun. I enjoy these things. So does anyone have any questions? While we've been talking away, does anyone have any questions in the chat? Because I can't... with my Discord, if I go into the chat, I will lose the video. If I If you want the video, I can't go into the chat. So, I do not know why Discord loves me so in this scenario. I really don't, but it does. So, are there any questions while Fleet is off hunting books?
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It's with like the whole sort of you need workforces and welders to maintain and do the refits on these ships.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much of an effect, because they're in limited supply in pretty much all the economies, be they Germany or the UK, would you get something similar like you got in the UK where all the welders were taken up by the RAF, but this time like, all the welders for the Luftwaffe are taken up by the Navy?
Well, it's one of those things, and they do like to talk about all the welders being taken up by the Royal Air Force in World War II, and you look in the stats and you find that the Royal Air Force actually, the main thing that took up the welders wasn't actually the aircraft or the operating, it was actually building the giant pipeline which kept fuel going around the country, and it was a short-term thing. But it's made a big fuss of, especially by certain naval historians, who I look at and I go, I think there are other issues which led to it. But the big problem, the big thing you have for Germany, and the one advantage you have in this scenario, is that a lot of these ships are riveted, not welded. So unless you decide to completely change their plates over, you're fine, as long as you leave them riveted. And that's where especially the older labour force that's been out of work quite a lot for 20 odd years, they're going to get called back. And honestly, for riveting, it does require some skills, but it's less of a thing than welding. So unless you try and completely convert these ships, they're mostly riveted construction. In fact, I think they're all riveted construction.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember if there's any welding in them.
I'm back. After a vigorous search,
How
I
you doing?
couldn't find the book I was looking for. Who was it leading the German fleet at Norway then?
So, Operation Versberg. You're looking for a certain naval commander. Who is in charge of them? Think about it. Think about the invasion. Think about the forces being involved. Think about the order of battle. Who is in charge of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau?
Gunther Lutjens! No, wait, hang on, I already said that. No, not Gunther Lutjens. Who was it?
Salwachter.
Oh, that's the one. Salwachter.
General Admiral Salwachter. Lutjens is aboard them because his predecessor and then successor, who takes them out on their next operation, is not well. But Salwachter's in charge. And Salwachter is not even the man Lutjens is. And Lutjens gets a lot of flack as being a bit of a, will toe the line and do whatever he's told. But Salwachter, how best to describe him?
An empty car pulled up to the building in the Chancellery and Salwachter got out?
He's very sure he's intelligent.
Oh, he's that
Crypto bro.
Well...
He is very, very sure he's incredibly smart.
The problem
but,
the problem that we've got...
He basically... The guy who Lutjens has to replace is called Wilhelm Marschall. And Marshall is probably the smartest of the available vice admirals there at the time. The other option they have is Hermann Berman.
Ooh.
But, don't get me started on him. But in the nicest way, Salwachter is the kind of guy, especially when it comes to the plan for the invasion of Norway. Well, let's think about this. He puts his battleship force together, and then what does he send to Narvik? He sends all the destroyers to Narvik. He then, has the various other groups, the cruisers, etc., all these things. But it's the battleships and destroyers going solo to Narvik, because, in his view, the destroyers are the one things he can most afford to risk, and the battleships are needed to cover them to mitigate the risk. And he's got to send the strongest possible battleship force he can. Now, they nearly don't take Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Both of them have issues, but they take them both. So in the nicest way, he's going to give them Bane and Baden. And if they can do 24 knots, then guess what Scharnhorst and Gneisenau's new top speed is?
Oh no.
Because they can't leave each other behind.
Well, on the one hand, that might mean, given the increased amount of secondary battery... Okay, do they find Glorious before or after they find Renown?
They find Glorious, I think, before they find Renown, but the trouble is, I don't think they find Glorious in this scenario.
No.
Yeah,
Because you have to remember, Glorious is going against Royal Navy doctrine in every sense of the formation. The Royal Navy peacetime escort for an aircraft carrier was a minimum of 4 destroyers and a light cruiser.
And she's got a pair of destroyers.
That's their peacetime escort.
Yeah.
And she's been allowed to go. Yes, I realise Lord Corkinori is still going to be in charge, and he's still going to be an idiot. I do realise there is nothing I can do to change that, short of going back in time and shooting him.
But
there is often a time of whether I want to shoot him more or BT. There is an actual debate in my mind occasionally, historical terms. But leaving that to one side, the thing is, I do not see Glorious being allowed off on her own out of this scenario. I don't see her being allowed off on her own.
There are 4 German.
But more importantly,
at sea.
there are 4 German capital ships in the offing. What are the British going to be like in that scenario? What do the British do when there's... let's put it this way. When there's Bismarck out to sea, what are they operating in?
Squadron strength.
Usually at least a pair of capital ships. When there's Scharnhorst and Gneisenau operating out at sea, what do they tend to be operating in?
Pair of ships plus whatever convoy escorts are knocking around.
Yeah. And that's if they're out solo. If they're out as a pair, what do they group themselves into?
Hunting groups,
Fleet?
usually with a carrier and a pair of battleships.
And usually they have a couple of groups in supporting of each other.
Yeah.
So now the Germans have 4. And we all know the Germans, when they're coordinating 4 ships, they're not going to be quiet about it. Let's be honest, the singles traffic analysis is going to pick it up, let alone the people who, the other people at Bletchley Park.
And you've also got probably, because at least the first pair of the cruiser rebuilds will be done, so they'll be with them, and the destroyers as well will also be there.
And have they sent? So the first question is going to be: have the Royal Navy sent Warspite off the Mediterranean at all, or did they keep her in the North Atlantic?
She's probably still. She's probably in the Med because they're watching the Italian rebuilds very closely, because the first pair of them have just left the dockyards, and the second pair have just gone in. So the Mediterranean.
That's true.
The Mediterranean has to be more heavily manned now in this version of 1940 than it was historically, because historically all the Italians have is the 4 rebuilds of their old dreadnoughts, plus I think 1 Littorio literally just scraping into commission, not even worked up. At this
and
point,
historically, with the pause in construction,
yep.
Historically, the pause in construction, the King George V come into service in October 1940 and January 1941, and so forth. Now, if you haven't paused construction, and if you can go by traditional British build cycles, when are they in service?
Just about the same
If you
time.
don't pause construction in September 1939 for at least a month,
Assuming wartime build cycles.
and delayed all the things,
Assuming wartime build cycles, which will accelerate construction as well, and no pause.
and they probably accelerated them back in January 1939 in response to the suddenly appearing.
Dear. Yes.
And
because-
historically, King George V is launched in February 1939, and Prince of Wales in May 1939.
Oh.
And Duke of York in February 1940, and Anson in February 1940, and Howe in April 1940. So if I've accelerated them back in January 1939 and gone to maximum build on those yards, what have I probably got sitting in my fleet by February 1940, commissioned and fully worked up?
We're looking at a pair of KGVs at least being ready to sail with whatever's with Nelson. 4? 4?
Well, if they're all max accelerated, it makes sense.
Oh. Oh dear.
The Royal Navy will be working overtime to get these up and
So,
running.
With a full month's delay, in 1939, they still launched Duke of York and Anson in February 1940.
Oh god.
That was a full month's delay after a regular build, not a sped up build.
Oh my.
And historically, Prince of Wales was launched in May 1939, and King George V was launched in February 1939. So if I've accelerated those constructions, because I started Duke of York in May 1937 and Anson in July 1937, I've got all the long lead items pretty much already done. If I push those ships through, by February, maybe March 1940, I've got 4 of those ready to go.
Oh god, we're looking at a force that possibly consists of Nelson, Rodney, King George V, Howe, Anson, and Duke of York being ready to sail to intercept Charles.
I think Prince of Wales instead of Howe, probably.
Sorry, Prince of Wales being ready to sail to intercept
Oh, well.
just Bayern, Baden, Charles,
And
Neisel.
And wait for it, because it gets even more fun. Illustrious is historically also paused for a month, and she's commissioned in May 1940.
And which means that instead
Formidable is paused for a month, and she's commissioned in November 1940. And these were Illustrious was started in April 1939. Formidable in August.
Oh, what the fuck? What the?
Hello.
What
What?
the heck?
No idea what.
And
What?
No
the
idea
heck?
what happened there.
That was a new one.
That what? That just 1 minute you were going, then next minute you weren't. What?
But the entire thing
Tony,
just went
Discord
down.
doesn't always like me.
Yeah.
Okay, now, this is the thing. Okay, so let's start off with the Illustrious class. Historically, they are laid down in April 1937, June 1937, May 1937, November 1937. And they are slow walked. And April 1939 is when Illustrious is historically launched, August 1939 is when Formidable is historically launched, September 1939 is when Victorious is historically launched, and March 1940 is when the Indomitable is historically launched. And we won't even get into Next Generation. Now, the thing is, if I really push those ships, and yes, I've got issues with armor production, but I'm quite happy to buy armor from elsewhere, and if I'm prepared to pay in January 1939 to upgrade the armor, I've got most of the armor for these ships already on ready to go. One of the things that delays them in terms of armor is me using that armor plate for other things, historically. Now, if I've put them to full speed construction, let's see who's building these people. Vickers, Armstrong, Barrow, and Furness are building Illustrious. Harlan and Wolfe in Belfast are building Formidable. Vickers, Armstrong, Wallsend are building Victorious, and Vickers, Armstrong, Barrow, and Furness are building Indomitable. These are not exactly small yards or slow yards, are they?
Oh dear.
So the odds are, I think I've got at least 3 of those in service as well. By time of any Norway campaign, if it takes place as historically timed.
So, will the Germans even commit heavy units to the... If they know that the British have these extra capital ships, will they be... Like, I know that... Thing is, the decision to commit the heavy units came from Raider. And Admiral,
It came from Hitler and
Yeah.
Raider.
Yeah, but Raider at this point still had influence over Hitler, and Hitler would actually somewhat listen to what Raider had to say. Now, Raider said...
And why are they committing them?
Yeah, so Raider said, it's a risk, but Scharnost and Gneisenau can only be caught by 3 units of the British fleet that exist right now. It's an acceptable risk to commit them. If the British have 4 KGVs, and German intelligence is no slouch, the Germans will know they've managed to get 4 KGVs in service by this point, and all will probably be at home.
Oh, the British will also have announced it quite loudly.
Yeah, Raider will...
Because the British have the habit with their capital ships.
Yeah, Raider will probably go, Mein Führer, probably best to wait and not commit...
There's also the joy of the upgrades. Remember what we put into upgrade in pretty much January 1939 with the ready-to-go upgrade plans?
Oh, yes.
Repulse and Hood.
Yeah.
Now, Renown comes out before the operation, but if I've also shoved Renown, Repulse and Hood in there, they could also be conceivably out in this time period.
Which makes the Norwegian campaign safer for the Germans navally in terms of losses, but a longer campaign overall because they have to basically land at Trondheim and Oslo in the south with no German commitment to Narvik. Because anything going to Narvik is basically just handing the Royal Navy kills on a platter.
Is that not potentially a good thing for the German Navy, though, of not potentially losing stuff in Narvik?
No, it's good for the German Navy, it just makes the Norwegian campaign a longer, bloodier affair.
Yeah.
Overall.
It makes it actually a stalemate in the centre of Norway. Think about the geography of Norway.
Yeah.
And if you haven't got the whole of Norway, you can't invade Sweden. And let's be honest, Sweden is armed to the teeth and active.
Well, Germany's not going to invade Sweden anyway, the whole point.
So, you have to remember, Germany used the coercive threat against Sweden quite a lot of times about potentially invading them, and managed to get them not actively supporting the Norwegians because of that threat. Because they'd already claimed so much territory in Norway. Whereas, if they haven't got central and northern Norway, then A, there's a certain Lieutenant General of the Norwegian Army who will be coming south and meeting up with Carlton de Witt and his force in central Norway, and then be murking south. And let's be honest, that's not a man I want to fight, and armed with Carlton de Witt next to him, that's going to turn Norway into a very, very interesting campaign if you haven't got Narvik. And if the British have got access to Narvik, then that's going to change the whole Battle Atlantic. Because suddenly it makes the anti-submarine warfare patrols for your aircraft to be from Scotland to Norway and back. And the submarines now have to stay underwater for that entire band.
True.
Which is definitely not good for them because they can't go more than 7 knots underwater. And there are lots of currents in that band of the North Atlantic North Sea which are stronger than 7 knots, so you're going where the current wants you to go if you're underwater.
That stalemate will probably last until 2 things occur. The first will be the fall of France, because I can't realistically see... Like, if the armies of both sides and the air forces of both sides haven't meaningfully changed, there is no reason that the Battle of France does not go as historical. Because the Battle of France was Germany rolling natural 20s. With the forces they had.
Yes, that is all true, and I do understand. I do accept that, but I will be lodging a point in this one because there is a difference in this scenario. The British felt that Norway wasn't tenable because the Norwegians couldn't defend Norway. And in this scenario, the Norwegians have got control of central and northern Norway. And what is the critical point in central Norway that the British wish to deny to the Germans and would love to have access to?
Trondheim?
The Scandies?
Narvik. What comes from Narvik?
Swedish iron ore.
Iron.
Yes. Deny that to German industry.
I mean, it's only a couple of months of denial in the build-up to the Battle of France.
Well, no, no. Think about it more of this. Not a couple of months of denial to German industry at that point, but think about it this way: if you're able to buy it off the Swedes by outbidding the Germans, which the British would do, and let's be honest, the British economy is in a better position than the Germans to do so, then you're denying the Germans the finest quality iron ore they can get. Now that has an adverse effect on what area of their production?
Shipbuilding.
And?
Everything.
Tanks.
Engines.
Tanks, guns, railways.
Engines. Oh.
Engines. That's the way you get the high quality ore for you to make your engines from. Turbines, full blocks. Hey, oh, good. Foxo's back. I was worried a second. It disappeared. I was worried what was going to happen to the rest of us. But that's the thing. If you can do that, you've caused them problems. Now, I would say that's a longer-term significant thing. But the thing is also is that if the Germans don't win quickly in Norway, one of the reasons why they develop and win in northern France, and one of the things is they have this perception, everyone of them winning everywhere. They suddenly get caught in a stalemate because they can't. You literally cannot go from southern Norway up through central Norway unless you've got control of the sea, unless you're going by the sea. It's too exposed. The routes are a nightmare. Think about it from this point of view. When I was planning the Scandinavia trip for the ship-shape team, when we were looking at it, it was honestly easier for us to get to Narvik from Stockholm than it is for us to get to Narvik from Oslo. It's easier for us today, civilians just traveling.
You're correct, and all of the points you've made are really correct, but there is one difference here for a German invasion of Norway that can circumvent the problem that you've created. The Kriegsmarine was not confident in its ability to support German troops ashore in Sweden because of the threat posed by the modern Swedish Navy. This was partially down to the fact of their limited number of capital units to oppose, because if the three Sverigers propped up and jumped a Scharnhorst, that Scharnhorst was dead, supported by Swedish coastal crafted aircraft. However, if we've suddenly given the Germans Baden, Bayern, and the Königs coming online in fits and starts, suddenly the Kriegsmarine's assessment of an invasion of Sweden goes, we might actually be able to support this, mein Führer.
Might be, but remember, again, the moment they start looking at the Swedish in terms of armed states, it's kind of like Switzerland. We might be able to do it, but what are we going to suffer doing it? Because the Swedish are heavily entrenched and heavily armed. They've done the exact opposite than Norway did in the interwar years. They've done what they've always done. It's one of the reasons why Sweden is such a prize for NATO right now. Because Sweden is armed to the frigating teeth. And they have a lot more interesting things. They have a lot more submarines in terms of some of their systems. The Swedes are an interesting force in this period. Sorry, I said submarines. Torpedoes launch it. Torpedo positions.
Yeah.
And you have to remember again, there's less than a Blucher.
Yeah, in order to...
Also, there's the fact that the Germans really don't have landing craft. If we have a look at Operation Sea Lion, if you have even Lutyens going... Ow! And he was supposed to be in charge of the thing.
Yeah,
it was quite funny.
Unfortunately, the problem is, in order to avoid... The problem is we are now really spiraling into too many butterflies. So, how can we have Narvik and the Norwegian campaign happen successfully? And
For the Germans?
Yeah, like
what... The problem is with their larger fleet, the British concentrate and probably keep their ships out at sea more. So it's actually more likely that you end up with a naval battle.
Yeah, this is the thing.
If you end up with a naval battle, then Norway's off the cards, because the nicest way, if they lose their ships at sea, they're gone.
Yeah.
And all the troops are gone. So this scenario, you get one of three options with Norway. Norway doesn't happen because of the British naval strength. They go look at it and go, no, we can't do that, sir. We don't have enough capital ships yet for this.
So we
because Renown, Repulse, Hood, those 4 King George V's in service, we can't do this.
Yeah.
And that's a perfectly understandable and acceptable answer, honestly, because they've got 7 fast capital ships. They've got, let's be honest, they then have 3 illustrious class at least in the service: Ark Royal, Courageous, Glorious. They probably wouldn't have Unicorn or Ocean in service, but they would have Eagle, Hermes, and Argus. to draw from to support Royal Navy operations around the world.
God damn.
So they have 9 carriers. That's not a good scenario for the Germans to be running into, because the ships they're going to be running to into the home fleet in that scenario, because, let's be honest, war with Italy takes a little bit longer to get started. You could well find yourself dealing with Ark Royal, Courageous, Glorious, Illustrious, Formidable, and Victorious.
God damn.
And the thing is, then, the scenario that we have traditionally in North Sea, in that the British have to bring some forces back because they don't have enough to they can't maintain them at sea and restock them to do the operations that they're talking about, which is potentially taking the ports themselves from the Norwegians to defend them. That old chestnut. Doesn't happen because you don't need to withdraw them in. If you've got that many carriers, if you've got 6 carriers to draw from, you probably you're probably happy to keep at least 2 out there with whatever task group. And yes, you've got, let's say, you've got the 4 King George V's, you've got the 3 battle cruisers which are being modernised to a lesser or greater extent. Maybe they've both Repulse has had a full renown mod, maybe she hasn't. But both her and Hood will have had significant modifications in the year or so they've been able to give them. Well, those 7 ships, that provides at least 2 fast capital ships and 2 carriers in that for any one group, and then they're probably supported by Nelson and or Rodney, also sitting out there.
God damn! So there's
and there could be as many as 2 of those groups of 2 fast capital ships and 2 carriers out there.
So basically, we've denied, like, Germany can just choose not to invade Norway and leave them as a neutral, which honestly, given this scenario, might be better, because if Britain violates Norwegian neutrality first, and is visibly seen to do so, I'm not saying Norway will join the Axis, but that's probably going to piss off the Norwegians if the British are laying mines in their territorial waters.
Unfortunately, there's already the Outmark incident, which was Jossingford, which was actually not just inside Norwegian territorial waters, it was inside Norwegian internal waters. The Altmark incident takes place inside Norwegian internal waters.
Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, and that didn't cause the Norwegians to get pissed off.
No, because the Norwegians basically knew they had a choice between a dictatorship or a democracy of a sort.
Yeah.
As which one they choose to be bullied by at this point in this war scenario.
Yeah.
They were prepared to take their chances with the democracy over the dictatorship.
So we've basically we've then got German iron ore still coming south, but it's constantly being interdicted and it's constantly being threatened.
No. The British are going to do exactly the same thing they did in World War One. Buy it.
Oh, bugger.
People often forget that's the secret to the British blockade in World War One. Why did they not have the protests from neutral? Historically, they always got with blockades in the Napoleonic era. Well, in the Napoleonic era, they used to buy it as well, but they couldn't buy it at source. They had to buy it at sea, which caused issues. And the World War One, what did? They actually put buyers. They put fake companies in every single place where they wanted the materials not to get to Germany, and they started buying it. They were even buying vegetables and things from grain and dairy from Sweden, and getting it shipped over Norway through that blooming pass by train to Narvik to be sent to Britain, where it was found by that point the dairy had gone off. I don't know how that magically managed to happen after that journey. And they did all that to stop the Germans getting it.
God.
The British are very, very effective when they're in a war.
So, well, that's strike one against the Germans then. So, no successful Norwegian campaign.
Yeah, which is going to affect the capabilities of Strike 2.
So, given when the Norwegian campaign takes place, and given when the Battle of France takes place, I have no reason to meaningfully affect the Battle of France and the fall of France. what the loss of the Norwegian campaign will affect is everything else that comes after.
Mm-hmm. Denmark probably still falls. They probably still invade
absolutely,
take Denmark.
yeah.
Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But also it is going to affect the fall of France, though.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, think about where the ships were historically during the fall of France to cover things like some of the extra operations to evacuate personnel. Because remember, they took people out of Dunkirk, but they also landed them elsewhere to try and reinforce the French, and then they had to evacuate them again. If you've got aircraft carriers and things you can send down to cover those evacuations, you can do a very different evacuation operation. You can get a lot more out.
Oh yes.
You wouldn't want to use aircraft carriers over Dunkirk, but if you're talking about the ones which were the evacuations from the Bay of Biscay area, etc., yeah.
You can get a lot more British forces and equipment out, which will help the British in
Yes.
the long term. Mussolini.
And also you can get a lot more French out.
True. Mussolini probably still joins the war because, I mean, lack of Norway falling. Or
Germany
not,
looks like they're winning.
Yeah, lack of Norway falling or not, the fall of France is still a big fucking deal.
Also, Mirza Kabir gets more interesting.
I'll let you... I mean, I know a bit about Mirza Kabir, but, like, I've never claimed to be a historian. I do this thing for fun. I have a bit
Somerville
of
Somerville is sent down with a list of various options for the French admiral, which includes going to the Caribbean, all sorts of options. And the French admiral basically spends his entire time pontificating.
Oh yeah, John.
And never presents it. Basically, it's a classic scenario of the British don't. It's not that the British don't trust the navy. It's not they don't trust the French people. They don't trust the French government because of the way the French government had behaved in the previous few weeks. They had lost all faith in the word of the French government, and you can sort of understand it when there was supposed to be an alliance where they would never do anything without working with the other, and then suddenly they were told this. Yes, you can understand it from the French perspective that they have had to do this, but the fact they had informed and told the British exactly what they were doing, and they hadn't sort of was considered quite upsetting. So the British had no faith in the French government.
Oh, completely. And wasn't the French...
The reality is, I don't think the French get any ships out of Mirza Kabir in this scenario, because I think with more carriers turning up, because it won't just be Ark Royal, etc. on just a couple of them, and it won't just be... It'll be about three carriers, and it'll be about the same number of capital ships which turn up.
And it gets better. Dunkirk makes her famous run for it from Mirza Kabir.
Yes.
Where she breaks the numbers, and Hood strips a turbine going after her, which means she gets away.
Hood's been refitted in this
exactly.
scenario,
Hood's
and
Strasbourg,
and she probably has a couple of King George V's backing her up.
Yeah. And while Dunkirk can spin herself up to 33 knots and go whippy off over the horizon, it's basically going to come down to, can Hood and the KGVs land a hit that reduces Dunkirk's top speed before she gets out of gun range, basically. I consider that likely given the amount of firepower being thrown at her.
Yeah, and also there is a small other option, because you never know with that greater strength of force, what the British have sitting slightly further back to act as catcher.
Indeed. Like, we can't... Like, it's pretty much guaranteed the French will do what they did, because Jean Soule exists, and that man is determined to force a fucking confrontation by not telling his government what the actual options are.
Yeah, he is an idiot.
But, so...
The next scenario, then, is what happens to Italy.
So
well, in the nicest way, where do you need the carriers?
Yeah, so yes, the RN has to watch the German Neo High Seas Fleet, as I'll call it. They're watching, like by this point, they're watching with some concern Der Flinker and Hindenburg's rebuilds wind down and finish up. They're watching the Königsbild filter back into the fleet. They're watching the stripping.
Basically, Nelson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nelson and Rodney are sitting back at home. King George V's. Yeah.
Yeah, but basically, so the Italians at this point again. I will not be denied. I will not be denied. Issues or no issues, I'm finishing this fucking question because I am enjoying it. Anyway, Nelson and Rodney are sitting at home with a KGV or two watching the German fleet. You've got Graf Zeppelin probably being wound down and scrapped Her place probably being taken by... You're probably looking by late 40. You're looking at Von der Tann and possibly Moltke being hauled in. But basically because of the effect that RN... In fact, we can probably accelerate that because the RN has used their carriers so effectively, that might accelerate Germany's plans to get carriers of their own. I still don't think they will.
It might do, but I think it's going to wait till a post-Taranto scenario.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. So Italy, when they enter the war in this timeline, has in terms of additional capital ships, they have one unrebuilt Kaiser with perhaps just a basic fire control fit and some 20mm slapped on it. They have 2 rebuilt Kaisers, and they have 2 that are unavailable because they're currently in the yard going through that rebuild process when they join the war. So that's 2 additional capital ships that can also do around 20... So they've got now 6 capital ships that can do 26 knots, roughly, give or take. And one that can do 21 knots on a good day with a following wind. So you've got that one unrebuilt Kaiser is basically sat with a flotilla of destroyers and cruisers around it, escorting the most vital of convoys to and from Italian North Africa.
Yeah.
Basically. And then the other ships are being kept as covering forces.
Yes.
And then you come to basically Taranto, which is going to be fun.
Now, Merzo could be we did say King George V, but it could well have been Renowned, Repulse, and Hood.
Yeah.
As a fast squadron to become Force H, because let's be honest, then that's a fast squadron for Force H, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
Force H, that's a scary force if that's your base of Force H along with some carriers.
Yeah.
So, Ark Royal, something like that.
They can go that
You've
way,
probably left about
that way.
You probably, if you've got Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. Also, she's wandering around, of course. She's another aircraft carrier we have. So they also have Courageous, Glorious, Furious, Illustrious, Formidable, Victorious, possibly Indomitable by this point as well. Ark Royal, Eagle, Hermes, and Argus. So they have 11 carriers to pick from.
Although Eagle, Hermes, and Argus are very much second-line units with the more carriers earlier that the RN has.
No. I would say Hermes and Argus will find themselves on Far East deployments and doing distant operations, so they'll be doing things like... The nicest way, Graf Spey could well find itself dealing with a carrier presence earlier. So Harwood's force might well have a carrier as part of it. I.e. Hermes or something like that. Sitting down there with them.
Fucking hell, poor Graf Spey has been deader than before.
That does that sort of fun. I think you also find scenarios like Eagle's still going to be considered a frontline unit. She's a very capable unit. She's been, well, upgraded, even at this point. And because you need the carriers, because you're going to need to want to leave at least... Well, the British will probably look at those 11 ships and they'll probably go, right, and we need at least 4 carriers for the patrol versus the Germans, because that's their counter to their numbers. As long as they have the King George V's and any Lions, which come out will go straight into that fleet, as long as they're backed up by 4 carriers, they're fine. So I've got 3 carriers for probably rest of the world operations, including Ark Royal for Force H, etc. Maybe I want a second carrier of Ark Royal, maybe I don't. Maybe it's Ark Royal and Victorious. But I'm sending at least 3 carriers, if not the 3 carriers along with Eagle, to back up the Mediterranean fleet. And that's what's going to do Taranto.
Which is...
So that's my sort of scenario.
So, what did the Italians lose historically in Taranto? I don't know off the top of my head. Let me actually look it up. Let me do it looking up for a change. Taranto... Raid... Taranto... What did the... 3 battleships disabled out of the 6 that were present.
Yeah.
So if we've got 3 additional battleships, 2 modernized and 1 not modernized.
And if you think about the harbour directions and the attacks, and you think about, well, traditionally you're talking about 21 torpedo bombers going to strike, and we're now talking about 104. plus dive bombers. So they have a 50% increase in targets, but they have a
So the Italians
500% increase in 600% increase, 700% increase in attacking forces.
Yeah, so the Italians in the historical battle, in terms of actual full losses, Conte de Cavour was never repaired. Littorio was fully operational within 4 months.
Yeah.
Giulio was.
So the yard is now full with a ship being upgraded. And Giulio was also operational after the yard. So the yards are full, and you've got all that extra attacking power coming in. And Littorio and probably her sister as well are going to be far more exposed.
And they're also going to be much more important targets to be hit as far as the RN is concerned. Being the most modern.
Yes, Littorio and Vittorio are probably going to be targets numero uno, and if you look at where they are put in the harbour historically, they're not in a good position.
No, they are not. This is really gonna. This is. Good God. That's.
Think of all those duplex torpedoes. And probably skewer dive bombers. Let's be honest, because the British have probably maxed out the production of dive bombers. And before anyone starts critiquing the Blackburn skewer, I can agree, it's a terrible fighter, but the Royal Navy procured it as a fighter because it was the only way they could get a dive bomber through the Air Ministry, by claiming it was a fighter. It's like Vickers magically had a dive bombing site available, which they produced entirely on their own spec that exactly fitted the aircraft, despite the fact the Air Ministry saying they couldn't develop one, and the Royal Navy paying a huge amount of money for development of various guns and other systems.
To quote Eric Winkle-Brown on his comments on the skewer, it was an acceptable, in fact, excellent dive bomber, but a fighter it was not.
No, but and also, do you know what its real party trick was?
I don't know.
It was the only dive bomber in 1940 which was Knight certified.
Ooh, very nice. Very, very nice.
So, remember the Swordfish? Some of them were carrying bombs instead of torpedoes because they didn't have any dive bombers with them, so they took in bombs for doing some of the duties. So now all the Swordfish could be carrying torpedoes. And the skewers will be doing the bombing, so they'll be carrying a heavier bomb, hitting more accurately to go after the fuel depots, etc. And the cruisers and the destroyers.
Good God.
And let's be honest about poor Littorio. She gets hit by 3 torpedoes and she gets recovered. If she got hit by a 4th, God help her.
Yeah. I think
it doesn't take many more torpedoes. It does. With 3 torpedo hits, she becomes almost irrecoverable. They spend a lot of effort and recover her, but the more torpedoes you get hit, and the fact that it's going to take longer for them to get round to fixing her and repairing her.
Do you reckon they drag those? I suppose at that point you've got to basically, as the Italian naval staff, you've got a difficult decision to make. Assuming that...
Oh, you've certainly got a massive dilemma, and that's going to just add time to take into it.
Because basically you've got the choice. Assuming that the...
You're halfway through the programs for that, aren't you?
Yeah. So, assuming that both Littorios are more heavily damaged than they were hit, so my outcome for this is going to be thus. Outright loss of 2 Italian battleships. One of the rebuilds, doesn't matter whether it's German or Italian, and the old Kaiser are outright losses, cannot be recovered. 2 vessels damaged, and especially the older ships, so they can be recovered and refitted. As in, they can refit them in a way that, you know, like, you can botch job it in a way, you know, get some coffers in, do the work, just to get them floatable so you can move them somewhere else for a refit. But Littorio and Vittorio Veneto will be so badly damaged that they are recoverable, but the only place they're recoverable to is those dockyards that have the ships in them that are being rebuilt. So
and let me make this scenario a little bit worse for you.
Well, it's not worse for me. I'm not the Italian Navy.
Well, Cunningham decided against the staying in the area near, sort of within strike range, so he couldn't do a strike the following night, or doing any shore bombardment in the morning with the battleships because he only had 18 fulmars. Under this scenario, he could well have 72 fulmars.
I mean,
or maybe even the Royal Navy have got their single-seat fighter in reserves, but I'm not going to guarantee that. So let's say they have 72 fulmars, or a mixture of fulmars and sea gladiators. Suddenly that's a lot more fighter aircraft and a lot more carriers to do it. I don't think you do the shore bombardment in the morning, but might you hang around at the extent of range and then come in and do a strike the next night?
He might do, but yeah, you're right, because he's definitely not going to do the shore bombardment because, like 72 fulmars is a lot more aircraft, and despite the Regia Aeronautica not being fond of the Regia Marina,
Warspite and her 2 modified sisters, plus whatever else he's grabbed together, trailing their coats that close in front of the Italian shore, is not going to be unanswered, no.
It's going to be answered, especially with the preponderance of air bases on Sicily and the southern boot of Italy within range, and the large amount of Sarajevo's that are nearby. And we know that while the Italians trained for level bombing and they missed a lot of the time, that was with flights of 10 to 20 aircraft in any one run. If you've got 200 to 300 Italian aircraft all attempting to level bomb Warspite and her escorts plus the carriers, there is a non-zero chance some bombs are going to find some targets if Cunningham chooses to stay around within range of the Italian air bases.
And just remember, I think him staying around for the next day kind of fits with him because he did also have the Battle of the Strait of Otranto going on, where he sent Ajax, Orion, Sydney, Nubian and Mohawk into actually the Adriatic to go and beat up an Italian convoy.
Yeah. So, the next...
Cunningham is not a man who's not unhappy to push his risk when he wants to. He's a destroyer admiral.
Oh no, I don't doubt that entirely. But what I will say is that even though the Italian Air Force isn't rated for night operations, I strongly believe there will be something over the port at night, even risks be damned. You don't think so?
Not they're not rated for night operations. It's that they're not trained. They're entirely not trained. And even if they were over the port at night, and even if they were, what are they going to do at night? How are they going to identify themselves so they don't not engage by the AA defences? And also, who expects the British to turn up the second night? They've already done their strike. Surely they've been sensible and left. No one sensible would hang around and do a second night, would they?
Surely they won't do 2 in a row.
No.
If they
That's a huge risk to do.
If they do 2 in a row, you're possibly looking at the destruction of most of the Italian battle fleet in the course of 2 afternoons.
Well, 2 evenings, yes.
But which therefore means the Mediterranean campaign is just done with. That's it. It's over. The Royal Navy's just won. That's it. It's over.
Look, I've often said, in nice way, if the Royal Navy had the carriers available to do the battle plan, if Churchill hadn't done the pause on carrier construction, the Royal Navy had the carriers to do the battle plan for Taranto, and if that they had for that kind of operation, there would not have been an Italian war in the Mediterranean. You have literally got not just the Royal Navy get to fight 2 set-piece battles which they trained for prior to the war. The Battle of Matapan, which they had been training for and running as a simulation and had as a doctrine for about the last 20 years by that point. And Taranto. The only problem with Taranto is that they don't have roughly 4 carriers there under command of the Rear Admiral and aircraft carriers, despite having Lumley Lister as Rear Admiral and aircraft carriers there. And so they're launching about a fifth of what or even a sixth of what they would actually have liked to be launching. Their plans in the original, their first plan for Taranto had involved HMS Glorious solo. The next plan for it was Glorious, Courageous, and Furious. And then after that, they would keep going, well, Glorious, Courageous, and Furious, and Eagle were their plans for if they had to take out the Italian fleet. And they even specifically avoided doing night strike operations in the war prior to this in the Mediterranean to lull the Italians into a sense of security.
Jesus Christ. Do you think it's likely
you're
that
dealing with a force which Cunningham's exact reason, which he said for not doing it, was my number of fighter aircraft. I only had 18 fighters. I therefore could not risk even hanging at extreme range. 72 fighters?
Okay, so
radar control of all those fighters?
Okay, so second Taranto raid goes in. I really want to make an interesting scenario here, but I have to be realistic, and realistically, it's highly likely that, well, if the Italians...
Any ship which could have moved, they've tried to get out the harbour. So those ships which were still able to float and move, that hadn't sunk and hadn't been damaged, are gone.
Okay, so that's basically...
A couple of the rebuilds?
Yeah, that's basically the 2 remaining not undamaged rebuilds are gone.
That's Giulio Cesare and something else.
Yeah, Studio Cesare and one of the Kaisers are gone.
Yeah, are gone.
That leaves another Kaiser beached. Giulio and the unrebuilt Kaiser are just already write-offs. There is no way they are going to be recovered with what the Italians have on hand to do it.
They're gonna be hit again, though.
Yeah, so they're all...
In the nicest way, the British will come in and hit them all.
And Littorio and Vittorio Veneto are badly damaged and could be saved at this point, but will, by the time the second night is over, will no longer be capable of being saved.
Which basically makes the decision for the Italians to just keep going with the upgrading of the Kaisers they have in harbour and the Kaiser and the Giulio Cesare, but of course those become targets for every bomber force. And the thing is, again, for the British in that scenario, the Germans have no ships which can match in against the 15-inch gun capital ships the Royal Navy have.
No.
The Italians have no ships that can.
No.
So at this point, then the scenario becomes, what does Crete fall? If the Italians can't launch the amphibious operation because they can't cover their fleet like they did historically, does Crete fall?
Well, I don't think Crete's even attempted, because the big thing about the Germans attempting the parachute operation on Crete was Italian assurances they could get some form of sea link to Crete. If the Italian Navy cannot offer those assurances, Crete will just not be attempted.
In which case, that changes the Mediterranean campaign dramatically, because instead of me wanting to supply and run the whole French North Africa gauntlet to get to Malta, to go through the boot, how am I going to supply Malta?
From the east?
Because I've got Crete and I've got Malta. If I can keep those supplied, I've got 2 unsinkable carriers with air bases. And if I can get heavy bombers operating from Crete, where can I hit?
Palesti oil fields.
Yeah.
Easily.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really going to crimp German plans.
And I can supply them with fuel from the Middle East.
So giving the Germans more ships has actually made the war worse for them.
Yes. Because the big problem for them was always in peacetime the British ability to build. The big problem for the British in wartime was dealing with, as time went on, the Germans getting better and better at the bombing campaign until they peaked and then it went down. So if you don't have Churchill doing the pause, and you don't have you have the things accelerating in January 1939 as a response to the Germans suddenly increasing their strength, the likely British response will, because of their infrastructure advantage, it will overwhelm. It's America and Britain at this point have, because of having larger fleets under the treaty systems to start with, but also the British having a huge infrastructure advantage. Even if they had paid to close quite a lot of it, they still had a huge infrastructure advantage. And the Americans' ability to build infrastructure is what decides World War II. It's the ability of you actually to be able to produce and deliver on what you want. The Germans have plans, the British have operations.
Oh, that's very...
Because the Germans have ideas of what they'd like to do with things and things they'd like to build. The British build it.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, okay, so Littorio and Vittorio Veneto are... You know what? I'm going to be extraordinarily generous to the Italians. Extraordinarily. I'm going to say that the parts from one can be used to fix the other, but they're still down one Littorio. And that's going to be...
They're going to have to deflood them, and they're going to have to refloat them, all sorts of things.
Yeah, but
it's going to take months.
Years. A year at least.
Yeah. I would say probably close to 18 months, 2 years, but yeah, go on.
Well,
be nice, be generous.
Well, no,
you can afford to be, because otherwise it's changed the war dramatically.
Yeah, well, no. In that case, then would it not be better?
The other scenario is that those same bombers from Crete can also reach somewhere else.
Oh yeah. It's true. They can reach Taranto and other bits and bobs on the Italian mainland.
And let's be honest, the British will be doing that.
Yeah.
And also, you can now supply and keep bomber forces going from Malta, so...
Alternatively, would it not be better for the Italians to strip Vittorio Veneto and Littorio and just use them to finish Roma and the other one that never got finished? As in, speed them up.
That is definitely probably the most sensible idea, and it's probably the safest one. But, again, there's a small problem with that.
They can be bombed while they're being built in a way that they weren't historically.
Yes, but there's also another problem with that, and it's called Mussolini.
What? Why? What do you...
What do the names Littorio and Vittorio Veneto translate to?
Oh. It's... Oh.
Won't it look very good if they're sunk now, will it?
No.
Littorio is a translation of lictor, which was the symbolism of Italian fascism.
Oh.
Remember, they get the name of fascisti from the fact that they are taking the symbology from Rome, and lictors used to carry the fasces with the emperor and with the various consuls and magistrates of Rome as their symbol of authority.
Oh God, yes.
So Littorio literally is there. And then there's Vittorio Veneto, which is of course named for the Battle of Vittorio Veneto, which is the critical battle of World War I for the Italian army, and part of their national identity at this point.
Which means that both ships will be recovered regardless of the cost in time, resources, and materiel.
Resources. Bingo.
They have to be for national pride.
Which basically
Which
basically means that the moment those two, because I think the preliminary pumping out work will be done before they're floated into the dry docks, but I don't think that Il Duce is stupid enough to remove 2 ships that he can get out in 6 months as an additional pair of built capital ships, because they didn't even. Oh god, or is he? No, no. Mussolini's prideful, but he isn't completely stupid.
No, he is not as quite. He is drugged up on wine, not as much other chemicals as his counterparts in Germany.
Yeah, so he's aware of the fact that he shouldn't cancel the refits on those 2 Kaisers, because that will give him. Because he's going to get in 6 months a new pair of capital ships to replace.
And I should point out, there's a reason I know I've studied all this stuff is because on Thursday I'm doing a live topic for my patrons on YouTube. It's my patron suggest topic of zeros over the Mediterranean. What happens if the Japanese decide to join the war on the Allied side?
Do you want to know how many times I've gotten that bloody question on Ramblings and I've tried to bloody answer it? I'm going to point them at you next time and say, go and look at him.
I'm doing there's going to be an entire live video, and then the following Saturday there's going to be an entire long patrol recorded video for people who don't like lives. Because some people don't like lives. They don't like me responding to questions in the chat.
I don't get that.
I'm never quite sure why. There are people who literally complain, and they literally write comments complaining and going, how do I work out what's a long patrol instead of a live, because I don't like lives, I don't like you responding to the chat, it's distracting. And I go, okay, fine. I don't mind the ones like that. I find them a bit mopey, because they're always going, it's the things like they don't enjoy it, they don't like interaction. I go, I don't necessarily understand that. The ones who swear about it and use rude words to describe it are ones I have less tolerance for.
Indeed. Moe asks a very simple question. Does that mean we won't see an Africa Corps?
Well, how's it going to get there?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, if the Royal Navy makes the Italian fleet basically cease to exist in November 1940...
Well...
then Africa Corps might get there, but they're not going to get many supplies. And the thing is, if you've got Malta and Crete, fine, so you can resupply Malta at will, then Malta sits in the middle of the Italian supply line. So it doesn't matter if they've got service ships.
Ooh.
She's got, they've got all sorts of things.
I think I might be able to throw a spanner in your works.
Don't tell me you're going to send the battleships to attack Malta.
No. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to...
Because I was going to say, the U-class submarines would be so happy.
I'm going to speed up the plans for an actual full-on invasion of Malta. So instead of... Oh,
the U-class submarines are going to be really happy.
Oh no, I don't doubt that they are. But if Malta can be... If we sacrifice 1 or 2...
Have you looked at Malta's geography?
Yes, I'm aware it's not exactly pleasant, and it was going to have to be an airborne operation followed by some very basic landings at some small ports.
It's going to be worse than that, fleet. Malta's incredibly hard to crack. Like, just below Gibraltar level hard to crack.
And basically, the thing you have to remember about Malta is, unlike Crete, it had a command structure which was steady and stable, and had implemented all sorts of things. Wires across fields, all sorts of fun things, which they planned for Crete, but the trouble is the Royal Marine Brigadier in charge of building defences got replaced by an army general, who then got replaced by another general, and each time a new general came in, they wanted to re-evaluate the plan to make sure it was correct.
Oh dear. So, okay, so Malta...
And that's the story of Crete.
Well, the thing
Whereas Malta has one guy in charge from the beginning, and basically he goes, oh, they're going to try and come by air. And smiles. Like this.
And Malta's also a lot smaller than Crete.
You're right.
And you can't... Yeah. There's no time for paratroopers to get their shit together before, oh hey, the garrison's here. And just look at
or worse still, there are little pillboxes all around Malta where the garrison is already there with machine guns. So you land, oh great, I'm in machine guns. And that's if I've managed to avoid the wires and other things when I'm coming down. Because I could be suspended in air from the wires by my parachute, in which case I am just, I could be taken prisoner, or I could be facing one of those British soldiers who likes to fire first and ask questions later.
And the battleships can't help because, yes, they might get a few rounds of bombardment off, but the U-class are going to have a field day while they're doing it, escorts or not.
And the minefields and the other things around.
It's also Malta.
Well, basically,
it's like
my thinking is, if the Italian fleet's going to die anyway, then it may as well die doing something good.
Actually, no, fleet, quick thing. The old castles and fortress of Malta, the old Knight's Fortress, is going to be an absolute nightmare for them. Because that's built out of just solid stone. That's literal.
It's carved, not built.
Yeah.
It's literally carved out of the island.
And it's a case of cliff versus battleship. Battleship normally loses to cliff.
The 17-inch gun at least doesn't work right.
No.
Oh god, no. Come on, don't throw that at me as well.
But it's a case of...
They are never quite... They're always prepared to fire it, so they're not quite sure if it's going to work or not, but they're going to fire it and see.
Oh god. So, basically, you've got... So basically, what I've got is I've got... The Africa Corps needs to arrive earlier and win the African campaign in that period
Which
where
they won't, because...
Yeah, I know they won't.
Because the nice way, there's no infrastructure to get them down there, and also that's the period when the British Army are overrunning the Italians to the extent that there's no place for the Africa Corps to land.
Yeah, this...
Because that's the period when Matilda tanks and Crusader tanks are actually good.
No, it's not even Crusaders by that point, it's just Cruiser A9s and A10s. The Crusaders aren't even there yet. That's the worst thing. That's the funniest thing.
No, yeah, that's a... Yeah, it's just a terrible period to be Italian army in North Africa. Mostly because the Italian army in North Africa were all chosen because they were friends of Mussolini.
So basically, we've got possibly an African campaign defeat in 1940 on the cards here.
Yes. Yeah.
We've got the Italian fleet being non-extant by... Well,
let's be nice and let's say they would be defeated by probably January 1941.
The Italian fleet is a shadow of its former self, with 4 rebuilt battleships is all they've got, rather than 2 Littorios plus 4 rebuilds is what they've got.
And the carriers are possibly playing Hunt My Battleship.
Yeah. The Italians basically cannot... The Italians basically cannot sortie, which on the plus side does mean that most of the fuel goes to the Germans to let them do things, which they might be able to do something with it, given they have the Atlantic to play in, possibly.
That issue
possibly, but let's consider if this...
That does assume fascists work together.
Yeah, yes, but there's also another problem for the Germans at this point. Oh
yeah, Norway.
If we consider the Lion class were ordered in 1938, 1939, 1940, a pair each year. Lion and Temeraire were originally ordered in February 1938, and they were laid down in July 1938 and June 1938. Conqueror was laid down by John Brown, and Thunderer laid down at Fairfield in 1939. Now, if I've accelerated things in January 1939, what have I probably accelerated vis-a-vis those ships?
Oh great, 4 Lions by bloody mid-1941.
Possibly 6.
Well, it's basically High Seas Fleet Staring matched Electric Boogaloo 2, except this time it's not equivalent warships, it's the British have more and much more superior warships, and the Germans don't even have Norway to give some ambiguity of where they're going to sortie.
The British, by that point, could have at least 4 Lions, maybe 6, plus Nelson and Rodney, plus the 5 King George V's, plus possibly Vanguard and a sister.
And
as their fast capital ships sitting opposite them.
And they don't even need the old battleships in theatre because they can just, because of the way the war's shaped out to that point, the old battleships alone can keep the Italian fleet on lock.
Also think of it this way, Fleet. If you at least want a positive upside for Germany, the Royal Treasury will be crying.
And don't worry, there's even more fun for Germany because there's also HMS Implacable and Indefatigable.
More carriers.
Historically laid down in March and November 1939. Again, if I'm accelerating them because the Germans have told in January 1939, I could be laying down. Probably Implacable still goes down in March 1939 because she's going down in Fairfield Govern, and there's a limit to how much they can put in the yard. But Indefatigable goes down to John Brown in Clydebank in Scotland, and well, I could theoretically have laid her down as early as June 1939, and if I haven't paused them, then they will get launched probably in sometime in 1940, late 1940, instead of 1942, December 1942 as they do historically, which means they're probably also in service by 1941.
I do have a proposition.
Oh, and also there's HMS Unicorn and HMS Ocean.
And then, of course, the Malta's being laid down during the war, probably.
Well, no, I've got to get through the Audacious class first, so I've got things to go, before I get to them.
And then there's always what's called Light Carrier 1942.
Oh yeah.
Also, I've got a question about Norway.
And light fleet carriers again.
I was
Yeah.
actually going to get to Norway, but I'll let you go first.
Okay, so as far as I understand it, the
And
main...
we haven't got to the also the Battle of the Atlantic fun. I'm just before Foxo you go into it. The Battle Atlantic fun as well going on because again, if you've got, you might have got full of France. True, that's a problem for me. If I'm the British, but if you can't go out through the Channel and you haven't got Norway, it's far easier for me to block you off getting out that way. And I can get planes. I can easily buy planes from America, or I can build my own, which can do the patrol route between here, there, and Norway. And I can ask Norway to make sure
Bear in mind, Norway
these things they can't. Maybe I've mined Norway, maybe or not, to stop you going through their shallows.
They aren't a part of the Allies yet.
They aren't a part of the Allies. Don't expect them to be a part of an Allies, but if they're a neutral, even a neutral Norway is a problem for Germany because that means Germany can't operate from their bases. It's often forgotten how important the Norwegian bases are to the submarine operations. There's no Arctic convoy battles if they invade Russia. They're in this scenario because they haven't got Norway to operate from. So the Arctic convoys are a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
And I haven't. Whilst I might have bases in France, the only way I can get some U-boats to France reliably is either take them around the UK down to France, or have to transport them over rail to France.
Or build them
in components to build them in France.
Yeah.
Yes, because French dockyard workers are known for their pleasing and happy attitude to constructing ships. They are known for mildly going along with everyone who tries to dictate to them, aren't they?
Very true. Can you give me 2 to 3 minutes? I've had an idea, but I just want to go look something up real quick. But if my thinking works out.
So, are there any questions? And Foxo, I did interrupt you. I do apologise, but I wanted to add the Battle Atlantic stuff in before we carried on.
Okay, because it's just thinking more about the Battle Atlantic. I've got a question. Well, as far as I know, a lot of the heavy lifting in the German invasion was done by the Ju-52s and the First Department, the Fallschirmjäger. And so they were very influential in seizing not all of Norway that essentially wasn't Oslo and the surrounding area. How would sort of having a different Royal Navy presence affect and stop the Fallschirmjäger seizing all of Norway?
Well, if they can't get the supplies through by ships, and they can't guarantee the support and supplies of the ships, then they can't guarantee the tanks and the things which follow up. Because whilst those forces are on the initial siege and they do have initial success, the moment the Norwegians start to mobilise, they are actually in trouble, and they are actually surrounded, and they're outnumbered, and they can be taken. They're light forces. So that's their main trouble. It's kind of like Crete again. They can still do Crete, but if they can't be reinforced by the naval forces, they can't get it. It's kind of like D-Day. We couldn't do D-Day by just the airborne alone.
I'm glad you're talking about
You have to reinforce.
Because that ties into what I was just thinking about, and I think I have come up on a plan that may actually work.
Okay.
Now, Norway in this alternate timeline is not an option in 1940. I can't do it.
No.
But in 1941, I might be able to do it in a different fashion than what happened historically. Historically, the German transport available in 1940 was the Ju-52. Relatively short-ranged, relatively slow, unable to really do much of anything beyond about 500 kilometers. However, there is an alternative for me here. A sort of reverse Norway, if you will. In our timeline, Norway was a mix of paratrooper landings in the south, with J-52s, plus naval force landings in the south as well, where that was possible. But the north had to be taken by ship, because the Luftwaffe couldn't reach, and the Fallschirmjäger couldn't land. However, by 1941, I've got FW-200 Condors available, and despite the fact that they were converted into naval transports, their original calling was an airliner. Sorry, naval bombers. Their original calling was as an airliner and transport with incredible range. In theory, by 1941, I've got the Der Flingers of 32 knots, and the Scharnhorsts. I've also got a bunch of other cruisers and destroyers available. They can be used to very quickly dart in, land troops at Trondheim and Oslo, which are lower risk operations with less chance of RN heavy units intercepting them. And the Condors, escorted by Bf-110s, can fly a very heavy Fallschirmjäger contingent, equivalent to the sort of force that landed on Crete, north to seize Narvik, without risking German heavy units on that long voyage north. It's risky, but it's less risky to the overall German heavy units than the operation in 1940 would have been.
Risky, but that's an issue, I see.
Okay, so let's start off with this one. You've already invaded Denmark over a year ago. Why do you think Norway's not still at a high alert like Sweden was historically? Norway took longer to get alert because they decided they were going to send out the alert by telegram rather than radio like Sweden did, but they were still going on to alert and worried about an invasion. Secondly, there is a plan which the British are light on early on, which is one of the reasons why they don't do the actual invasion of Norway, and one of the reasons why they do actually implement quite well in 1941 period, and that is they ask the Americans to garrison the neutral powers. That's why the Americans end up garrisoning Iceland. So here's the thing: what happens if Norway, feeling highly threatened, etc., British have gone, right, you're in the middle of war, but there's only one power who's sufficiently large and neutral to support you. Would you like the Americans to put a brigade of troops in Norway? At which point, Germany has a choice. If there's a couple of brigades of American troops sitting in Norway, do you invade Norway?
I feel like...
You might do. You might be stupid enough to do that. But let's be honest. If you've got, let's say... Well, Patton could well be the one deployed, because it's Norway, with, let's say, 3 brigades of troops, a motorised brigade, and a mechanised brigade, and an infantry brigade.
That's true, but these are...
Sitting in there.
These are mid-41 American motorised, mechanised, and infantry brigades. They're not the same force...
Doesn't matter, you've got the Norwegians on alert, you've got those forces in place, and you've also, if you've got any fighters in airborne, and they might have bought some fighters from America or Sweden, both who were happy to sell them to them. If they've got some fighter aircraft, again, it's over a year later, your Condors are running into fighter aircraft. And this is before... Think about your strikes, etc. If they've got minefields and they've deployed minefields and they've strengthened those forts, look at what one fort did to Blucher. Imagine what if all the forts that had activated actually worked. Even if those ones using World War I era, or even earlier in World War I era torpedoes, were effective at those ranges.
Good God.
This is the trouble. This is what you're talking about. It's a very interesting scenario, but you're rerunning Gallipoli, where you've telegraphed your attack by attacking Denmark, and then you finally turn up later.
I suppose intermittent iron ore supply is better than no iron ore supply.
And that's the best you're getting. Sweden's probably still making sure you get enough that you can't justify an invasion, but they're just going to go, look, in the nicest way, you're competing on the open market selling this. And you have to compete. Now, you're going to know those companies are British and American companies buying that iron ore. And you're going to know that, but there's going to be nothing you can do about it. And if you know what the British or the Americans are feeling really nasty, you know what they'll do? They'll send American-flagged merchant ships straight up the Baltic to pick it up in the Baltic and take it straight out in front of you. And dare you to do anything with it. And let's be honest, Roosevelt would do that because the moment you stopped them, the moment you sank them, what have you done?
At that point, it's not even ambiguous like it was in the Atlantic. Like, in the Atlantic, you could make the ambiguous claim of, oh, well, you know, the U-boat captain wasn't thinking, etc., etc., it's a war zone. The Baltic is German-controlled, it's peaceful. Like, you can afford to stop and search, you can afford to, you know, recognize the rights of American-flagged merchantmen. You have no excuse.
And do you think the British would allow those ships through quite happily for that operation?
Yes, they would.
And then you've got the fact also that in terms of battle fleet, if you run into a battle fleet, you're probably dealing with Indefatigable, Implacable, at least 3 other carriers, let's say Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. Or maybe at least Courageous, Furious, and Indomitable. And you've got 4 Lions, 5 King George V's, and a Vanguard plus Nelson and Rodney, probably.
Against a fast wing that is, at this point, with the best will in the world, Bismarck, De Flinger, Hindenburg, Scharnos, Gneisenau, and a slow wing that is Baden, Bayern, and the 4 Königs.
Yeah.
With no carriers.
Yeah. And also, you've got to consider the British cruisers, the British destroyers. By this point, if they've built those super tribals, which they could have done in that scenario, they've got those in service.
I've got a bunch of old World War I era cruisers that have been warmed over, and for heavy cruisers I have a grand total of 3 glorified pocket battleships and 4 hippers.
And where are the British and Polish submarines operating from? Where are they operating up? Where's the Orzel going?
Oh, no. No! This isn't fair.
Yeah, ironically, Fleet, giving them more ships might actually be a bad thing here.
Fleet's already said that before, and that's the reality, because anything which triggers the British into the fight or flight scenario, the British don't have technically a flight scenario, they have a fight scenario, is going to trigger them to deploy their infrastructure. The whole reason they're as unprepared as they are in 1939 is because they think, and they are operating on the assumption they have until at least 1942.
We've just shaken them out of that assumption brutally by bulking up the German and Italian fleets the way we did.
And the British and the British, like the Americans in those scenarios, never react, they overreact. Yeah. It's like, currently with the scenarios we've got going on in the world with the suddenly needing fleet numbers, the British are talking about letting Norwegians buy into 2 of the Type 26 program, and then the British will get their ships, and then there'll be 2 more built after that, which will be more Type 26s for the Norwegians, and the British might use the fact that it's going to reduce the cost of Type 26s to buy more Type 26s, and then there's going to be the Type 31s and the 32s being ordered, and then there's the Type 83 program, where they're talking about having to expand the yard that's building the Type 26s so it can build a Type 83s at the same time without delay, and how many Type 83s. And there's even a discussion paper going around Parliament right now about building a 3rd Queen Elizabeth class. Because of Britain and America and quite a lot of modern countries never react to the defence, they overreact. It wasn't an April Fool's joke. It was an April Fool's joke on Twitter. There's an actual white paper which is not secret because journalists have seen it's going to be public on news at some point probably, going around Parliament, which has been seen and signed off by the Treasury Committee, the Defence Select Committee, and the House of Commons Main Committee.
The Treasury signed off on it? The stingy Treasury?
Treasury Committee.
Oh.
Treasury Committee of the House of Commons.
Oh, whoops. Oh well.
The people who oversee the Treasury.
Oh, that's big. That's fairly big.
The only committee it's the only committee which can demand that the principal secretary of the Treasury comes to meet them and listens to their scrutiny.
Oh dear. Okay, that's...
It doesn't mean you'll get the carrier. It means, though, usually they're going to have to give a fairly big sop, so they don't have to spend the money on the carrier.
Well, I mean, more work for the shipyards is never bad.
Which means they could always try and demand a new carrier and then settle for, more ships.
Yeah, which is probably what they will do.
Although we have to find the people, men and women, to man them, which is a bigger problem.
And the Anglo-Dutch project on what was going to replace the LPDs and the LSLs has broken down just in time because the British wanted something bigger than what the Dutch wanted. is the unofficial thing going through.
Ah.
And so the British, the design had already morphed into pretty much an LHD. So I wouldn't be surprised if the British design morphs further into 3 LHDs, which all have ski ramps and can operate F-35Bs.
Oh.
And then that will replace Bulwark, Albion, and Ocean theoretically. And that will mean the British will have 5 flight decks which can all operate F-35Bs, 3 theoretically amphibious operator. No, it'll be 5 because that's the bare minimum they can get away with. 3 that can do amphibious operations, and 2 which are strike orientated, but all 5 can theoretically do strike, and all 5 can theoretically do amphibious. So it becomes a common pool.
Excellent. That'll be excellent indeed.
Yeah, the only trouble is then going to be trying to get a decent replacement for the LSLs.
Yeah.
Because they might go, well, we've got the 3 LHDs, so you don't need anything to replace. So they might try and replace 3 LSLs and Albion, Bulwark, and Argus with 3 LHDs.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
That's you never get sugar without some salt in the UK.
True. Where was I? What were we talking about for this? Oh yes, the overreaction. So the only way the Kriegsmarine gets any bloody breathing room is December 7th, 1941. Because I don't care what's changed in Europe. The oil embargo will still be enforced. Japan will be put on the path to war, and that will lead to December 7th, 1941. That's not changing. Anyone have any objections to that amongst the panel? Because I don't see any way that changes.
Yeah, if everything stays the way it is, it's Japan's basically the only option.
In fact, Japan might actually have to push it up. But there's a small trouble, they don't really get any breathing room because the British don't have to worry about moving the home fleet and the force that's operating against the Germans.
Well,
it's the Mediterranean fleet which they can move because the Italians are already out of the war by that point.
Well, they can't move everything because the Italians still will have by the end of 1941 they'll probably
Do the Italians have anything that cannot be dealt with by an upgraded R-class, which has got its fire control modernized?
I think they'll have 1 Littorio in service by the end of 1941. Whether that's Roma sped up or one of the other ships rebuilt, I don't know.
That's fine. Send them a send them a Lion. Or Nelson and Rodney. You don't really need those now.
Oh.
For the home fleet. The Queen Elizabeths go and do form the Far Eastern Fleet. Along with probably with renowned Repulse and Hood. They probably take Ark Royal.
Yep.
They take Ark Royal. They take probably Implacable and Indefatigable, because that's the 3 largest carriers you've got. And probably Unicorn and Ocean. And that force is probably formed up as Force Z equivalent.
Which is a threat that can actually go toe to toe with what Nagumo sends into the Indian Ocean raid easily.
You only need to maybe send, I don't know, Courageous or Glorious or another of the semi-larger carriers, and suddenly the Royal Navy has 4 large fleet carriers and 2 light fleet carriers at the core of their force, plus 3 fast capital ships and 5 actually quite mean capital ships out there.
I would point out, for those in the channel saying Fleet came up with this, Fleet did not come up with this question. I am answering a question.
Fleet was posed this question like 2 months ago.
I am trying to avoid...
This isn't Fleet's fault.
Yes, I am trying to avoid the necessary butterflies.
Fleet is trying to stop it causing a complete and utter annihilation. But a big problem for the Japanese in this scenario and everyone else in this scenario is, whilst yes, the British would have been building up and the Americans would have been building up as well, is that fact is it means maybe the British have started their build up in January 1939 going into a wartime schedule build. So the British have got those warships available and those things available. And for the Japanese, the scenario gets far more dangerous because if you've got that force forming up, let's say they form up at Singapore, but they might not. If you've got that much bigger force, you might actually keep them back at Ceylon, but you might form them up at Singapore. Going to Singapore is a lot more difficult approach than going to Hawaii. It's a far more visible, far more a spotted view. But also, the other scenario you've got here is what else are you probably freed up from the from the Mediterranean. You've probably freed up the T-class boats. Because remember, I started off by saying one of the other things I want to do is build a lot more U-class boats. Because I've got the U-class, I can do the inshore work in northern European waters, and I can do the inshore work in the Mediterranean. If I've built more of those boats, they're the smallest submarines the Royal Navy has. They do lead into the V-class. If I can build more of those class and have those available, then I've freed up my T-boats, especially, to go to the Far East. If I've got the T-boats in the Far East, then frankly, I have suddenly caused a lot of problems. And it's going to change the scenario vis-a-vis Australia and a lot of other things, because if I've got enough T-boats around, let's say, Singapore and Malaya, then whilst I can't defend Malaya, I haven't got any more extra soldiers. Well, I might have actually got the soldiers, because let's be honest, if the North African campaign is over, then I've freed up those soldiers, and I'm not fighting a ground war in Europe at this point. So I've suddenly got a lot more soldiers available. I could have reinforced Malaya with some experienced units. I could have put some armoured units in there as well. Not sure how effective they're going to be, but they're at this point in jungle warfare. But if I've got someone absolutely prepared to lead them, then that's fine. Also got a very different command structure out there, so they might not fall apart under the pressure of the actual attack. Malaya probably doesn't fall. The thing is, Malaya, the Japanese are at the absolute end of their logistics string if they launch Malaya at all. They might go for Hawaii and not attack not attack the British territories and not attack the Dutch territories. They might just do that.
The problem.
They might try and do the whole scenario of trying to bet the Americans will be stupid enough to charge across the Pacific because they'll be so upset that they will then give them the perfect target for the Kantai-Kessen, for the decisive battle. Because remember, the whole idea of Pearl Harbor was to, and this is the problem with Pearl Harbor, they actually achieve not enough success to try and put them in a commanding position for the war, but too much success for the Americans to do what they actually wanted, which was the Americans to come out motivated by anger and fury, charge across the Pacific, take losses in attrition attacks, but keep coming because they're so angry, till eventually they're a manageable sized fleet, they can wipe them out closer to Japan in a Kantai-Kessen style engagement, and that glorious victory, like the Battle of Toshima, will lead to the victory of the war. That is the Japanese doctrine once you read through and put it all together. That is what they're planning. The trouble is the Americans have wargamed that and realised that was going to be a stupid idea and didn't want to do that. So the Americans were never going to do that.
And of course, is the problem also that the reason that Japan goes after America is basically the oil embargo. And the reason that Japan... And it's not that Japan wants to attack America because of the oil embargo because they're furious. The way around the oil embargo is to seize the Dutch East Indies and Malaya to acquire the oil directly.
Which at this point, in the nicest way...
In order to do that,
carry on,
means going past the Philippines, which are American-owned. The point of the oil embargo is to stop Japan being a warmonger. If Japan gets around the oil embargo, the US will just skip straight to, all right then, if you won't listen to embargoes, we'll do war on our terms. And if that's the case, then Japan would rather have war with the US on their terms, since the whole point of the American oil embargo is to make them stop being imperialist, and Japan will not stop. So that's why Pearl Harbor happens.
Yes. But they also do have a strategy for it. But the trouble is, in this scenario, if the Brits forced, and they make a big noise about Force Z arriving, if they've done a big noise about this fleet being deployed out there, and they've probably deployed it out, let's be honest, it will be deployed out September 1941.
Yeah, I mean...
and it's coming from the Mediterranean, so it's going quicker there. It could be even earlier, but they could be deploying it by September 1941. Especially once they're past the summer stage in the northern waters, and there's no chance of the Germans really doing much fun in the northern waters, or rather being able to do as much fun in northern waters. So you deploy then, and you've basically deployed Force H and a section of the Mediterranean fleet. So you haven't stripped pretty much anything away from your home fleet. Yes, Nelson and Rodney have left, but you've probably you might have by that point have as many as 6 lines in service. You've at least got 4. Nelson and Rodney were probably slowing down the force when you've got the Lions. You've got 4 Lions, 2 Vanguards, and 5 King George V's in service. That's 11 of those ships. Honestly, you probably do not need to have more available.
Just for comparison.
So what if you, and let's consider what if you're the Japanese what's your operation for going for the Dutch East Indies under that circumstance? Because my scenario would be if they start heading to the Philippines after Pearl Harbor and they're attacking the Philippines, ABDA command forms up fairly quickly, and there's a senior Royal Navy admiral with a massive fleet for ABDA command to form around. And who knows, even USS Saratoga might come and join in the fun as well, because that fleet has only literally got Saratoga.
And what I will point out is, before anyone gets any ideas, there is no conceivable way Germany does not declare war on America, because that is literally the Nazis' whole modus operandi. A great power does not allow itself to be declared war on, it declares war. There is no way Germany does not declare war on America, despite the...
Also, Hitler is a strategic amoeba. He's literally a one-cell organism, and none of that cell's a brain cell.
And I will also point out that despite all the problems that Germany's been having, because of the lack of the Krieg campaign, e.g. the big loss of German airborne forces, because of the swiftness of a Yugoslavian and Greek campaign that will have been landed because there will have been no Africa Corps tying up German resources, meaning there will have been more available for the Yugoslavian and Greek campaigns. Barbarossa will have been launched...
Which also conversely means the British might not have suffered the same losses in the Greek campaign as they did historically.
True. But there will be more German available for Barbarossa, and it will have been launched on time a few weeks before, which means it'll hit the Russians...
More forces, less fuel.
True. True.
Less fuel because of bombing of the oil fields.
That is true.
From Crete.
That is... Yeah, that is very true. Although the Germans and Romanians would have more fighters to defend.
The British, the British, as soon as they learn the Germans are planning that, might well let them launch Barbarossa, and then destroy the oil field once their armies are caught inside Russia.
It's important to bear in mind, though, that if the British do that, the hammer blow will hit the Russians even harder. And it will likely result in
yes, but
I'm not saying that Russia's not going to fall. Russia's not going to lose.
No. But you're thinking about it like a nice human being. Think about it like the British and the strategy they used against Napoleon when he decided to invade Russia. Did they stop him, or did they quietly cut off the food supplies being taken up the coast? After he'd already got into Russia.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Marshal Winter is a powerful ally.
That is very true, but it's important. I mean, I get what you're saying, but there's a difference between cutting...
And the Germans, even with more forces, have very little cold winter gear. And the more forces they have, the worse that gets.
That's very true, and I'm not denying...
And the more mouths they have to supply, the worse it gets. The more horses they need to support their logistics, because remember, they still have horse-drawn logistics.
Oh, no, I'm aware the German army is not a motorized army in any way, shape,
so,
or form. Completely.
The thing is, for the British, it's an absolutely evil move, but it's not exactly out of character.
Oh, no, it's not evil. It makes strategic sense. Like, the problem...
Yeah.
The thing that I have...
Oh no, it is evil. Let's not consider it. It's not on the... If you're talking about the whole spectrum of good, chaotic, it is definitely on the nasty side of the spectrum. But it's sensible.
You could make an argument for it's actually chaotic good.
You know, for the overall human race.
Yeah, for overall, it may be a horrific act, but it will provide the benefit for you and the most people.
Yeah,
it's a technical one you could make.
The way the Russians...
I will add something else as an extra added fun, just pushing on a little bit further. If Singapore doesn't fall because it's been reinforced so, and the Japanese have to think more about what their forces are doing and how they're going to attack Dutch East Indies and all those things, and they have to concentrate their forces more, then you probably do not get the same famine in India as you did historically, because you've still got the sea transport to move the goods around. Because the trouble for the famine in India was caused... I know there's also myths about the food being moved to support the British Army or the other ones. No, the trouble isn't the food is being moved. The food is sitting exactly where it's always been sitting. It's just the ships to move it don't exist. Because they've either been... They call, if they needed to, from the wider British merchant marine to assist with moving food. trouble is the wider British Merchant Marine is involved in the Battle Atlantic, which is a far less ferocious affair this time around because, of course, they're not able to use Norwegian bases to get out there, and they can't get the same amount of forces down to the French bases.
I've got less U-boats.
So they can't do the same things.
I've got
less U-boats, less things.
I've got no surface raiders. I can't do as much. And of course, you know, the whole...
No. And the Germany's not getting submarines into the Indian Ocean under this scenario, because they're not able to launch them from the French bases. They're also not able to get Japanese submarines back to Europe because they're not able to get to the French bases. Because, let's be honest, even if they do get to the French bases, what are they going to find there?
Yeah.
Because they're going into the Bay of Biscay, and it's gonna be fun. They can probably still do it, but it's gonna be fun. And the Indian Ocean, well, if Japan doesn't get Singapore, or doesn't get Singapore and Malaya, they don't get all those areas, and the odds are they don't get through the islands. They might not even get the Dutch East Indies under this scenario, because if the Japanese do launch the attack on Pearl Harbor, and they do then try and move south, if the Americans bring their carriers south to form up with the British fleet,
I mean, to be blunt, what have the
and
Japanese
form up,
got
that
to
could
counter?
take out the Japanese.
Oh yeah, like what have the Japanese got to counter this combined fleet at this point? They've got the 4 Kongos, Nagato-Mutsu, Fuso, Issei, Fuso Yamashiro, Issei Hyuga. The Yamatos are only just coming into being in the water and working up. They're not ready yet. Japan.
And if you got Singapore and all its oil supplies, you could probably move the American fast battleships down there as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. The Japanese are literally facing their worst case nightmare scenario. And there is nothing they can do. Like, all of the Axis naval powers at this point, by just the simple addition of more German capital ships from the High Seas Fleet, are facing their nightmare scenarios. The only silver lining here is the fact that Germany, in the 1941 and 1942 summer campaigning seasons, may have seized more of Russia before the end of the 1942 summer campaigning season puts a final halt to German offensives in Russia. Whether or not that includes the Baku oil fields is up for debate.
Alternatively, they get to, let's see, December 1941, maybe January 1941, depending on how nasty the British are feeling, and suddenly their oil fields in Romania, which they're depending on for supporting their supplies and moving them, get hit. And keep getting hit.
I mean, I grant you getting hit the first time.
You drop enough high explosive and fuel air explosive on oil fields, like the British had practiced in the Middle East at certain points, the idea the RAF had in the 1920s for policing the Middle East from the air. It did involve some fun ideas about what to do if they seized local key infrastructure. Well, those oil wells could be down, let's say, 75% production capacity, maybe less. Oh, they could lose 75% of their production capacity, I mean, at that point. Maybe they lose slightly less, but that's going to wipe out any German maneuver forces.
Yeah, this basically...
And then when spring comes, the Russians have fuel, and the Germans don't.
Yeah,
but I think you're underestimating the Nazis' ability to be evil bastards. Because a lot of the reason the bomber campaign mid-42-43 wasn't very effective is the mass use of slave labor to rebuild stuff. And
I agree, but the trouble is building oil wells is not about slave labor. Oil wells, once they start burning, they crack the soil around them. You have to re-drill all the wells. So that's the problem. You can put the well fire out, but then you have to re-drill the well. And re-drilling all those wells, there's only so much drilling equipment you have. You can't chuck slave labor at this scenario.
Yeah.
You have to truck drilling crews. And the other problem is, where is most of the drilling equipment stored when you've got this sort of scenario?
Oh yeah, at the oil fields. You've basically... basically,
Yeah, so and if they're hit, that's hit as well. They're in.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a 75-25% split on whether the Germans can do the offensive in Russia in 42, and that basically comes down to what Luftwaffe and Romanian Air Force fighter wings are defending the oil fields when the RAF decide to hit them hard, and how successful the RAF raids. 75% chance.
And
the
if
RAF
they've been
probably-
pushing that many troops against Russia, if they're pushing more forces, they're going to need more Air Force aircraft to support that. And if the British haven't done anything nasty from Crete before then,
yeah, this is what I mean. It's gonna, like, 75% chance the Nazis get absolutely caked. 25% chance it's minor enough that things go forwards in 42, as we know, mostly historically.
let's be honest. The British can do a lot if they stockpile and push the munitions, etc., and store those things there, and have ships running in with the munitions into Crete. They could probably launch a strike 3 nights in a row before the Germans have been able to move any aircraft to cover them, because they'd have to withdraw those aircraft from either the fence around Berlin and the fence of German territory, which you could also be bombing at the same time.
Yeah, this is true.
To keep their fighting. Or they'd have to withdraw those fighter aircraft from the front to cover that position, or they'd have to call Italian fighter aircraft and admit they need them to support them.
Yeah. And of course, there's the whole, if this happens in late December to January, or late December to February late December 41, or January to February 42, there's always the spectre of the fact that the Germans can't withdraw anything from the defense of the fatherland because, oh, what's this? It's the B-17!
Not even West Palmer.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's fun. And of course, you don't have to launch Operation Torch as well, if you realise, because by this point, the Italians have been knocked out of the war, so the British have probably liberated French North Africa from the east.
although that's,
Yeah, wouldn't that make things
iffy
worse for
because
D-Day then?
that's iffy because the Vichy government is technically the independent form of the French government at this point in history.
Yeah, but that's why it wouldn't have been the British who did the liberation. It would have been Charles de Gaulle actually earning his keep in front of some troops, and he'd be leading them in, saying, "Liberty, free France, we will regain France."
Although then that will lead to the Germans executing whatever it's called, the strike downwards to attempt to seize as much as the French fleet as possible. Although there won't be any French fleet. Because we've
and that leads to them scuttling, and and Mesocadia was fun, and so basically that's not a good scenario for them.
By mid 42, you've got a German high seas fleet that consists of, well, on the plus side, Bismarck lives beyond 1941.
Does it? Well, I was gonna say.
Yeah, because the
Beyond
German
right,
fleet-
okay,
Mainly because it's sitting in harbour, keeping away. Mainly because, in the nicest way, between it and going out, there is 5 King George V's. By 1942, 6 Lions, 3 Vanguards, and possibly whatever's come after the Lion class.
The Navy is currently wondering, why did we do this?
The German fleet...
The German Navy is currently looking at that fleet going,
What's the point of it?
Could you maybe leave some of them at home for a day? And did you have to bring the aircraft carriers as well? And what's that you've also got with it? Do you call them destroyers?
Those are like cruisers, aren't they?
They don't look like destroyers. They're able to launch a salvo of 10 torpedoes, and they have 4 dual-purpose twin 4.5-inch guns, and 3 quad 40mm pom-poms.
Just regret. So much
just-
regret.
Just
Can
by
you please be nice to me?
just by comparison, for this timeline's high watermark of Axis expansion, which will be the end of 1942, whatever that is,
Mm-hmm.
you're looking at a German. So I'll go through the Axis fleets right now. So the German, I'm just gonna go capital units. I'm not gonna touch on destroyers and cruisers. For Germany, I'm looking at 2 Bismarcks, 2 Scharnhorsts, 2 Bayerns, 4 Königs. For Italy, I'm looking for at best 2 Littorios and 6 old rebuilt capital ships. Once everything's said and done, for a total of 8 capital ships in the Mediterranean, at best. Most likely I'm looking at 1 Littorio and 5 old rebuilt capital ships. For a total of 6. For the Japanese...
Possibly 4, because, again, you're dealing with the whole thing of how much is their infrastructure breaking down. And you're also dealing with the shock of the hits and the second hit. Let's be honest, Mussolini's not as much of a dictator as he thinks he is.
No, he is
There is
not.
still a king above him. And he is removed because of the embarrassment. He's lost North Africa. He's lost the fleet. Is Mussolini still in power? Is Italy even still in the war?
Yeah, and of course there's the whole, the parliament.
And let's be honest, Germany wouldn't be in a position to seize Italy at this point.
No, because the German troops aren't there.
If Italy decides to do a World War I and switch sides, it's probably 1942 or 1941 when the Americans joined the war, because they go, we don't want to be war against the Americans as well. We've just lost our fleet. We've lost North Africa. We're losing.
Yeah, that's very true. Japan, in terms of capital ships, I can't speak for what carrier battles will have taken place during 1942, but I highly suspect that a combined RN-USN task force will have probably found and cleaned the chronometer of an IJN task force, probably resulting in a Midway-style loss of fleet carriers and possibly surface assets as well, probably resulting in the IJN...
Let's be honest. It's kind of like the zeros in the Mediterranean scenario. The Royal Navy does the night strike, then the other Navy does the day strike in the early hours of the morning.
1-2 punch,
This
bang,
one's first
bang,
life.
You're dead. Do not pass.
You have anything left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Japan at this point, by the end of 42, is looking at Philippines under control, no Malaya, no Dutch East Indies. Yay, we've got a good escort force. To escort what exactly? We have no fucking oil and rare minerals coming in from the Dutch East Indies. The war in China's still going crap. We've lost 4 fleet carriers. Fuso and Yamashiro are burning hulks at the bottom of the fucking Sea of Malaya. And 2 of the Congos have been clobbered by 2 bloody North Carolinas. At this point...
you're forgetting, there's a scenario... in this scenario, there's also a fully modernized Renown, Repulse, and Hood, plus Warspite and her sisters out there as well. So you're just presuming that only the Carolinas got into the fight.
Yeah, this is the thing. So that's the Axis fleets right now. The Allied fleets are sitting pretty with a metric fuckton of new construction.
Mm-hmm.
As we've already listed. To put it this way, the war is most likely historical from this point on, except only faster. The IGN is on a downward streak. Italy, if it hasn't switched sides already, will do in the next year or so. Or would likely bow out into neutrality and sign a separate peace agreement with the Germans. And basically, and the reason the Germans won't invade is because the Italians will say, if you want to keep us in, if you want us to remotely not allow the Allies access into your country from our northern borders, you will stay the fuck out. So Italy will just bow out of the war with a separate peace agreement to the Allies, and that'll be it. There won't be a
which frees up all the forces in the Mediterranean.
Russia will still be getting Lend-Lease far more easily and more of it because no surface interception of the Arctic convoys. Nothing from Norway. Hey!
It's even better. Under this scenario, do you think someone might allow some stuff through the Straits of Dardanelles?
I don't think the Turks are going to let that fly. The Turks hedged their bets massively until it was very clear the Germans were losing.
Yeah. Do you know they hedged their bets after a visit from... They were planning on going pro-German until they had a visit from HMS Warspite and 4 tribal-class destroyers and Admiral Cunningham to say hello. Under this scenario, they might get Nelson and Rodney coming to have a visit and say hello.
It is very
the way
true.
you said that.
But yeah, it's highly likely that, given the fact that there is no need to build up for... On the one hand, the invasion of occupied Europe will have to come in France, and will probably be earlier. On the other hand, the Allies will not have had the experience of large naval landings they would have accrued in Africa, Sicily, Italy. So this will be their first go of a large naval landing in Normandy. So
yes, but the thing is, it's been being planned by Bertram Ramsay from basically the moment Dunkirk is over. The moment the end of Operation Dynamite. He's planning it.
I'm not saying the plans aren't in place, it's more the actual physical on-hand experience of the operations themselves.
Okay.
The need for things like...
there's actually a slightly interesting different scenario here going on as well, because whilst you're right, let's put it this way, who will be sent out to be the fleet commander for the Far Eastern Fleet by the British when they're moving all those forces out there?
Admiral Cunningham?
So you've got Cunningham and Nimitz doing the war against Japan. The scenario comes out, do they knock out Japan first and then go after Germany? After all, they've stricken Germany of its oil supply, so it can't do much. They're merrily bombing it into submission.
I mean, Japan...
And the British war plan for Japan is very simple. It is take out their navy and blockade them and starve them to death because they cannot feed themselves if they cannot move move stuff around their coast. They cannot sustain themselves if they cannot move themselves around the coast. If you take out their surface fleet, you can blockade them with submarines quite happily, ad infinitum.
And this is a Britain that is nowhere...
And you need to do yeah.
Go on. No, I'll let you go first, and then I'll say what I've got to say.
Well, if you're thinking about the sheer amount of carrier forces they have available at that point.
Well, that's true as well.
They could actually do that. They could push up and they could take out the German fleet, the Japanese fleet, quite happily.
But I was more going to say this is a Britain that's not as financially strained because the U-boat campaign in the Atlantic is just nowhere near as damaging to British trade and raw material supply. Like, yes, Britain's building a lot of capital ships, but more of the army was saved from Europe along with more of its equipment in 1940.
They're not having to fight the North Africa campaign for as long as they are. They're not having to face the losses of the Malta convoys. They're not facing the loss of the Arctic convoys. They're not facing all sorts of things.
This is basically World War II on easy mode for the British.
For Britain, yes.
Like, American Marines are still swearing profusely as they take Japanese island after Japanese island, but, and the Russians are swearing profusely in Russian as they try to sweep back across Eastern Europe.
There's also going to be the fun conversation for Roosevelt when he points out to MacArthur that, no, Cunningham will be in charge of Allied operations Southeast Pacific. Well, Southwest Pacific. Because let's be honest, if Roosevelt has to pick between Cunningham or MacArthur to be overall force commander in that area, who's he going to support? It's got to be the Allied commander, because the British have the battle fleet and have all the carriers and all the logistics, so it's got to be the British admiral.
Indeed. I mean, the funniest thing is, there's always the joke about Iowa versus Yamato. Forget Iowa versus Yamato. What about when the Four Lions rock up to defend Taffy 3 and we're like, okay, Yamato, you want a ball? Cracks and 16-inch 45 knuckles.
It never happened, because in nicest way I said, Cunningham would roll up, after he'd won his battle, he'd resupply, repair the ships he needs to resupply. He'd probably be hit by... The Japanese probably lose their carriers at night and their battleships in the day. And if it's a midway-like scenario, they will literally roll up the fleet. So all that midway force, and we think of not just the carrier force, but the forces behind it, will probably get rolled up. Because Cunningham does that. That's how Cunningham works.
So, World War II over by 19...
So Cunningham in charge... Well, the Japanese could be basically humbled back by the end of 1942, just in the home islands and being...
starved
starved to death. And then they've got then they start focusing in on Germany, and that's a very different scenario because if you've got Japan knocked back to the home islands in end of 1942, do you do the island hopping campaign, or do you just leave the Japanese garrisons to starve to death?
You starve them to death.
You wait for them to surrender. Then you send a frigate or a corvette, a destroyer to go pick up the surrender.
Basically. Or
that was the entire British war plan for against Japan. People have often tried to sort of make fun of the British war plan against Japan. The British war plan against Japan is fundamentally starve them to death, siege warfare. The minimal forces approach. Wipe out their fleet and then siege them.
Yep.
With the minimal forces.
And then naval landings in Europe by 43 by the Allies, late 43, which means that probably the
again, then you have think about it for D-Day. You have all the ground forces you could have been using in the Pacific campaign. You have all the ground forces from the Burma campaign, the Indian Army. You have all the British forces available that would have been in North Africa and Italy. You have all the American forces. That's what you could now be looking at landing.
Yeah, and here's where we get one last bit of glorious alt history MacGuffinisms. Because here's the thing. The German Navy at this point has done not much for its entire career. I'm sorry, but the Fuhrer will probably demand the fleet sails in its entirety to stop the D-Day landings.
He might do, but he might have already...
Is this where they get a mutiny?
He might have already decided they're useless and disbanded them.
Yeah.
Possibly, but...
There's a 50-50 chance of that happening in 1942.
Because didn't that happen in real life?
Well, we haven't had the Battle of the Barents Sea. We haven't had the
angry and said, "To hell with it."
Although, to be fair, if the German Navy does well in the Baltic, there might be a reasonable chance for them to still exist.
Yeah. But the thing is, does he need to maintain all those ships? Especially if he can't use them for anything. And if you've not got the Italians, you're not good at attacking. And let's be honest, his submarines the U-boats aren't doing the same success as they did historically.
Well, the thing is, at that point, then, I think you'd have a reverse of what happened historically. Except, like, you'd have Dönitz being the one on the firing line in 1942 rather than Raeder and his surface units.
Because Raeder's able to point to and go, look, and this is the trouble is, I'm depending on the submarines to try and whittle down the capital ship advantage so I can go on and beat them. And they haven't sunk any of them.
And of course, I've been active in the Baltic. I've sunk Gangut, and I've got, I've done things in the Baltic for you. What have the U-boats done?
I've been doing things where I can. Yeah.
So the German surface fleet's probably intact in 44, but the U-boats are probably a shadow of what they are historically.
And honestly, if they send them down to try and interfere with D-Day, that's going into Normandy?
Oh no!
In the nicest way that means they have to go down through the channel. There's no way he's not gonna. He might want to do that, but that's in the nicest way. They will find a blocking force.
Oh no! Absolutely.
Coming down, and the blocking force coming from both ends.
Oh no! Absolutely.
They'll probably find the King George V on one side and the Lions coming down behind them from the other side, and maybe they'll have the Iowas and the North Carolinas and the South Dakotas with them as well.
It will be the death of the Kriegsmarine. It'll be. I'm sure you've seen Drax's video on the Battle of Texel. It'll basically be the Battle of Texel, but just 40 years later.
There's also the Vanguards, and there's whatever was built will be built after the Lions, because the fact is that yes, the Lions, the two were supposed to be ordered in 1940. It was going to be two in 1938, two in 1938 program, two in 1939 program, two in the 1940 program. But there's going to be another design, because those were going to be built overlapping with the King George V's in construction. So when the King George V's are out of construction, what was that they've got the next generation battleships they would have ordered after that? What would they be under this scenario? The British would probably order them, might well build them, but you might be dealing with a 12, 16-inch gun, goodness knows what.
Something like Conqueror, as we see in World of Warships, or something, or 4x3.
I think it'd be even bigger than that, because if Japan's been wounded up...
Or it's 16 in 4 quadruple turrets.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no, I think it'd be worse than that. Or better, as far as the British are concerned. Because by 1942, enough intelligence would have been gathered on the Yamatos to know exactly what they are. And the British would go...
Suggesting
Yes,
they go
but
to 18-inch, or...
But the small problem with that is these ships would not be ordered in 1942. They'd be ordered in the first pair would have been laid down 1940. So it'd be 1940. They'd have been laid down.
Yeah, but
first pair.
True. First pair with...
They've been part of the 1940 program.
First pair with 12-16. Second pair with 8-18s.
Wouldn't they have to upgrade? They would have to start up a new production line for that, though. Surely they just want to keep.
They'd have to build the 18-inch gun. They'd just go with the 16-inch. The worst you're going to deal is the quadruple 16-inch, where they basically take the quadruple turret idea they've now fixed from the King George V subs, doing 5 of them, and go through that and go, okay, can we build something with 4 quad 16-inch guns?
It'll be very wide, but it's doable.
Like, you're looking at...
Let's be honest, if you got 2 of those and they are both designed to do, let's say, 30 knots.
Britain's the one sat there with the ultimate battleship at the end of the battleship building era.
Yeah, it's basically a case of, oh my lord, why did you do this?
Why did
the Royal
we
Navy
build
just
this
going,
again?
because we
Sort of
could!
1948 Royal Navy. Why did we build this thing again?
Well, the thing is, ironically enough, of the ships that will be kept in the post-war period for the RN, the largest battleships will probably go. The King George V will probably go. It's the ships between...
Everything earlier will go.
Yeah, it's the Lions and their immediate successors that will stay with the 16s. But everything else will probably go.
Well, no, actually, no. In nice way, if they've built quadruples and if they've got 2 or 4 of them, those will be the ones that stay. The ones which are the biggest, most beautiful ships. Because they'll be the ones which incorporate all the latest understandings and knowledge.
Oh yeah, by the way, Woods.
And they'll be the
Korean War situation.
Oh yeah.
Did you mention a Korean War situation with one of those rocking up bombarding?
Oh god. Yeah. AAMC Woods. I'm just.
Let's put it this way: the Americans build the super wire in that scenario because the Americans will be looking at the British one, going, "How is it they have one with more guns than we do?"
Probably.
We literally have a ship called USS Texas. How is it we have a ship which has there's a ship which has more guns than us in the service?
But yeah, that last stand of the Neo High Seas fleet will take place off Normandy, most likely. And they will probably take some Allied ships with
No.
I can't see the crews agreeing.
It won't take place off Normandy. If it's lucky, it'll take place off Dover, but they'll be lucky if they'll get that far.
Either way, there will be a last stand, most
It'll
likely.
be off Flanders, more likely. It'll be Flanders, most likely. They'll have the joyous intercept scenario.
The thing is, Dragon, the difference between the High Seas Fleet's last sailing and this High Seas Fleet's last sailing is that this is the Nazi High Seas Fleet, ruled by Nazis.
Yes, and I'd like to point to Tirpitz.
What do you mean?
They were already having mutineers and people trying to flee the ship on Tirpitz because she hadn't done anything and were getting sick and tired of being bombed.
Yeah, that was in Norway, the place with the most minimal Gestapo presence imaginable. These ships are in Wilhelmshaven. There are probably Gestapo officers integrated with the fucking crew.
Yes, and how do you think the crew will feel when they've been bombed for ages? They haven't sorted in 3 years. Most of their friends are probably dead.
They're probably based further back in the Baltic. They probably have been salting in the Baltic, and now you're telling them to go into that scenario. They will be having fun.
The Gestapo was for some of the... When it did come time to flee to the west, to get away from the Soviets, the Gestapo agents, coincidentally, were some of the first to run.
Well, yeah, obviously,
had a high
they're the most
success
to
rate.
lose. The difference is, Foxer, when the Gestapo has nothing...
As a Gestapo agent, though, you've been told you need to stay on this boat while it sails to make sure it doesn't die. You're going to go, excuse me, you're asking me to do what now?
Anyway, I think AC...
That's a suicide mission.
I think Dr. Clarke...
I think
about
the scenario...
Yeah.
They've been in the Baltic, but I think also the scenario is that if they are sent out... They're probably sent out, and it's probably built to the cruisers as a demonstration to distract the enemy fleet, the enemy battleships, so that the defenses can win. So we're basically going out to draw the battleships away from the Normandy, so they can't support the troops.
Even if that's not exactly
Yeah, no, but it's close enough to what's happening that most of the crew, well, unless they're really navigators, etc., won't really know what's going on. And once you're in action, you don't really have a choice. You're fighting.
Yeah, and that's so. You're looking at the most. So the older battleships will probably keep bombarding the shoreline, which means you're looking at Bismarck Tirpitz, Baden-Bayern. So that's 4 15-inch gunships, and then the 11-inch gun arm ships are Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and the 4 Königs, which is a total of 8. No, 10. Is it? Hang on. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
So 10 German capital ships, 4 of which are 15-inch guns. And the blocking force will probably be, in 44, you're looking at probably the first of the Lion's successors, in whatever form that will take. All of the Lions.
6 of them.
Most of the KGVs.
2, 4, 5, so now to 13.
Probably 2 North Carolinas and a South Dakota or 2, since the US will have fast battleships supporting Normandy. Along with accompanying cruisers.
So we're now up to... So. I think you're missing out a couple.
What do you mean?
In nicest way, Warspite in Texas will have not had some of the issues they've had during the war. And let's be honest, Warspite's been modernized, and Texas has a habit of turning up in the wrong place at the right time for her to have fun. Would you count on there being a major battle versus a German fleet and Warspite not finding a way to be involved by fate? Or luck?
Yeah, you know what, probably. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And in nicest way, it's the same for Texas.
Even, okay, you know what? I'll grant you that, and I'll grant you that by the power of they are the most northerly pair of capital ships on the bombardment line, and so they are drawn off into the action as it gets closer to them.
And look at who's in command of them. Look at their captains.
And the funniest thing is that...
and the exact opposite same stuff that we were talking about working in the German fleet that works against their maintaining operational cohesion is going to mean that the British ships are more likely to go and engage, because if you, let's say you're Warspite, you've been in the Mediterranean for Taranto, you've been part of deterring probably Norway, you've been in the war against Japan, you might have taken part in that battle, especially if there was a night battleship battle. The crew are to an extent going to expect there's a battle taking place, we have to go take part of this. This is part of us. We're here for this. We're Warspite.
And of course, the funniest thing is, if Warspite runs into...
And Texas is right next to us, so in nicest way, Texas will probably go, "You going up for fun?" Warspite going, "Yes." Probably a couple of signal laps going back towards, and Texas just goes up going, "Hello, come on. We're coming through. We'll show the young'uns how to actually fight this battle."
The funniest thing is, if Warspite and Texas depend themselves to the end of the battle line, they'll probably end up engaging the Königs, some of which Warspite fought not 30 years ago.
Like, hold up, I remember you.
Oh, you came back for a second go.
Although how much of them will be left at this point when Warspite and Texas finally do engage is another matter entirely. It is, for me...
You're presuming, of course, that Texas and Warspite do not find their way in further along the line, but
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, the funniest thing to... Sorry, not funniest. It's 50-50 to me, a coin flip, whether when the battle starts turning against the Germans, the 30-knot plus capital ships break and run. Oh fuck, I forgot Hindenburg and Deflinger! It's 12 German capital ships, not 10.
That's gonna make a massive difference into this battle, though.
No, you think?
No.
But yeah, so what I'm saying is, if the battle turns against the Germans, whether the 30-knot half of the German battle line breaks and runs.
It's 12 versus what? 7? Hang on, was it 17 or 20 something? I'm forgetting now. Because it's the 6 of those 8 plus those 5. That's 13 plus. Probably some the 3 Vanguards, so that's 16, plus Warspite in Texas, so that's 18, plus the North Carolinas, that's 20, plus some South Dakotas and maybe an Iowa, so that's probably 23. So 23 versus 12?
That's a 2-to-1 advantage.
And that's if not one of the other older battleships hasn't tagged herself on along. You know, there's quite a few personalities of those ships in that area. You know, there's Rodney, all sorts of things wandering around who might decide they want to tack themselves on and wander up to the battle.
Assuming that
That's if not one of the other.
Assuming that the
And what I'm thinking is it's probably going to be find themselves at the Germans in a sandwich, so they're going to probably find one force coming down from Scarpa Flow coming behind them, and they're going to find a blocking force, in which case the older battleships might be reinforcing the blocking force and going, look, there's 12 coming in, you need at least 12 to block them, and the other 12 are coming from behind.
which basically means that the German fleet is fighting to the death. Or surrender, one of the two.
Yeah, they're caught in a sandwich where they have on one side Warspite, Texas, and some younguns. They're showing what to do. Possibly Warspite, Texas, and Rodney showing the younguns what to do, and the rest of the younguns coming down. So probably it's the King George V's and some of the American ships in the channel with backed up by Warspite, Texas, and Rodney, and it'll be the faster ones, the South Dakotas, Iowas, and the Lions and the Lion successors coming down behind them.
Oh dear.
A bad day to be a member of the High Seas Fleet.
The Neo High Seas Fleet, I think you mean.
And you also have cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and all the aircraft the British have ready configured in torpedo bomber configuration.
There's a furious melee going on between the old German light cruisers, the Hippers, the German destroyers and super destroyers, the German torpedo boats, and the Allied light forces. The Germans are losing on all fronts, but it's a furious fucking just nasty melee in between the two fleets on both sides.
Yeah. But there's a good example of what happens in a nasty melee between the German and British forces.
Yes, I know, it's called the Battle of Jutland, I am aware.
It's called the Second and Third Battles of Narvik.
Oh, yes. Dear.
That let's be honest, any battle where you are literally ramming your ships ashore to get away from your opponents because you're convinced they're insane is not a good battle. And that's quite literally what the German commanders are doing. They are absolutely convinced the British destroyer commanders are insane.
I'm not sure they're necessarily wrong.
No, they weren't. That's the problem.
No.
It's always worse when it turns out you're right in your assumptions.
Oh no, Drac Rooms. The Germans do have carriers. Von der Tann and Moltke are 80% done with their conversions. They're currently sat in Wilhelmshaven with no air wings and not even finished yet.
But let's be honest, those things, when you've got the issues with oil, especially, that's going to affect a lot of industry and infrastructure in terms of what you're producing in terms of your ships, and that sort of thing. And if you've also had trouble with getting the iron ore, from Sweden,
it's important to bear in mind.
Luftwaffe and Hermann Goering.
Yeah, it's
not wanting to give you aircraft, for your aircraft carriers.
It's important to bear in mind that for this sortie, the German fleet has scraped together all of its oil reserves for this last sortie to try and help stop the Allied invasion of Europe. Once this is done, there is...
Because, let's be honest, you're talking about the British Indian Army coming into Europe, you're talking about the British Army coming to Europe, all the Canadian forces, all the Australian forces, because they're all freed up because Japan's blocked off and being basically generally just tormented by submarines and carriers at this point. You've got all the American Army, you've got all the free forces going to be landing in Europe, and nice way, and your army's stuck in Russia somewhere lacking fuel.
At this point, the only option you've got to try and mitigate what gets ashore is to give as much fuel to your fleet as you can, and especially with it being bigger than it was historically, and try and do something.
Yeah.
And the difference...
And once they get bushwhacked, then what's there left to do? Just mop up Europe. And it's not going to be easy, but
the advantage in this timeline is that A, the Allies will get to Berlin first, and B, the Allies might get to Warsaw first, which means that Polish government restored.
Potentially, but also, think about it this scenario. Who is the best, pretty much, German general in World War II?
Rommel. No, wait a minute. No, not Rommel, sorry. What's he called? Franz Halder.
Franz Halder.
That's the guy, yeah.
True. Who is Hitler's favourite general in World War II?
What's he called? Model, I think. Because Hitler promotes and demotes him so many fucking times and he gets so many chances.
Manstein.
Pretty much. The thing is, add in Rommel, and that's your group leading the attack on the Soviet Union. Not a single one of them likes to talk to each other. Not a single one of them coordinates well with each other. And if you've got Rommel taking the place of, I think, von Paulus and heading to Stalingrad, Rommel's going to throw his forces away even more than von Paulus, because von Paulus is actually much more conservative than Rommel is. So Rommel's really going to overreach himself.
Yep. Which basically means that, even with more Lend-Lease, though, I still consider it more likely that the Allies are going to have much more forces in Europe. So they are going to get to Berlin first.
Oh yeah, they're going to get that. In a nicest way, the sheer weight of troops.
We're going to
You're talking about
more forces on
You're
the
talking
Western
about
front.
2 to 3 times. You've got no Italian front. You've got 2 to 3 times the amount of troops there than you did historically have on the Western Front.
I mean, heck, the Italians...
Pushing through.
I mean, heck, the Germans still occupy some of Yugoslavia, and they occupy South Tyrol at this point.
And
the Italians might go, right, we're part of the Allies now. We want our fucking give.
We don't want to be part of this post-war settlement if we've always been part of the bad guys.
Yeah, we're going to rejoin the good guys as a whole nation. And the funniest thing is, if they join as the Allied troops hit the shore in Northern Europe, you might get the shockingly comic thought of there not being an Operation de Grune in southern France, where the Allies land troops. Operation de Grune might instead be supported by Allied and Regia Marina battleships, the storming across the Italian Alps into southern France of a co-belligerent force of Allied and Italian troops.
Potentially.
Which would be the funniest thing.
And also you might have the Italians going the other way as well.
Yeah, so up through South Tyrol and into Yugoslavia to liberate it. And I probably do mean liberate, because if they liberate it properly, then that means they get quote-unquote brownie points with the Allies.
And you're talking about the government being run by the post-Mussolini politicians and the king.
Indeed. Although whether or not Italy is a monarchy at this point is up for debate, because there was the whole post-war monarchy debate thing that they had, which has probably occurred in this timeline earlier than historical. It's a 50-50 split, whether or not it's
it depends how much involved the king was the monarch was involved in getting rid of the dictator.
True.
He was quite involved, but it wasn't really publicised when Mussolini was got rid of. If it was more publicised, it was earlier, and he had to make a bigger diplomatic effort, and especially appealing to Britain, which, remember, is a far more powerful player at this point.
Indeed.
Than is historically monarchy to monarchy. Becomes a useful asset. It could well be it's a constitutional monarchy scenario.
True, which would be more based than historical.
Yeah.
But
and so they're pushing up.
Moa, you say British divisions aren't going to be vehicle heavy. You missed the whole Dunkirk was nowhere near as bad, and British industry's been really turning the crank harder than they were historically.
Yeah, but
also I would add
the
British were the British were the only fully motorized mechanized force, barring some. There was one division of yeoman reserves who were sent out to the Middle East to motorize out there, because at the beginning of the war they weren't motorized and mechanized. Yeah. The British were motorized and mechanized. They don't use quite as many vehicles as the Americans per unit, but they don't need to, because they work in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
I'd also say the British...
If the British have physically more men in uniform, because the British army primarily shrinks before D-Day, as they essentially consolidate divisions because they don't have enough men. If you've got more men, then you need more vehicles.
True, but also you've not got to supply vehicles to Burma, you're not supplying vehicles to Italy, you're not supplying vehicles and the spares and all the stores for all those vehicles around the world. It's far more concentrated. And you've also got far more fighters and other things in the UK and those sort of scenarios. So I think it's...
throwing trucks at you. They're throwing fucking trucks at you. Drakroom,
but you've also got all there's the whole production facilities of the entire wider British Empire, which historically had to be divided to support each of their sectors. But in this scenario, it could be concentrated. So who knows what's coming from Australia?
True.
And historically, Australia wields a very good armoured brigade. Historically Model 2, but it's built around Matildas because it's fighting in the Island Campaign, but they're very good tankers. So in this scenario, maybe they've been upgraded to Shermans and they're part of the armoured forces in Europe, which they probably would be.
But yeah, so war's basically over by 9.
There could be an Australian armoured division involved in the war, involved in Europe. Just think of that thought. An Australian armoured division.
That's brilliant. But yeah, so
backed up by a New Zealand motorised division.
It's poor Nazis.
The Canadian Corps committing and merrily committing various versions of "they're not war crimes yet."
War in Europe over by 9.
Every single war, after every single war, you to sit down and write down now what did the Canadians do this time? Okay, that's now a war crime. That's now a war crime. That's now a war crime. They're fine. It wasn't illegal when they did it. It wasn't a war crime yet. Stop referring to it as the Geneva checklist. Stop it. You don't refer to it as the Geneva checklist. You don't do them.
So war in Europe over by 44. Iron Curtain much further to the east. Instead of there being 2 Germanys, there's 2 Polands. Because there's a West Poland with the old war government and an East Poland with...
Potentially, but in the nicest way, that has never worked out well for anyone trying to split Poland.
Oh no, it hasn't, but the Russians and the Allies will still do it anyway.
Well, I think the Russians will try it.
But yeah, the Japanese probably still won't surrender despite the starving until, their cities have been flattened and then 2 portable suns have been deployed upon their cities, because that's just the Japanese mindset.
No, but you might well not deploy the nukes. You've won in Europe. Everything there, all their allies are dead. All their allies are lost. They're starving, and you might say the Japanese mindset is this way. But honestly, at a certain point, there are sensible people in Japan, and if they can't coordinate, and if their infrastructure and everything's been degraded to the point they can't do anything, and they're limited to resources they have on the home islands alone. And you have to remember, part of their plan for defending their islands, which is why they were holding on, it's only after they realise they can't get them home, because they want to get home the army from Manchuria. They want to get home the army from China to defend Japan, and that's part of their defence plan. In this scenario, they'll never been able to get the armies home.
Yeah.
The armies will be buttoned up, there's no chance of them getting any reinforcements. If they've never got any chance of getting reinforcements, then the odds are the navy's been annihilated, the army's cut off and surrounded and dying. It's a very different scenario. They might well sue for peace to try and get a better deal.
Yeah, I would point out that Jade Small.
They might fight to the bloody end, but they probably don't.
Yeah, what I will point out is that there'll also be other factors affecting Japan's surrender. Like, yeah, an invasion of mainland Japan might be a stupid idea that won't work, but taking Korea off Japan in 1943 might not be a bad idea, just to hammer home the point that you're losing.
How would it make sense, though? Unless you're coming
and that provides basis for all sorts of operations.
You're still going to be like the area of control of Japan through kamikazes if you try and hit the south of Korea.
Well, yeah, but
Not if you. Not if you're.
all the way
Think
up
about the
through-
sheer number of aircraft fleet carriers they're deploying at this point.
You've got the Essex,
Especially armored fleet carriers.
You've got the Essexes coming online in about. I mean, not the Essex Swarm of Historical because there's no need for it, but you're looking at a decent number of Essexes appearing,
Which might mean they've upgraded to the midways earlier on.
which is terrifying. Which means you might get.
And the British are probably upgraded because the British might have gone more than the upgraded, gone through the Audacious class already, built them, and they might well be looking at the things because again, you're going to need lots of carriers for the operation in the Far East anyway.
Yeah. But you're basically,
that's it's just not fun.
You're basically looking at the Second Great War ending with the USSR pushed further east, the UK and the US ending the war as basically equal rank naval powers and equal rank great powers. The USSR is not the second superpower in the post-war world. The two superpowers are the USA and the UK, not the USA and USSR. The USSR is a great power but not a superpower, and won't be until they detonate an atomic bomb.
Superpower.
Without their influence in Europe, I doubt it.
Happens with nuclear weapons. The thing is, you still might drop the nukes on Japan. You still might do that, but there's also a scenario in this circumstance where the British are able to develop far further on their own before they get the Americans involved because of the whole issues with their industry and the fact of the Battle of the Atlantic. And the not having to do those resources elsewhere. But there's also the fact that do you launch it from where you historically do? The British, as part of the operation to be able to blockade Japan, always planned on retaking Singapore and retaking Weihai Wei and moving up the Chinese coast and taking place on the way and defending them and working with the Chinese Republican. So again, you might find that the communist forces have not achieved the strength. Chiang Kai-shek basically doesn't run the best regime, but he does run his regime ragged, trying to fight the Japanese and taking the bulk of the casualties from there. And then Mao comes down after he's been basically annihilated, lost all his good generals and quite a lot of his good forces fighting Japanese. Well, in this scenario, they get actually British and American ground forces taking Hong Kong back and taking Weihai Wei and reinforcing him through that way. So he could be winning, and he could win in China and get the credit for kicking the Japanese out, which could be interesting and change a bit of history. But leaving that to one side, you don't need to do the island campaign. You could be launching the bombers from Weihai Wei, and Weihai Wei is almost in a different aircraft range than the B-29.
Oh no, thing is, Drakrim's...
So is it just the Americans who drop a bomb?
And here's the thing. If the British have more resources, and, you know, they want to drop large bombs that aren't the earthquake bomb from long range, and Barnes-Wallis comes and says, hey, I've got this large lad that I've been working on in the shed that has 6 engines and can fly a long distance, and the British go, I'm sure, Dr. Clarke, you might be familiar with the whole dedicated aircraft for carrying the earthquake bomb that Barnes-Wallis came up with. The interesting design.
Oh yeah, he had lots of fun. He had lots of interesting plans. I
suppose that bomber could have been developed. And
there's a few other interesting aircraft you'd be talking about. There are variations on, well, the Lancastrian, the Lincoln, all those lovely aircraft. Let's be honest, they're all 1944 aircraft first flight, and that's with the resources they had available at the time. Those things, they have an interesting range.
Oh, they do, but they
have a really interesting range.
Yeah, I was referring to this interesting MacGuffin.
Oh, I know. You're referring to the 6-engine super Lancaster, which is frankly, yes.
Look at it. It's huge.
It's gorgeous.
I love it. It's so unbelievably British. It's not even funny. And it's called the Shizzle Stick.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, when the earthquake bomb was first developed, the British were unsure if any bomber could actually carry it. So Vickers went away and designed several SketchUps for what they called the Victory Bomber. Of course, it turns out it wasn't needed, because, you know, the Lancaster can do it. Because it's the Lancaster. And that's what Lancaster do, I guess.
Fuck away with it.
But yeah,
Fuck off,
I think
pure talk.
I think we've actually done it. We've actually done a start-to-finish timeline that's not completely nonsense. And I'm fairly impressed with
What
that.
about the Dutch? What happened to the Dutch?
Nothing, I guess.
Dutch East Indies doesn't fall, probably, in this scenario.
I mean,
and then they're part of the Free Dutch are part of the forces which go into Europe and probably along with the British, Canadians, and whatever other forces attached, liberate Holland and go, woohoo, we're home.
Yes. What about the Dutch East Indies? Because
she means
if
post-war.
Japanese never take the Dutch East Indies,
oh yeah,
just
no,
even the Indonesian War of Independence starts in World War II against the Japanese and Dutch. So
Probably still starts because the movement's still already going before the Dutch East Indies falls. But it probably does still go independent, but it might be a little bit later after the war. And might be a far more civil discord, if that makes sense.
indeed.
that makes sense. So what, like a Malaya situation instead of full-on civil war?
Like a Malaya-India Singapore situation rather than yes. Because the British will be setting the tone. Because you have to remember, the British have been planning the transition from Empire to Commonwealth since about 1892.
Yeah.
So the British have been planning that. There's the fact that the Dominions become Dominions. South Africa, etc., is a Dominion by 1910. I had this question the other day of someone going, what happened to South Africa declares independence in 1910? In 1914, does Britain invade? I go, well, no, South Africa's a Dominion by that point. They're self-governing, apart from foreign policy. So if they say they don't want to be part of foreign policy, that's one of the reasons why Smuts, etc., are so invited and so part of the British foreign policy discussion, and Smuts has so many important roles in the war cabinet. It's because he represents South Africa, and that's the whole reason. So if he declared independence, then that's a negotiation at best. At worst, it's a, oh great, well thank you very much, have a nice day. You're now a neutral power, act as one, and then we won't have any problems.
Yeah, basically.
So the thing is, Britain is in the process of transitioning to. It's got a whole plan that's worked out to about 1960, which is measured turning people into dominions. And before people think that that's Britain being very empirical and egotistical, it is. But it's also, to an extent, they've actually had a long, hard look at themselves, and they realised that during Empire, they have strengthened the authoritarian parts of society in those areas they controlled. And in order for them to avoid them turning into dictatorships like they've seen rise in Europe and various other points in history, they realise they have to go for they have to do their best to strengthen the civil elements of society, especially the political, etc. structures. And you can argue the fors and against this, but you can point out that where the British Empire was forced by, to an extent, American coercion and all sorts of things to run the program quickly, there are a lot of those countries did end up becoming dictatorships because, exactly as the British feared, the local militaries, the local police organisations, etc., that they had sponsored and made strong during colonialism as part of their colonial control, did take power.
And where
so it's a case of the British had predicted it. And when the British are allowed to run their program to their conclusion, those countries have mostly formed quite civil, traditional civil versions of democracies. Yes, they are their own democracies and their own versions of it, and they're not always as perfect a democracy as we might want them to be, or we might imagine ourselves to be. but they are democracies, and the military does not tell the government what to do, and it's not not a dictatorship.
Yep.
And it's a very, very sort of chaotic or sort of neutral sort of position on it. But if you look at it, it's basically the British acknowledging that empire mucks up countries. And the trouble is, if you leave under circumstances of revolution, revolutions have a habit of killing, revolving around and shooting their own and killing their own. If you leave under us too quickly as a foreign imposing power, because you've ruled through force, the people understand rule through force, and you've strengthened all the institutions which have the ability to apply force, so you will end up setting up a dictatorship. So you have to somehow stay around almost as a counterbalance to the own organizations you've set up to maintain your rule, while you are establishing the civil leadership and the democracy which goes around and can restrain it. Because it's what empire leaves countries with. And that sounds terrible, because the every instinct is going, you should liberate and leave these people and let them be free. And that is the nice, kind thing to do. But the trouble is, that's going to lead to a moment of chaos. And in a moment of chaos, the people who have the ability to apply force, and are used to applying force, and straightening organize things out by force, are probably going to go, this is a mess, it's a terrible scenario, we have to fix this, let's apply force. And that's where you get dictatorships.
Do we have anything else in the immediate post-war world we want to talk about? Like what ships are kept by what powers? Or are we pretty much done and dusted, since most of the German fleet is resting at the bottom of the Norwegian coast?
I think the interesting thing is going to be the Soviet construction of fleet, because let's be honest, Stalin's just had his view confirmed that whoever has the decent-sized fleet wins wars.
Oh.
But the Germans didn't have a big enough fleet.
Oh. Yeah, can I put a hold on that one? Because I'm literally preparing a whole ramblings on a thing I started years ago.
You mean your Red Fleet timeline?
The Red Fleet timeline, which is a full 50-year timeline that I've been working on over multiple iterations. I've talked about it multiple times, and I'm trying to get it sorted, which is basically Stalin goes mad and says he wants a fleet. And the whole caveat for this is that he gets Graf Zeppelin unsabotaged, and he has the Soyuz more completed before the war starts, that he then finishes. This spirals out into an entire thing of a Soviet blue water fleet, and how does the Western powers respond? And I've been working on this for ages, and I'm so close to finishing.
He doesn't need to go mad for doing that, though.
Pardon?
That was his actual aim.
21.
That doesn't need to be madness, that's his actual aim.
Oh,
there's a reason for it as well. He's got a perfectly logical reason
he
for
needs
it.
to get a bit of an advance on what he was wanting.
Yeah.
Do it a bit
There's a reason he wants it as well. Do you know why he wants the Great Fleet? It's a perfect logical reason.
To project Soviet power across the globe and protect his own interests?
Yeah, exactly. But also, it's got another reason.
What's the other reason?
Who is the greatest enemy of the Soviet Union?
The United States of America?
After that, who's the power who humbles them and has hurt them? Not America. Who's the power who's humbled and hurt the Soviet Union and Russia most of any other power in the world as far as they're concerned?
The Third Reich? Well, what was the Third Reich?
I think I would have suggested Japan.
Great
at
Britain.
least. They're the most recent one, I would have said. And then there's also Britain.
But who was behind them?
Great Britain. Also, yeah.
And what is Great Britain?
Monarchy.
Look, you will see this in quite a lot of Russian discussions and in their Russian news broadcasts. The evil puppet master behind why America dislikes them, why the world dislikes them, is always Britain. We've been living rent-free in the Russian strategic mind for centuries. Mainly because we have been behind most of their problems.
Oh, by the way...
One way or another.
They kept trying to go for India, and we kept going, you're not getting there.
Oh,
That's ours. Hands off.
by the way, I do
Soft
actually
power.
have some, just so Dr. Clarke can see. Sidonis has been working for me for years on the Red Fleet timeline, and we've gone through multiple iterations. What I'm showing right now are some of the ships that we have from, I think it's just the previous iteration. So that top carrier is Graf Zeppelinski, after her second major rebuild in
What?
the 1960s. Yes, that's Graf Zeppelin.
What did they do to her?
That's
That's not Graf Zeppelin. That's an
picture
entirely
on
new
the
ship.
left.
No.
Well, it is Graf Zeppelin. It's meant to be. That picture on the left is a British naval task force with a Malta Vanguard and some other vessels. And
You've got a Type 42, a Type 46, and a Type 23 mod.
Indeed. And that on the right is Sovietsky Soyuz after her 1960-63 rebuild.
Cute.
Yeah, well, so me and I've got a bunch of people working
If
on
she
it.
gets hit, why do I think she'll just go?
In
up
the
on
nicest
fire?
way, she would never get she would never get built in a world where the Royal Navy have something with 16-inch guns.
Oh no,
She'd just be too small.
Oh no, she wouldn't do. But luckily, the Red Fleet timeline is a separate entity, thank goodness. Which is
And Stalin would feel it completely emasculated.
Drac rooms.
It's terrible for dictators, really.
I'm not getting into the Red Fleet timeline now. I'm just teasing it.
Oh, yeah, it is 20 to 12 now, Fleet. Just a heads up.
Oh, Christ
Okay.
Almighty!
Yeah.
This is, I think,
I
just
think
like
this is
one of
one
your
of
longest
Fleet.
ramblings to the date.
No, the
I
longest.
think I've missed dinner.
No. the
Yes, I have.
The longest rambling.
I said one of your longest.
It's one.
Your
of-
longest is like the 12-hour one, wasn't it?
No, the 17-hour one for the 2-year anniversary
17,
last
sorry.
year. But yeah.
So what you're
just-
telling me is you need to go for 24 next.
One of those. Like, maybe Dr. Clarke, I might bring you in as an advisory, perhaps, on the Red Fleet Timeline's madness at some point, if I feel able to trespass on
Sounds fun.
your free will, free time at some other point.
That's fine.
But
That's-
for now,
I'm moving house at the moment. In the nicest way, I like the distraction from the lawyers.
oh, sod it, I'll invite you to the bloody group chat then for the Red Fleet Timeline on Discord. What's the worst that can possibly
Thank you.
happen?
A lot.
If I can.
Everything explodes.
Oh,
You have a habit
we
of
have
this,
to be
Fleet.
friends on Discord for me to do that. That's a problem. Did I send you a friend?
Oh, just
request?
invite me to be your friend on Discord, and
I
I'll
think
sort
I
that out
did,
a bit.
Did I? Did I?
Okay, so
I
out of
have
the
no
9 people
idea.
who's left, congratulations to anyone who's made it through the whole thing so far.
Yeah, congratulations to those who've stuck it out through 3 crashes and the rest of it. This is going to be a hell
I
of a
think
live
Peter
stream
will-
on YouTube.
I think. Oh, you are. Okay. How the frigate are we able to do direct messages and it hasn't made us friends?
I don't know.
I never understand this thing. I never understand this thing, seriously.
Discord is a marvelous thing. Let me see if...
Of trying to
Ah.
cause me stress.
Brilliant. There we go. Boom. You're now part of the Red Fleet timeline.
And thank you.
Feel free to browse through
That's gonna be fun.
Feel free to browse through the madness, including the alternate Falklands War, the alternate British involvement in
Hmm.
Vietnam, various British carrier designs, the various forms of converted Graf Zeppelin, the Red Fleet's eclectic mix of capital ships.
Yep,
This is just another one, Fleet, of your timeline reviews of various ships that you have promised the people of the Ramblers.
And you have to remember,
I still
it's-
remember.
If Stalin has a battle fleet, then you know who else will want a battle fleet.
Yes, I'm aware. The RN needs one. The US needs one. I'm aware. We have planned for this.
What about?
Mao?
No, you've forgotten Mao and France, because let's be honest, De Gaulle.
Oh, yeah, we've got France.
In a nice
covered.
way, De Gaulle is too. De Gaulle is too small to not have to have a battle fleet if everyone else has one.
We've got
Tito,
De Gaulle,
what
we've
are we
we've
suggesting?
got De Gaulle covered. We've got the Netherlands covered. We've got Italy covered. We've got Turkey covered.
Cuba?
Cuba is not getting any.
Cuba would be a
heavy
meme,
service
but it'd be amusing to see what they could come up with.
Because Cuba with a whole bunch of patrol boats with AS
Just,
anti-ship
just-
missiles.
Just for reference.
What about?
Japan gets a new
There's other people, fun peoples.
Yeah.
What about Australia? Because they wanted a capital ship at the end of World War II, along with their aircraft carriers.
I mean,
So if the Soviets are building up enough, then the British might give them a King George V or equivalent.
I mean, that's something we've considered. Like, for example, we've got 3 generations of Soviet heavy service combatant. We've got the Soviets resurrecting. We've got the Soviets getting Nagato and keeping her as the Pacific Fleet flagship after a lengthy rebuild. We've got the Turks keeping Yavuz active into 75, then replacing her with an Alaska. France gets an Alaska. The Netherlands gets an Alaska. The Italians keep Vittorio Veneto.
Oh, France have their own battleships and will build more.
What about Jean Bart 2, Electric Boogaloo?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! Jean Bart stays in service. The Alaska is a replacement for Richelieu.
I just see them building another.
In nice way, the French will build their own ship. They won't buy an American one in that scenario. They don't mind. They buy the aircraft carriers, but you have to remember, by the time it gets to times of Foch and Clemenceau, they're back to the point at which they refuse to buy anyone else's ship. They have to build their own. So whilst they start off with getting Colossus, which becomes Aramash's, they get the 2 Independence class, which I forget what names they give them, and they have Bittern, which becomes Dixmude. And, they have those lovely 4 ships wandering around. That's only because they have to buy a foreign, because they're doing stuff in Vietnam and they can't sustain it without their carriers otherwise. And then they buy Foch and Clemenceau, and they build their Clemenceau class, and then, of course, eventually they go with the Charles de Gaulle to replace the, which was supposed to be given a second body, but it wasn't.
Just a little spoiler. Well, I've got 2 spoilers for you all. The first is
Wait.
I mean, I've got some spoilers because I can't help it at this point because I've been
Quick thing.
Use your words, fleet.
Okay. Wait, did France name their aircraft carrier they got off the British after one of the main duchies the British inherited during the 100 Years' War and controlled?
I think they did. Let me just check the exact detailed naming history of the Almarches. Yeah, she's named for Almarche and Les Bassins, which was part of the Normandy region of northwest France, the Calvados department. Yeah.
There's also one final detail about a certain nation that I will leave slightly anonymous because I like being a little bit tricky about this sort of thing. If I can actually find it. Where the bloody hell is it? Oh.
And this is proof of why Fleet's not very good at being a little bit tricky.
Hey, I could be tricky. I think.
Indeed you can.
Just some carriers and surface combatants of a certain nation that we've beefed up for the Red Fleet timeline to offset other nations being beefed up. For a certain conflict.
Argentina by any chance?
Oh, for God's sake.
You already mentioned the Falklands War. So
yeah, we gave
it kind of made sense that you off.
And it has got an original batch Type 42, Annabelle Grano, and an Alaska in it.
Oh no, that's not an Alaska.
So
that's
yeah,
not an
plus,
Alaska. That's South Dakota.
Oh, they can afford to run that.
We've given them an Essex. Why the hell not?
Their economy's frogging.
Oh yeah, their economy in free fall.
To be fair, I was starting to see where, because I know I think he's a member of your channel, Knight6831, and he does wander around, I think, on the dry dock as well as my channel, chatting away, and he's always interesting. He does do some interesting comments. I'm starting to get an idea of where he runs into some weird people, because he just said, I just had a run-in with someone who believes that scrapping the treaty system after 1931 means the British Empire might get into a war with America.
Eh?
Yeah. I don't understand this either. anyone else understand this? Because I do not.
Who's going to start that war? Who in 1931 wants to start the war against America?
Nobody.
Or Britain? America versus Britain? Go on.
Certainly nobody in British politics.
It would come from
And
the
no one in
like,
America.
thought or something that every arms race leads to a war, wouldn't it? Because if the Anglo-American arms race keeps going, then obviously it'll end in a war. What else would it end in?
Well, the British and Americans have been happily in a qualitative arms race for years. They're always happily in a qualitative arms race. It's part of their fun. But they keep talking. I always try and explain to people there's a difference between a qualitative arms race and a quantitative arms race. A quantitative arms race is actually about warfighting ability. A qualitative arms race is who has the bigger one this year. The difference in a qualitative arms race is a qualitative arms race is who has the fancier car. People rarely come to blows over that subject. They just swag and go off and get a different one next year, and when the other one can't, still paying off the car they've got, and so it happens that way. A quantitative arms race, where you've got talking about quantities, that's far more dangerous because you're talking about building to actually fight the strength. And the British and the Americans are always in a qualitative war. It's like when people talk about the 16-inch gunships being built at the end of World War I and that sort of period, and they're going, look at America building so many 16-inch gunships. And you're sort of going, yeah, but the British aren't worried about it. Why? Because they know it's the American response to the sheer number of 15-inch ships the British have. The British have 10 15-inch gun ships in service, plus Renown, plus Repulse, plus Hood. They expect the Americans to be responding with 16-inch gun ships. That's their next jump. The Americans build ships with more guns, less legs. The British build their ships with more legs, slightly less guns.
And then they decide
because the British have to wander around a whole empire and the Americans are defending it.
Yeah, and then the British just go fucking G and N3.
It's doctrinal difference, basically.
Yeah. Well, the G3 is a 16.5-inch gun, which is the next development of the 15-inch line, and the N3 is the 18-inch gun.
I thought the G3 was 16s, not 16s in it.
No, it's one of those common misconceptions.
Oh.
It's because people go, well, they produced a 16-inch gun for the Nelrods, so it must have been a 16-inch gun they're developing. But the reason the British developed a 16-inch gun for the Nelrods is they go back and start development and develop a whole new gun based on their experience of testing German guns to meet the treaty limits, which is the 16-inch gun. So they go and develop a 16-inch gun. But the G3s were a 16.5-inch gun, which was the next 1.5-inch jump up from the 15-inch.
Oh, I see. Right.
Well,
so the G3s would have been 16.5-inch guns.
And then the next 1.5 jump from that is 18.
Oh, they get it correct because I spent about 2 weeks complaining at them and telling them if they didn't get it correct, I was going to moan in every single armchair admirals until they gave in.
Oh, was that? You might want to tell Drac to change his video on the G3s there, because he still goes on about 16-inch guns.
He and I have had this conversation.
One of these days.
And I point, I've got actual books which all label them as 16.5-inch guns. I've got plans which label them as 16.5-inch guns.
Bloody hell. You know, one of these days, I am going to get myself, AC name. I'm going to get myself, Dr. Clarke, Drac, Rex's hangar, the shipyard, and you know what? Just for good measure, I'll try and get the fucking Mighty Jingles as well, and we'll have a grand old bloody banter in Ramblings, and that will be the most hilarious show we ever run.
You know, Fleet, that's where it'll explode the most, right?
Pardon? What did you say, Dragon?
Things will explode.
It will be fun.
I said that's where things will explode the most. You'll have constant crashes. The Discord won't be able to handle the comedic value of this magnitude.
Possibly not.
I think
At that point, you might have to go to Zoom or something like that. You might have to go something which actually costs money to work.
And the funniest thing
what
is...
happens when you get all 6 Dragon Balls together? It's the naval equivalent of that.
I wouldn't class myself as one of the Dragon Balls. Look, there is a reason why I am officially, by Drac and others, known as Discount Drakinifel.
Well, Fleet, there's always the 1-star Dragon Ball.
Oi! Okay, fair enough. I am the 1-star Dragon Ball.
Clearly, Fleet does not know actually what the power of Dragon Balls is because they're all actually equal in strength.
I've never watched Dragon Ball.
I say I dislike that phrase because I don't consider you discount in any way, shape, or form.
Oh no, I've embraced it.
You
It's
used to
fun.
be, but you've got your own
You haven't-
identity now.
You haven't seen the memes. They are very funny. I don't
You're
mind.
the Fleet of Oceans.
I don't mind.
I know you don't mind it, but I don't like it for you.
That's
Fair
the
enough.
pride.
That's
man.
it. But it's simple. In the nicest way, I like. This is going to sound strange, but I have to deal with this with students quite a lot, etc., and especially younger students coming in after I've taught their older students and those sort of things. It's you are your own strengths and weaknesses. You are your own person. Yes, you probably started out people thinking you used the discount Drakenfell, and it's like, and sometimes they label Alex Pocklington, aka Drakenfell, as Alex Clarke, and I think I can say that considering the recent video fun with that. I don't think that cat's in the bag anymore.
No.
I think I can get away with saying that.
Yeah, he's.
And the thing is, we deal with it quite a lot, and we find it funny. But we also, there's also to an extent, is that we're still distinct identities,
I mean,
and we work together. We're very good, we're pretty much best friends, and we have a lot of fun. But it's the thing is, it's important for you, I think, because I see you do so much work, and I was really quite happy to be on here this evening, because I've sometimes potted in the background and these, and I've always enjoyed them and watched them.
What work have I been doing?
And I know, for example, I know my mum really enjoys these ramblings.
Oh.
Yeah, she watches them quite regularly.
Oh, wow. I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
my mum lurks around Discord and passes it on. So yeah, she also doesn't like the whole phrase of discount Drakenfell. She feels the Fleet of Oceans, you're your own person.
But
Like, as much as we might tease you,
Admittedly,
you have
cool-
set up a
admittedly-
very good niche for yourself.
Admittedly, she does nickname you Defoe.
Defoe? Defoe?
Oh.
Why
Defoe.
Why Defoe? I have to know.
Because it's the FOO, Fleet of Oceans, shorted out to Defoe.
And I mean, one of the
It
things...
makes some logical sense.
And I never argue with my mother on these things. As we all know, as anyone who's watched my channel, this is probably going to sound strange. My mum is the person who taught me to shoot. She is 21 again for about the, let's see, 60th time. And she can still hit, quite happily put 3 rounds in the 3 rounds in a dime at a quarter mile, I think is the phrase she likes to use, because she had a friend who's a Texan sharpshooter who used to come over and they used to do shooting competitions together. So she uses a Texan phrase. I think it's a free in a dime at quarter mile, something like that.
So I have...
And
That's
than I thought.
very impressive.
I didn't
Understand.
and yeah, she is a wonderful shot, and also very well read in naval and military history herself, because she worked as Lloyd Register, the shipping insurance firm, as their head of HR and personnel training for about 15 years.
Wow.
In the back before she had me and my sister.
Wow, what a career.
She was almost on.
What?
She was almost on the Olympic shooting squad for the UK.
Wow. Also, I didn't realize...
She's very.
I didn't realize I was known outside of the dry dock
Believe-
widely. I have to
Believe it or
admit.
not, your influence has spread.
Mm-hmm.
Like, your naval knowledge has spread. Your playing of Empire at War's spread throughout that community. Like, you get in more places than you might believe.
Yeah.
That is one of the things that
You
makes
do
me
it, they will come.
That is one of the things that does make me not discount Drakenfell, because as you know, Drac is very much, I am a naval history channel, I do this. That is one of the things I do that Drac doesn't do. I do gaming content. Of a
Other
historical
things on
event.
occasion.
Yeah, it's fun. Gaming's cool.
But-
I do a Twitch stream channel as well.
I really need
Also,
to get back...
I would say
And
that
I get-
part of you.
Admittedly, they're mostly from Knight 6831, but I have had questions which are literally phrased of, the Fleet of Oceans has said this. Do you agree with that?
You... Really? Does he ask... What? Wow.
You know, that doesn't
don't take
surprise
us,
me
don't take
in
us
the
wrong.
least.
It's
No,
both
no,
a good
I-
thing and it's also
Oh,
it's
no,
Knight
I
6831.
mean-
Don't turn up to some of my views with 100 questions. Okay.
I didn't mean that. It was more just people are actually considering my opinions
Yes.
valuable. They actually go and ask actual naval
Yes.
historians that if I'm right.
Yes.
Fucking.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to forgive me if this is somewhat blowing my mind a little bit.
It's fun. Look, a nice. I've done I did a whole short on my channel about historians, and I point out that basically being an academic historian for PhD basically means you decided to go away and get professional qualifications and research skills and are incredibly stubborn. That's it. That's the difference between an academic historian and a professional historian is someone who earns money doing it, and the rest of the people are passion historians. Because they're being guided by their passion. It doesn't make them worse or better than any of the others. It just means in a professional historian has managed to find a way to get someone to pay them to do it. And a academic historian has gone away, like me. And the reason I did all the academics is I'm dyslexic, and you should hear the amount of I get at people because they go, oh, because you're dyslexic, you can't know this, you can't do this, you can't do that. Oh. So I went and did a PhD, so I could say, nice way, I've got a PhD from King's College London, War Studies Department. What do you want to say I can't do again? Literally, that's why I have my PhD. Not because I necessarily need it to be a good historian, but because it's useful.
Spite can be
and because I like teaching at university level.
Times.
Oh, completely.
Yes. It was wonderful going back to school and giving the prize giving speech two seats away from the teacher who told me I never amount to anything because I was dyslexic. That was a wonderful fun.
Oh, that's quite funny. I will like you've gotten somewhere when you literally look into the meme channel of the dry dock and I literally see memes and I'm like, you know what? I've made it. I'm somewhere. I'm memeable now.
Oh. You've always been memeable.
A nice way, anyone who's around the Duke of Pexington for more than 5 minutes is memeable.
Oh,
that sounds terrible, but that's just my experience.
Looked at you, Flea.
I mean, there was the whole bit with, there was a whole joke. I mean, it's been ages since I've said it, but if I was mock offended, I'd say something along the lines of, "I'm going to take your spine with a sharpened trowel," and that led to a whole raft of images, including one where there's literally just my profile picture, which is the French flag with the ironclad Hoche in the middle of it, holding a trowel. And I still have that image. Good times. In fact.
Oh yes, and also the whole VTuber thing.
I have an image as well somewhere, which is okay. A few years ago, I ended up standing for local council, and in my area in Epsom Newell, you have a choice between the Residents Association, who want to, I kid you not, dig a moat around the borough to keep out undesirables and gypsies, and the left-wing party in Epsom Newell is the Conservative Party.
Oh, wow.
Believe it or not, that's the scenario in Epsom Newell. So I was a Conservative borough councillor and actually deputy group leader because I could actually deliver a speech. And it, also matter because local council politics, before anyone thinks that it's amazing and you can do things on all sorts of issues, you can't. Literally, your control is bins, planning permissions, and enforcing council tax payments. And that's it. That's what you have. Oh, and oversight over over things like bridle paths and parks. And that was what got me involved, because the bridle paths and parks have been completely neglected. And I basically made it the centerpiece of my campaign. I was going to get more dog litter bins put in, because I'm a dog walker, I have dogs, I love them. But you do need dog litter bins so you can put the poo away and you can stop it being left as poo fairies dangling from trees and all those sort of things. And get the surfaces redone and get it all sorted. And because I had a beard, it was the only beard, they basically decided to map me onto Gandalf as part of the election literature, with the staff going, "They shall have a path!" And that was put it down, and that got me elected as a councillor, that image.
Nice.
So, yeah, a nice way of order. And I had to say, this is blowing my own trumpet, but I got 16 extra dog litter bins put in across the borough. I got a paths resurfaced with natural surfacing so that they were still permeable, but they were safe to walk, ride horses, or ride bikes on. And so the kids use them as a councillor. So I feel I did quite a good job as a local councillor. No, I did not cure world hunger or anything else that my Labour counterpart who was trying to run for it was claiming they were going to achieve. I'm not sure how, as a borough councillor of Epsom Newell, they would cure world hunger, but good for them for having the hope.
I mean...
But I did manage to deliver on the things on the parks and Borough Paths.
You actually achieved your
I thought that's the
goals
whole point of a local borough thing. Like, yeah. You would help stuff in the local area.
It's like
promise the world.
It's the nicest way. Local councils are weird when they try and put national politics into it.
Just a bit.
My other thing was I didn't want to raise car parking in the borough. I wanted to keep the prices the same because we have the highest car parking costs in Surrey, and for some reason our high street isn't getting enough footfall.
Wow.
I can't think why.
Yeah.
And
strange that is.
By the way, this was me a few years ago, and then just recently the Still Residents Association Borough Council, because they were always the majority power, so we were always the opposition, have released a report which says that they think that the reason the borough is not the high street is currently emptying is because of the expense of car parks, and that's like 8 years after I've stopped being a councillor.
You do have to wonder if these people actually think at all.
Hey, Cyclic.
Hello.
Hello.
So it was quite fun. It was quite fun.
Chat, if you guys suddenly hear swearing, it's because I'm on the way home from the office.
Yeah. Hello,
Oh,
Cyclic.
dear.
Floridian drivers.
Yeah. Hello, Cyclic. Guess what? I'm famous. I didn't even realize.
Nice. By the way, I
Yeah,
can't
this
see
entire-
chat, so
It's fine.
This
Doctor-
entire rambling
That's
so far
just
went
'cause
on
I'm
over
on
a single
mobile.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've just spent about 5 hours talking about a single alt history question and going into great and exhaustive detail about it.
you have Dr. Clarke in the chat. Why not?
I mean, I asked him to come, and it's
Yeah.
been hilarious.
It's
And
it's a it's
And
it's
whoever's
a way
spreading-
better use of your time than what U.S. taxpayers just paid for me to do. So you know.
I just ask one small thing. Can whoever's putting around the meme of my mother starting a VTube channel stop tempting fate? She might actually do it.
oh, you think?
Stop it.
Oh,
It's
you
it's
think-
it's one person on Naval History Live that's doing it. I already know who. I just can't remember the name.
Oh, you
I
think?
can find it.
Okay, Fleet,
You think
update
that's
about your
spreading
VTube
more?
avatar.
Yeah, you think that's bad? Foxo's dangling a Hosh avatar over my head. She's gone and bloody paid for the damn
I've already
thing.
paid the deposit on it.
I didn't even
I've
ask
paid
for
the
this.
deposit on it.
I didn't even ask for this.
I genuinely don't know if she's joking or not. So
And
good luck.
apparently I'm becoming a VTuber now. Alright.
I'm sure you'll do well, Fleet.
Look, all I'm saying is that Differ has.
That would end.
Yeah, but that
I've
queue's
got
like
a
over
story
a year
different
long.
myself.
So,
I actually walked in this morning to a discussion my mother was having with my sister about whether I think it was which of the 3 YouTubers was it she was talking about? Inksy, Rin Penrose, and who was the other one? Which of them has the better art for their model? And I was going, no. And sort of also I hear from my mother, there's no one that's seen a sufficient experience in the VTuber sphere. I feel it would improve things if there was someone with more experience helping them out and explaining to the companies exactly how they need to treat people. No,
this reminds
no.
me of that time that Animarchy tortured Brack.
In the nicest way, Mum, you're the person who, when your pension was like 1 week late from Lloyd's Register, managed to book an appointment with the Chief Executive Officer of Lloyd's Register, go in and meet him, and get it sorted out within a day. You were getting your pension paid on time. This is no, they don't need you in that sphere. They don't need that kind of dictatorship set up. They don't.
God,
They don't.
I thought my mother
See,
was
they
terrifying.
probably do.
I thought my mother was terrifying, but she's got nothing on your mother.
They still have my mum's shooting trophies on the wall in Lloyd's Register somewhere.
Lord above.
Why do you think she got that appointment?
Very true.
I know
Well,
not.
It was also it didn't hurt that she trained the personal assistant, that the senior executive personal assistant he has, and when she worked there. So as they'd been the Homos Junior, they're now in their last job. One in their last job as the senior personal assistant to the chief executive officer, and of course remembered her.
You know, it's amazing how connections and fate can weave lives together in such a fashion that circumstances
Never
are
underestimate soft power.
Oh, believe me, I don't. I mean, for example, there was the soft power that got me a chance to give a speech at Rolls-Royce in Derby. There was the soft power that I and members of my family exerted to shunt things around at certain places. That's all I'll say. Yeah, good times. Good times. Turns out when shit's broken and your granddad knows people who know people in the steel industry, things get moved pretty quick. And suddenly we had a bunch of rebar to work with for free. That was fun.
It's like that time I got taught how to shoot by my dad's odd gunnery sergeant because we were on the range that day.
That's the one thing I've never done. I've never really handled a firearm in any way.
It's like just barely being 18 and being yelled at by a fucking gunnery sergeant. It's like your third trip shooting. That was fun.
It's fun. It's always fun.
You know, I'm so glad. Like, I started Ramblings like near on 3 years, coming up on 3 years ago now, just as a past life, because I saw no one was using Twitter at sea, and I figured we should do something with it. And look where it's led me. I've talked to pretty much all of the major history YouTubers in the space. Like, I've spoken to Rex, I've spoken to Dr. Clarke, and I think Dr. Clarke was the last one on the bucket list I had to tick off, of people to talk to.
Like Prof. Lambert to come on.
I don't have any way to contact him. I never had any.
Are you sure
if you
about
send me
that?
a question, if you send a question my way, which you think he might like, I'll pass it on to him, see if he's interested. Can't do any more than that, but it's never harms.
I mean,
You're also not too far removed from some other pretty major ones that are far to your north as well. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to dox somebody here publicly, but you're not very far removed from them either.
that's true.
You've also had Chieftain on as
Oh,
well
yes,
recently,
that's
Fleet.
right. Yeah, I somehow got the Chieftain to come and play Railroader with us for an afternoon. That was an achievement. I mean, getting him on Ramblings was one thing. Getting him to come and play Trains for an afternoon was entirely another.
You ask a tank officer to play with trains. That shouldn't surprise you.
I mean, I suppose. But
I think it does. I think
Even I
doesn't
know
really
that's
surprise me.
that's loading the bases. Come on.
Like,
Look,
you ask the U.S.
Asking a
Army
finger
armor
to
officer
play a fishing game.
go play with bigger machines. Like,
like that was a hell of a session. That was like 2 weeks ago now, actually. Like, my dream lineup for Ramblings at some point, if I don't think I'll ever get it, but if I do, it's basically Dr. Clarke, Drac, Rex's Hangar, the Chieftain, the Shipyard, Cyclic, BBR, Foxo, Dragon.
why me?
Because I trust
Why
you.
am I on that
That's your
list?
son.
Because you're fun.
Why am I
Yes,
in
you're
on
done.
that list?
Okay, well, why are we here? We're like the odd ones out.
Because you two have consistently been, when I stepped up to the plate to become the head of communications and community engagement, you two have consistently gone above and beyond and have consistently helped run community events, put yourselves forward for the community. And to be blunt, I couldn't imagine doing this job without you.
We just keep quiet
Actually, speaking
whenever there's someone important talking.
speaking about the community engagement, and I have to say again, kudos to Foxo and Dragon, because you are both good at supporting Fleet of Oceans, or the Foo as my mum calls him. You might notice that on Thursday nights after the lives, we do a Discord thing on my channel, a whole full chat in Thursday evenings, and I've got 2 who are assisting that who have got the rank of Masters at Arms because I thought I can either add this on to my flotilla leaders, or I can realise that poor Cyclic and the others are working their doing their tushies off, doing all the stuff they're doing already. And
I just finished an 11-hour shift.
Yeah, nice. That's why I decided you've got nothing in life going on. You didn't need that as well. So basically, poor Leslie and Steve have stepped up to the task and are doing their best, but they would love some. They did say while I was on here, if I did mention and suggest that if anyone wants to reach out to them and say hello, do you want some advice and help with this, ideas of how to do it, they'd really like that because they're sort of the ones running it. But it's kind of a case of they are feeling their way and trying to work out how to use it. But they're 2 very nice gentlemen. One's a retired British Army officer who now works for all sorts of interesting things, and the other gentleman is someone who works for HRMC now. And they're both really interested in naval history and history in general. And they do they try their best. They volunteered for it. And by volunteered, I said I need 2 volunteers, and there are only 2 in the room. So I didn't have much choice.
Voluntold them.
It was via Discord. They could have disconnected and run.
Well, to be fair to Dragon and Fox, though, that's kind of what happened with all of my subordinates. They got voluntold that this was happening. So I must admit, I did sort of Shanghai my subordinates as well.
In the Fleet of Oceans, it's so efficient. It's far more efficient. It ensures you get the good quality caliber of candidate you need.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. It's a way of maintaining the caliber and the quality of the candidate.
Yeah. Of all the hardships we've faced, you've managed to get me praise from the person who got me into naval history, so worth it.
What sort of help?
Hey, Fleet, if you need a chat, if you need a topic for a chat between Drac and Alex, just get them to debate whether or not the hoods are not the hoods, the Congos. You can tell I've been working for 11 hours.
Yeah.
Whether or not the Congos are battle cruisers or battleships.
Well, obviously I'd have my own horse in that debate. Like, I would love to get Drac and Alex debating. Unfortunately...
Because they both can back up their own individual positions on it. It's great.
I don't doubt
That is an interesting question.
In the nicest way, we did 4 hours on that topic sitting on top of this roof, not being recorded.
I know.
We moved on to the Agincourt.
You've told me.
Yes.
I feel like this is not going to be your last appearance on Ramblings, Dr. Clarke, because I have had 2.
I hope not. I enjoyed it
this evening.
I enjoy it. Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Oh, yes. Well, it's official. It's official. I have kept Soul, my artist who does a lot of my artwork for stuff like this, on retainer for some time, because the Ramblings background image has empty slots on it, and has had for some time. I think I know who is going to fill the last 3 slots now. 1 will go to Dragon, 1 will go to Foxo, and 1 will go to Dr. Clarke.
Thank you.
To fill out the remaining slots. Because there's myself in the middle, looking very, very French, with my blue and red coloured skin, which is the funniest thing. To my left is Garden Chair, to his left is Drac, and to my right is my other usual co-host, BBR, also known as Dixie, who sadly couldn't be with us today.
I was trying to figure out who the tiger was.
And in front is a bunch of different memorabilia from long-running server jokes. The flying battleship and the train are very, very long-running server jokes that I don't have time to explain. Because if you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Galaxy Railways 999. That one looks like something out of SBY, but...
Wait, is this one you commissioned after the whole kerfuffle of the Spanish Admiralty RP game?
No.
They ended up in 2 cults.
No. I still have the full portrait from the end of the Spanish the Ultimate Admirals game I streamed. I still have that image. In fact, I'll put it in there now. I mean, people already know what I look like, so it doesn't matter. Yes, that's me leaning on the building. That was a good day.
All right. Well, I'm at the end of my drive, so I'm gonna disconnect here. Y'all have a good one.
We will. I feel like
I will say, Fleet of Oceans, you've been reminding me the entire time of this book. Can I just say something to anyone who's interested in the French Navy? It is a good book, but it's also so depressing. Because it's the book embodiment of, and then it got worse.
Believe me, from someone who's...
It's the French naval history of 1870 to 1999.
Yeah. From someone...
There's an entire chapter, I think, on Charles de Gaulle's engines.
Yeah. Let me put it this way: for someone who went from love to hate of the French Navy during a nation's roleplay game I played, where I was playing as France, and I was literally like, oh, and I started reading, and then I went, oh, what do you mean we don't have shipyard? Oh, what do you mean the engine facilities don't work? What do you mean the manufacturers are corrupt?
Well, the more you read on, the worse it seems to keep getting.
Yes, that's exactly it. And then it got worse.
Yeah.
It's the same campaign that led to my love for that for the first French pre-dreadnought, Hoche. I love this ship. Like, me and Drac have butted heads over this ship many times. Like,
understandable.
Because I love it, and I think it's one of the, I think out of the ships available when it's constructed and in service, literally when it's commissioned. How do I... Okay, first off, sorry, I was going to end this, but I have to defend the ship's honor.
Which one are you talking about again?
I put it in
the one
the
that's
text chat. The Hoche. It is my favourite ship of all time.
I just don't understand it.
Okay, you're the French Navy. You're looking to move towards modern battleships. The last ship you've built was something with 3 centerline, very large guns. You want to adopt the new, more rapid-firing guns, but you also want to maintain a decent level of firepower. The result is Hoche and her 3 half-sisters, though the 3 half-sisters would go on to form their own class. I love Hoche because she's this lovely bridge between the old and the new. And I just... Look at her! She's beautiful! That colour scheme.
I'll take your word for it.
Right. We have been going on for near on 5 hours and a bit. And I feel like I've taken...
Longer.
Yes, I've taken far too much...
You started around 5-ish.
I've taken far too much of Dr. Clarke's time. And I feel like if I keep him any longer, he's going to fall asleep or run out of Iron Brew, one of the two.
I've got to go get some dinner, actually. I haven't eaten today. I forgot.
So I
had work going on. The one thing I would say about the Hoche, and I can understand your love for it, because we all get these weird attractions to certain ships in history. Yeah, there's the 1880 sort of same time as the same time the Royal Navy's laying down the Admiral class.
Yes, it is. And it doesn't enter service till the 1890s. It takes 8 years to build.
Yeah, and at which point the Royal Navy's laying down the Royal Sovereigns.
Yes, but they're not in service yet. Therefore we win! We have 4 months where we win!
There's the Trafalgar class, there's the Victoria class, also that come along, you know. Trafalgar class are pretty cool.
I agree with you there, but are we really classing the Victorias as an effective combatant, given the preponderance?
No, that's why I skipped over to the Trafalgars.
Yeah, I was going to say, best left unsaid, eh?
I did skip quite quickly to the Trafalgars. And then you have the Royal Sovereigns. And then the Royal Navy enters the. We are honestly not. This is the thing that people always amaze me with this, in the sort of the naval race with Germany in the run up to World War One. People always think it's just the dreadnoughts. They go, it starts in 1905, and you go, no, it starts in about 1885.
Yes.
That's closer to it. There's a reason the Royal Navy goes Royal Sovereign class, Centurion class, Hood. Just keep going on, pounding away with these new next class, and it's always. My favourite is the HMS Renown of the 1895. She's just gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
She is a gorgeous ship.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm pretty sure every Royal Navy called Renown's gorgeous to some degree.
I think it is a core requirement for the name, yes. But in this case, this Renown, she was Jackie Fisher's proto-battle cruiser. But she was actually built properly for her period, and oh my lord, did she have fun.
Oh, that reminds me,
But she does have 10-inch guns, which I usually object to as a standard rule.
Yeah, that is the only thing.
Because the 10-inch... And the 10-inch gun is this beautiful gun which sits in the middle of things. People go, it's got to be great, and go, no. It's got the same rate of fire as the 12-inch, but it's not much more damage than the 9 and the 9.2-inch. And it just doesn't. So it doesn't give you the hitting. It doesn't give you enough hitting power versus the 9.2-inch to justify it, and doesn't get versus the 12-inch to justify it. And it doesn't have the rate of fire of the 9.2-inch. So it's got the same rate of fire pretty much as the 12-inch. Which means you might as well go with a 12-inch. Which is why they do why the 10-inch gets skipped so often by everyone sensible.
Yeah, you've basically there's no benefit to a 10-inch gun.
It looks like it's theoretically at the sweet spot, and the reality is, it's at the spot where it cannot justify itself.
Yeah, like 9.
Sometimes the sweet spot is not the sweet spot.
Yeah, 9-inch is fine, 12-inch is fine, 10 and 11 you're getting a bit iffy.
11 inches, you're close enough to the 12-inch. You're sort of on the line. You're heading down in the right direction.
Yeah.
12 inches safer.
And with 9-inch, you're approaching the rate of fire of the smaller guns, while still having a more punch. So you've got that side, but the 10-inch is just the worst.
I still think the most interesting change to history would have been if the 15-inch 50s had been chosen for the F3 and the F3 design gone. The F3s are gorgeous. The F3s are gorgeous, and the 15-inch 50 could have been upgraded to all the Rs and the Queen Elizabeths in the 20s and 30s, and Renown, Repulse, and Hood.
That's very
so they'd all been 15-inch 50s, but also there's the fact that the F3s, let's be honest, with their modifications, they are technically they're technically, because the spectrum, as I always define it, is battle cruisers 2 words, which is things like the Invincibles. Then there's battle cruiser 1 word, which is built to take them on, and then you've got the fast battleships, and then you've got the full-on dreadnought battleships. And basically, as you go this way, you exchange speed for armor.
Yeah.
And subdivision. So the thing about the reason that me and Drac have an interesting time when it comes to Congos is they're already the fast battleship side of a battle cruiser. They're still in the battle cruiser area theoretically, and they are when they're built, but they are on the heavy side and the well subdivided side for a battle cruiser. And our debate is where their modifications land them. Mine is it pushes them over closer to the fast battleship side. And Drax is it doesn't get them quite over the line, and that's why it's quite so long debate and quite such a well-researched debate. And the thing about the F3s, especially with the 1550, is they're already starting out. They've already sacrificed speed for more armor and subdivision in terms of their density of their hull versus the G3s. So the G3s were already heavily on the. Not over the line, they're still very much battle cruisers, but they're very much heading towards the fast battleship side of that particular area, and I reckon the F3s sort of push over to the fact that they're over that line, and they are fast battleships, and they are 28, 29 knot ships. And they've got the armor and density, and they've got armor not far off what Nelson and Rodney were going to have, but they were going to have 15-inch 50s. Those things would have been gorgeous, and they would have changed history completely, because if you have those two in service, the Royal Navy has 5 fast capital ships at the beginning of World War II. And, that's before even King George V or anything like that comes into service.
mean, God help the Neo-Hysis fleet if those had been around. We'd be even more screwed. Hey?
Well, the thing is, in that scenario, you get Hood and Repulse, etc. can actually be... Hood doesn't get run ragged. Because you're sharing the duties of the fast capital ships with the 5 capital ships. So you're very unlikely to get Hood sunk at the Battle of Denmark Straits, because she's unlikely to be there. Your more likely scenario is you have this new Nelson and Rodney, those things, sitting there as part of the force, and maybe they're combined with King George V and Prince of Wales, so you have one of those with each of that, or maybe King George V and Prince of Wales are combined together with the aircraft carrier doing their bit, and the 2 more experienced ships are off doing their bit. And yes, they're not as fast as Bismarck, but they're not... That's Bismarck being built differently. If they're 28, 29 knot ships, let's say they're 28.5 knot ships, the difference. That's a 1.5 knot advantage the Bismarck has. That's not really enough to dictate ranges, etc. You need a 3 knot advantage to be confident to do that.
Particularly,
and especially, yes, and there probably will be better sea boats, because if they're the F3 design, that was basically all designed about seakeeping, and they've got 9 15-inch 50 guns. So they're not going to have and the thing about the 15-inch 50 is it's designed on the same principles as the 15-inch gun. So it's basically the 15-inch 42 shell with the 15-inch 50 barrel. So Green Boy shells, sort of upgraded versions that they had by World War II for the 15-inch guns. Radar-directed gunnery, because Nelson Rodney was one of the first ships to receive the radar and radar fire control. And 15-inch 50s. Bismarck finds itself in a fight with those 2 ships. That's not a good fight for Bismarck.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Completely agree.
And that rewrites history a bit.
Just a bit. So, in order to let Dr. Clarke...
I'm always saying feed the Clarke, he must have food.
Yeah, so...
Yes, I will go get some food.
Yeah, just a few
And
things.
I will re-record the French aviation video tomorrow.
Yeah. Before you go, quickly, just 2 things. Firstly, if those 2 gentlemen you were talking about in your server do have any questions about, running events and such, community engagement and all that good jazz, just tell them they can... I'm in your server, so just tell them they can DM me anytime they like. More than happy to field whatever questions they may have. And also, of course, if... Not saying you have to do this, I never want to over-aggrandize myself, but if you do want to link the stream for your server viewers, if they want to have a poke in and have a look, because obviously they're probably going to want to talk about topics.
Please post it.
Oh, sure.
Please do post it into the stream.
And
a nice way, just put in the general. Put in the general. All these. There's the general and there's the announcements, and both can go. I don't mind.
I'll put it.
I'm very easygoing.
I'll put it.
The 2 people who enforce regulations on the channel on my Discord server mostly are me and Cyclic, and we're not going to be nasty to you.
Well, be it. Please don't hurt me, Cyclic.
We probably won't be. It depends on our mood that day. It depends how the traffic's been.
True. Right, I'm gonna let.
I have a lot of traffic to deal with to get to my office every day. I have a corgi and a poodle both blocking me. It's terrible.
Right, I'm going to let everyone, audience and other host members go. I hope you've all enjoyed this. I know I have. Next week, normal schedule will be resumed. No guests as far as I know.
It's good to have the question finally answered.
Yes, that question is finally
if you have a topic you need a guest for, just message me. I'm always happy to help.
I'll be sure to do that.